This story starts with our female lead opening her eyes while feeling cold. My body feels numb. She heard voice of glass breaking and wonders what was that noise. A boy was crying over her, and tears were dropping from his face. She looks at the boy and thinks, what mesmerizing eyes. But why is he sobbing? His tears are warm. And she closes her eyes again. After some time she opens her eyes in a room. All the maids seeing her wake up rush towards her calling, Your Majesty! Her Royal Majesty is awake! Her Majesty has awakened! He feels dizzy, she thinks, Her Majesty? Who are they referring to? She looks towards them and wondered, wait, are they talking about me? Then she looks at herself in the mirror and realized that she's changed. She wondered, what on earth happened to me? Where am I? Who am I? While taking medicine, she said, so bitter? The maid told, You have to take your medicine if you want to recover faster, Your Majesty. She takes medicine with and said, fine. After days of enduring bitter medicine and speaking with different people. Diana? Yes, ma'am. I came to the realization that I had somehow entered the world of a romance novel called Lady and the Beast. That was one incredible read. Lady and the Beast was a fantasy romance novel loosely inspired by the fairy tale Beauty and the Beast. The main characters were Blake, the cursed beastly crown prince, and the wild Richard, who both fought to win the heart of the heroine, Diana. I had somehow found myself in the body of Anthea, who was Diana's half-sister. By marrying Crown Prince Blake, Anthea became a princess. However, Anthea took one look at Blake's face, marked by the hereditary curse of his royal family, and took her own life on their wedding day. This incident plunged Blake into despair. He saw himself as a monster and shut himself, and his heart, away from the outside world. His soul descended into darkness, and unable to win Diana's heart, he passed away tragically young. According to the novel, Anthea drowns in the lake, and Blake dives in to recover her lifeless body. But now that my soul is in Anthea's body, she didn't die. She recalled, that young boy from yesterday must have been Blake. If you despise me so much, she thinks, he seemed to cry for me so earnestly that night, but he hasn't come to see me, not even once. It's already been 5 days since I woke up. He must be in pain. His bride tried to end her life because of his cursed appearance. It would be strange if he were all right. She then tries to stand up. The maid said, Oh, Your Majesty, do you want to go somewhere? She replied, I want to visit the Crown Prince. The maid asked, You want to see His Royal Highness? Madam, with all due respect, the Crown Prince was deeply shocked by what happened. Perhaps it would be best if you waited a few more days before making any announcements, Anthea said. Don't worry about anything. Just lead the way. The maid complied. Yes, Your Majesty. While walking in the hallway following the maid, Anthea thinks, I have no intention of leaving Blake. In fact, in Lady and the Beast, Blake was my favorite character. Oh no, I couldn't believe it when Diana chose Richard over Blake. Poor Blake. Now, I have the chance to rewrite Blake's tragically dark past. There's no way I'm giving that up. Besides, Anthea has nowhere else to go. Anthea was the daughter of Count Valencia and his first wife. Her mother passed away during childbirth, and the Count quickly remarried. Soon after, his second daughter, Diana, was born. The Count and his new wife treated Anthea cruelly and sent her off to marry the Crown Prince, fully aware of his curse and his fate of an early death. Anthea didn't take her own life solely because of Blake's cursed face. She threw herself into the icy water out of despair from being abandoned by her family. She resolved, so, even if I leave this place, I have no home to return to. And I have no intention of letting Blake drown in his own despair. Anthea opens the door and went inside. She said, Your Majesty? It's me, Anthea. The prince was hiding himself in a blanket, he said. No! Stay away from me! Anthea stops and said, Please, Your Majesty. The prince again shouted, hiding himself. Don't come near me! I am horribly disfigured! Leave! I will scare you. He was trembling and crying. Anthea thinks in her mind, he doesn't resent me for trying to end my life. He's scared of scaring me. Anthea then takes a sigh and went ahead and pulled his blanket away from him. Panicked by this, the prince said, No! He looks at Anthea, then again hides his face. He said, What do you think you're doing? How dare you take my blanket? Anthea said in her mind, Hey, people will get the wrong idea. You silly novel character. She thinks, where is the dark, brooding Blake, the master of charm? He's more like a soft, fluffy bunny. Well, first things first, Anthea said. I have something to tell you, Prince Blake. She then peels off the eye patch from Prince's face. The prince shouted, Hey! How dare you! Turning his face, he said, don't look. Anthea grabs his face with both of her hands and said, Why not? You are stunning, your majesty. The prince asked while confused. What? She told. I have never seen anyone as breathtaking as you. Anthea thinks in her mind, I'm not saying this to comfort you. It's the truth. His left face may be covered with the black whorls of his family curse, but his large eyes, regal nose, tender lips, and graceful chin all come together in angelic harmony. It's undeniably a beautiful face. Looking at his face, she thinks, when you meet Diana, you will be released from your curse. Once the curse mark is erased from Blake's face, he will be described as the most handsome man on the continent. Even now, he has such a pretty face. Averting his gaze, he said, But, you hate me. Anthea replied, I don't hate you. The prince said, But. Anthea continued, Let me make this clear, Your Highness. I did not try to commit suicide. I slipped and fell into the lake by accident. She thinks in her mind, well, that's not exactly true. Anthea really did commit suicide from the shock of her betrothed's cursed appearance. However, I have decided to pretend that it was an accident, since I am now Anthea. If it had been me, I would never have jumped into the lake because of Blake's face. Blake asked, Are you telling the truth? Anthea replied, Yes. I heard that you saved me from drowning. I came here to thank you for saving my life. Blake asked, Are you really thankful? She replied, Yes, Your Highness. How could I not be when you saved my life? Tears came falling from Blake's face. While sobbing, he said, I thought you killed yourself because of me. Anthea smiles and said, Why would I do that? I have everything to live for. I married you. Blake, trying to stop his tears, said, I thought you might hate me for saving your life. That's why I was afraid to see you. Anthea thinks in her mind, he must have been so distressed during the 5 days I was unconscious. Anthea hugs him and said, No, Prince Blake. My dear husband, I really like you. Hug, so please don't worry about anything. Blake also hugs her and said, I like you too. Anthea tells in her mind, Haha. Blake, you big fat liar. You like my little sister. In the novel Lady and the Beast, Blake likes the main character Diana. When the Emperor learned of Blake's fondness for Diana, he requested the Count of Valencia to arrange a marriage for the two. However, Count Valencia refused to send his beloved Diana to wed the cursed crown prince and sent Anthea instead. Well, a little white lie is sometimes better than the harsh, ugly truth. Anthea then said, Then shall we share a bed from now on? Hearing this, Blake gets shocked and crawls back. He blushed. Not realizing the consequences, Anthea thinks, Hey, yo, Mr. Subhero, why do you look so alarmed? You're making me feel like I suggested something scandalous. Anthea thinks in her mind, the House of Valencia possessed the power of light. Diana was able to free Blake from his curse because of the Valencia family's power of light. Anthea was also a daughter of Valencia, but her powers were not as strong as Diana's, who was the chosen successor. Still, she too had the power. Prince Blake's curse wasn't simply a skin-deep mark, it also caused him excruciating pain. The pain got worse in cold weather. Yet, he jumped into the freezing lake in the middle of winter to save me. I'm sure he endured agonizing pain. She thinks, and knowing him, he's hardly the type to express it. He must have suffered in silence. The Valencia power of light is unleashed through physical contact. The more intimate the touch, the more intense its restorative powers. This resulted in some really intense, seductive scenes. So steamy. Blake is still too young for that kind of treatment, but I was hoping to at least hold his hand. But if he's going to act this way, I don't think I'll be able to do anything. Explaining him, Anthea said, Your Highness, please do not misunderstand me. We are married, so it's only natural that we sleep together. It's really nothing to be afraid of. Blake blushed and said, but I'm so embarrassed. Looking at him blushing, Anthea thinks, what happened to the wild masculinity of the original Prince Blake? I only see a red-eyed bunny rabbit. She tells in her mind, in 10 years, will this bunny boy really grow into a sexy beast? Human transformation is really quite something. Feeling determined, she thinks, anyway, I can't leave this sick child alone like this. Anthea pulls his blanket and said, Come with me. Anthea grabs his hands and said, Since we are married, from now on, we must sleep together every night. Getting startled, Blake asked, Every night? Anthea asked with a smirk, What's wrong? Don't you want to? He replied, No, I didn't say that. Anthea, are you really okay with this? She asked. With what? He again asked. Are you sure you want to sleep with me? She replied without hesitation. Of course, Prince Blake. Like I said, I really like you. Blake blushed again and thinks she says she likes me. Anthea asked. What do you think? Do you feel comfortable holding my hand? Holding his hands, Anthea tries to observe. Can he feel the power of light releasing him from his curse? Ah, Anthea thinks. According to the novel, the pain of Blake's curse would subside when he and Diana held hands. Since I'm a Valencia, my touch should have some effect too. But it doesn't seem to be working. I don't see any change. Since I've somehow entered this universe, I really want to relieve some of Blake's pain. While she was busy thinking Blake was continuously blushing, she resolved, I guess my powers aren't strong enough. She leaves his hands and turns. Huh! Blake stops her and said, No, don't go. As she was about to leave, he hugs her from behind and said, Anthea, your hand. Your hand is so nice and warm. He said, so please, don't leave me. Blake's teary voice. Anthea replied, Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. He asked. Really? She replied, trying to reassure him. Yes, really. I just came down from the bed to pick up the blanket. Blushing, Blake crawled back. Anthea smiles and thinks, after giving me a back hug, he trembled. She said, If you don't want to sleep with me, he asked. His voice was breaking. No, it's not that. I just wanted to make sure. Are you really willing to sleep with a monster like me? Anthea scolded him gently. Your Highness, please don't say that word. You are not a monster, he stammered. But, Anthea gently lifted his hands and said, Didn't I tell you? I think you are so beautiful. You are far from being a monster. And not only that, your curse will be broken someday. Blake asked, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. My curse will be broken, she told. Yes, I'm sure of it. When you turn 18, your curse will be broken, and you will live happily ever after. So until then, please be strong and ignore what other people say. He questioned, while sounding uncertain. When I'm 18? Anthea explained in her mind. In the Valencia family, just as one member always becomes the successor and protector of the power of light, one person in the Zerthilian imperial household always inherits the family curse. Long ago, the first emperor, Philip, became the lover of the goddess of light. As a sign of her affection, she bestowed some of her powers upon him, and with this power, Philip founded a mighty empire. However, after becoming emperor, Philip betrayed the goddess and fell in love with another woman. In her rage, the goddess cursed his descendants, a curse that would be passed down through time. The cursed successor would bear black birthmarks on their face that would slowly and painfully spread over their body, ultimately leading to death before adulthood. Even you, Blake, come close to death on the night of your 18th birthday. But when you meet Diana, you'll be freed from the curse, Anthea said, holding out her pinky. I promise you, you will never be defeated by the Zerthilian curse. Cross my heart and hope to die. Hearing this, Blake snatches away his hand and said, No, don't ever say that again. You must never die, Anthea. Even if I die, you must live. He trembles while saying. Anthea grabs his trembling hand and said, Don't worry, I won't die. And neither will you, Prince Blake. So don't worry, he whispered, while his voice is shaky. Anthea, she said as she wiped his tears. My dear husband is such a crybaby, he protested. I am not a crybaby, she teased. Yes, you are, he insisted. I am not. She showed him smiling and asked, Then why is my handkerchief all wet? Blake repeated, but his voice was soft. I am not a crybaby, she comforted him. All right. It's okay, he wailed softly. No, Anthea said, gently patting his back. Everything will be okay, don't worry. His eyes glittered as he blinked sleepily. He fell asleep. She murmured before opening her eyes the next day. She wondered, watching his innocent, sleeping face. Did he hold my hand all night long? He's so cute, she thought. She gently patted his head, but then his eyes fluttered open. Bale opens his eyes and smiles, she asked. Huh! Why are you smiling? He replied, while his face was glowing with joy. Because I'm so happy, she asked, while surprised. Why? He said, his voice filled with warmth. Because you are lying by my side. She was touched by his words. She thought to herself as the birds outside chirped in the early morning. I wish I could always make you smile like this, she tells in her mind. The next few days passed peacefully. I spent all my time with Blake. One thing I noticed was that Blake rarely left his room unless it was absolutely necessary. He would eat and read in his room, keeping to himself. I also noticed something peculiar about his eating habits. Not again, greens! More greens, Anthea thought, staring at the plate in front of her. For 3 days in a row, during every single meal, it's the same thing. Does the cook think we're rabbits? The menu was almost identical each day. This is the same salty soup as yesterday's, she asked, siding at the table. Prince Blake, what kind of food do you like? While eating, he answered, I like everything. She probed further. Do you enjoy meat and fish? He replied eagerly, yes. Anthea concluded. Okay, so Blake is not a vegetarian. He may be cursed, but he has no dietary restrictions, she thinks in her mind. Then why is it always wilted salad and rehashed leftovers? I wondered. There could only be one reason. The staff had no respect for the monster, Crown Prince. Blake may be the Crown Prince and I his wife, but we were young and powerless. The servants were blatantly slighting us. The current Lord Chamberlain, Brown, the eldest son of Marquis Hamill, had clearly gone too far. Then Blake asked, Anthea? Is the food not to your liking? And wanting to worry him, she lied. No, no! The food is fine, Anthea called. Melissa. She came and responded. Yes, Your Highness, she said. After the meal, please ask the Lord Chamberlain to come to my room. There's something I need to ask him. Melissa responded with a bow. Yes, Your Royal Highness. Turning her attention to Prince Blake, Anthea offered him. Try these roasted mushrooms. Blake hesitated. I don't really care for mushrooms, Anthea insisted. You must eat them. They're good for you. Come on, now. She watched him as he complied. Don't just wash it down with water. Chew it before swallowing. Blake took a bite, gulping it down, and feels proud I ate it, he said softly, holding her hand. Your hand is so nice and warm. Whenever I hold your hand, I feel better, Anthea. Anthea puffed her cheeks in delight. So cute, she thought, her heart swelling. She said, I'm so glad. Now eat the rest of the mushrooms, Blake said obediently. Okay. As she watched him eat, Anthea wondered to herself, if my hand comforts Blake, does this mean I also possess some power of light? After some time, the servant said. Your Royal Highness, Lord Chamberlain Brown is here to see you, Anthea told. Show him in. Lord Brown entered, bowing slightly. Your Royal Highness, how may I be of service? Anthea observed him and thinks, he was the eldest son of Marquis Hamill, and he hadn't appeared once while she was bedridden. As the son of a marquis, he must think he outranks me, the child bride of the cursed prince. Anthea began, her voice laced with irritation. I find the quality of the Crown Prince's meals rather atrocious. Brown chuckled lightly, clearly unimpressed. Is that why you called me? I had expected it to be more urgent business. Anthea's eyes narrowed and her voice grew heated. The Crown Prince is the light of the Empire, but the meals he is served are not even fit to feed livestock. If this isn't urgent business, I don't know what is. Brown sneered. The light of the Empire. Your Royal Highness, you are new to this, so you probably aren't aware that the budget set aside to maintain the Crown Prince's household is not very high. His Imperial Majesty does not give us sufficient funds, so what can we do but scrimp and save? Anthea thought, blatant liar. She thought perhaps the Crown Prince's allocations doesn't allow for luxuries, but I'm sure it is enough to provide meat at the table. She kept her composure. I understand, she said calmly. Brown, misinterpreting her response, said, What a relief! I was afraid you might not understand the situation because of your youth. I am so glad your Highness proves to be sensible. Anthea's expression hardened. She said, I shall release you from your duties. Brown's face paled. He furiously asked, What? What did you just say? He was clearly taken aback. Anthea called out, Lord Edmund. Then she said, Take Brown Hamill to the dungeon for embezzlement of the imperial coffers, and make sure to carry out a thorough investigation of his crime. Brown roared as his face turning red with rage. Embezzlement? Do you even know the meaning of that word? Anthea responded coldly. I do. What you did is the very definition of embezzlement. Brown trembled, his confidence waning. He shouted as Lord Edmund approached. Unhand me at once! Do you know who I am? I am the heir to Marquis Hamill. That little girl married the cursed monster, and now she wants to play princess? Anthea remained calm as Brown was dragged away, his threats echoing in the hallway. Mark my words! You will pay for this! He screamed. Anthea instructed. Please add this to the list of Brown's crimes: contempt of the Crown Prince and Princess. Lord Edmund responded with a nod. Yes, Your Royal Highness. After that, Lord Edmund dragged away Brown as he was shouting, "Let go of me." I said, "Let go." Lord Edmund stares at him, and Brown froze in fear. After the commotion settled, the court of the Crown Prince fell into murmurs and confusion. But Anthea wasn't done. She decided to go one step further. She fired almost all of the palace staff. "This is the list you requested, Your Highness." Melissa handed her a parchment. Anthea carefully reviewed it. In Lady and the Beast, after Blake is stripped of his position as Crown Prince, most of his staff betray him immediately and go off to join Richard. There's no need to keep future betrayers by his side. She flipped through the list, marking names. Him, and him too. She made her decision. Everyone on the list with a mark next to his or her name is fired. She got rid of everyone who would betray Blake in the novel. A silence fell over the halls, and Anthea thinks, now that the palace was almost empty. Melissa, looking anxious, approached Anthea. "Excuse me, Your Highness. All the staff were chosen by the Emperor himself. Would it be all right to dismiss them all?" Looking at her worried, Anthea thinks, poor Melissa. She really looks worried. Anthea smiled gently at Melissa. "It's all right. Don't worry about a thing." Melissa's face glowed and she said, "Yes, ma'am. When would you like dinner to be served?" Anthea blinked, remembering that she had sent off all the cooks. She waved it off. "You don't have to worry about that either. I'm going to cook today." Melissa's eyes widened in shock. "Your Highness can cook?" Anthea replied with a grin. "Yes. I was roaming through the castle, and I found something quite interesting. Follow me, and I'll show you." Melissa followed Anthea through the halls until they arrived at the place that Anthea wanted to show. Melissa was shocked that how did the princess come all the way here. Anthea dramatically unveiled what she had found. "Tada!" Melissa stared in disbelief. "Your Highness, what in the world are these?" Anthea beamed with excitement. "Look, this is doenjang," she said, holding up a jar. "And this is gochujang?" Melissa asked, confused. "Doenjang? Gochujang?" Anthea smiled, holding the jars up. "They are condiments from the Orient. Adding these fermented sauces will enhance the flavor of food," Melissa exclaimed, awe evident in her voice. "Your Highness, how do you know so much? Are you, maybe, a genius?" Anthea chuckled nervously and said, When I was a child I read about them, in books," she replied, mentally apologizing for the lie. "Sorry for lying, Melissa." Melissa remembered hearing that the Emperor had gathered flavors and spices from all corners of the world to please his Empress, but she never expected the palace to have such a wide array of ingredients. Anthea thought, "This makes me so mad. The kitchen had all these wonderful ingredients, but only served us salad greens." Anthea took a deep breath, rolling up her sleeves. "Now then, shall we begin?" The kitchen soon filled with the sounds of sizzling, chopping, and sprinkling. Anthea worked efficiently, her hands moving with practiced ease. After a while, she stepped back, wiping her brow. "Phew, all done!" Melissa's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Our princess is a genius in the kitchen." While grinning, Anthea said, "Shall we call the prince to dinner?" As the dishes were laid out, steam rising and fragrances filling the room, Blake asked. His curiosity was piqued. "Whoa, what is all this?" Anthea explained. "It's Oriental cuisine, Your Highness," she said. "I once read about it in a book. All the ingredients were in the pantry, so I gave it a try." Blake asked. "Anthea, did you make all this by yourself?" She confirmed. "Yes, Your Highness." "Wow." Blake stared at the food, clearly impressed, and asked, "So how do you eat this?" Anthea giggled inwardly. This must be the first time Blake is having Korean food, she thought. She said, "Oriental cuisine is quite different from our normal fare, isn't it? I too discovered Asian food recently. These are Korean-style meatballs. They're called dongrangting." Blake listened intently, nodding. Anthea added with a playful smile, "Because they're round and cute, just like you." Blake blushed slightly. "You think I'm cute?" Piercing the meatball with a fork, Anthea laughed and said, "Yes, you're like a little bunny rabbit. Now open your mouth." Blake obediently opened his mouth as Anthea fed him a meatball. Nom nom. Blake chewed, his face lighting up, his eyes widened in delight. He said, "Wow, so yummy!" Anthea asked, while her heart warming at the sight of his happiness. "Do you like them?" Blake nodded enthusiastically. Yes, yeah," Anthea said, while gesturing toward the steaming pot. Now, this stew is called doenjangjigi. Try it on your own, Anthea told. It has a peculiar taste, so if you don't like it, you don't have to eat it. Okay. Blake scooped some up, taking a cautious bite. Anthea thought, watching him closely, I wonder if he'll like it. He's probably tasted nothing like it before. Blake exclaimed. This is good. It's the yummiest thing I've had in my entire life. Anthea couldn't help but smile, proud of her efforts. Then I'll make it for you often. Yippee! Blake cheered, his joy infectious. Anthea mused fondly, it feels like I'm with a little son rather than a husband. But this is just fine. She knew that for Blake to be freed from his curse, he had to fall in love with Diana. I'm going to stay by his side, make him happy, and watch over him until he becomes an adult. Once he reaches adulthood, I will leave him. Anthea was determined to save Blake, but she understood her limitations. I want to save Blake, I really do. But I don't have the power to release him from his curse. My role is to protect him just until he meets Diana. According to the original novel, Blake would suffer 3 tragedies during his childhood. First, he inherited the family curse. Second, his bride, Anthea, kills herself on their wedding day. And finally, he suffers the death of his father, Emperor Thenston. When Emperor Thenston passed away, Blake's uncle, the Duke of Carseal, would become the next emperor. Richard, the main hero of the novel, was the bastard son of the Duke of Carseal. Blake's uncle would strip him of his title as crown prince, and the cursed boy, still young and weak, would be exiled to a southern island where he would endure a horrible childhood. Blake inherited his curse long before I entered Anthea's body. She thought sadly, there's nothing I can do to help him in this respect. However, Emperor Thenston's death still lies ahead in the future. If I try, maybe I can prevent it. She thinks, after Blake's wedding ceremony in the novel, the Emperor had gone to the Valley of Chaos. Anthea decided she would wait patiently until he returned. After a few days, Anthea concluded, as it turned out, Blake loved Korean food. He didn't pretend to like it out of politeness. His admiration was genuine, he said with respect. Anthea, this is so good! Seeing his happiness, Anthea was filled with a sense of purpose. She thinks in her mind, he really seemed to enjoy Korean cuisine. She resolved, I want to make Korean food the authentic way. But to do that, she realized she would need a furnace and a cauldron. This nation has relatively advanced ovens, she noted, her mind whirling with ideas. I think I'll draw a picture of a traditional Korean cauldron and ask the goldsmith to make one for me. Once the cauldron is made, I'll ask him to build a furnace in the palace kitchen. Anthea wandered around, measuring potential spots. Now, where would be a good spot to place the cauldron? Just as she was inspecting a corner, a voice startled her. What are you doing here? Someone came and stood near her. She heard the sound of steps. Ah! She yelped, jumping in surprise. Turning her head, she said, Hey! You scared me! The person apologized. Extending his hand toward her, he said, Sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Examining him, Anthea thinks, dark eyebrows, a sculpted jawline, a scar on his neck, and fiery red eyes like a wild animal's. I instinctively knew who he was. Richard? This young boy could only be Richard Carseal, the hero of Lady and the Beast, he greeted with a smirk. Long time, no see, Anthea. Anthea thinks, I was right. Richard was the second son of the Duke of Carseal, the Emperor's younger brother. Since the curse, Blake was destined to die a tragic young death. The Duke and his sons were next in line for the throne. Richard's mother had been a slave, which excluded him from the line of succession. But that never stopped him. Richard was ambitious. One by one, he eliminated his rivals, eventually ascending to the throne. Towards the end of the novel, Richard used Diana to eliminate Blake. She shakes her head and thinks, No, I won't let that happen. Emperor Thenston will not die a sudden death, and Blake will not be stripped of his crown. I won't allow it. She resolved herself and stands up. Anthea asked, And what brings you here? Richard said. You caused quite an uproar from the first day of your marriage. I heard you let go of practically all the court staff. Anthea raised an eyebrow and thinks. In the process, I eliminated all the spies you planted in the palace. That must have riled you up, Anthea asked. What's your point? He remarked. That was rather hasty of you and quite unlike your usual self, Anthea asked. Hasty, you say? Richard explained. The Hamill family has the confidence and trust of His Imperial Majesty. It was rash of you to send his eldest son to the dungeon. All the court staff were personally selected by His Majesty. It wasn't right to cast them away like that, Anthea furiously thought inwardly. They were spies of you and your family, and you dare lecture me? Then Anthea composed herself and said, We can't have untrustworthy people by our side. Richard told. One needs tolerance when dealing with inferiors. You cannot gain their loyalty if you kick them out on a sudden whim, Anthea reminded him. I believe you are stepping out of line, my lord. This does not concern you. If you have nothing else to say, please go. Richard didn't move. Instead, he leaned in slightly, a sly smile on his lips. Are you still upset? Taken aback, Anthea asked. Excuse me? He asked again. Are you still sulking because I refuse to accept your love? Anthea's mind reeled. What is this bullshit? Richard said with mock pity. Anthea, I know you like me. I'm sorry I can't return your affections. As you know, I'm a bastard son. I would be defying the Emperor if I asked for your hand. Anthea stared at him in disbelief. She thought, you dirty dog. So this is how he would woo, use, and cast away his lovers, huh? Conniving little prick. Richard gave me a patronizing look. Sweet, kind Anthea. You understand my delicate predicament, don't you? He added. I know you like me. That was it. Anthea lost her reason right about now. She straightened up. With her voice firm she said, Sir Richard, you are being delusional. Who says I like you? Richard blinked, momentarily thrown off. Anthea continued. Richard Carseal, I've had enough of your rudeness. How dare you show such disrespect to the Crown Princess? This is a grave discourtesy to the imperial throne, Richard asked, his voice dipping into a more serious tone. Anthea, are you still mad at me? As he said, he tried to grab Anthea's hand. Suddenly, Blake cut through the tension and grabs Richard's hand before he can grab Anthea's hand. While startled, Anthea said, Your Highness, Blake said. Stop. Can't you see Anthea is displeased? Richard said. There must be some misunderstanding, Your Highness. Lady Valencia and I are childhood friends. Blake interrupted coldly. Richard, do not address her as Lady Valencia. She is the Crown Princess, Richard said. Please forgive me, Your Highness. It was my mistake. Richard bowed, attempting to recover his dignity. Blake's gaze was cold. He said, From now on, be careful. The next time you are discourteous to the princess, you will not be forgiven. Now get out of here. He flicked his hand dismissively. Richard shuddered, hesitating for a moment before turning on his heel to leave. Duh! Anthea mumbled under her breath, still disgusted by Richard's arrogance. Blake, noticing her expression, touched her hand gently and said, Don't look that way. Turning her head towards Blake, Anthea said, Excuse me? His grip firm yet tender. He said softly, Anthea, don't look at other men. Anthea blinked again, processing his words before smiling. She said, Don't worry. I won't. Blake's hand tightened slightly, as if reassured by her response. Anthea added, Besides, that wasn't a man. That was a dog. Blake asked. A dog? Her anger flaring up again, she exclaimed. Yes. A total son of a dog. How dare he think I like him? He must be crazy. Some nerve. Blake's expression softened, but there was a hint of uncertainty. He asked, Then, you don't like him? Richard is very popular. She made a face of pure disgust. She declared, Yuck. I abhor those types of smooth-talking rakes. What a turn-off. Blake blinked, watching her reaction with wide eyes. She said while giggling, I prefer cute guys that remind me of bunny rabbits. Blake's eyes widened further, blinking rapidly in surprise, as a faint blush dusted his cheeks. He murmured. He reached up to rub his cheek gently, caressing the soft skin as his blush deepened. Looking at him, Anthea feels touched as her was tension melting away. I can feel all my anger just melting away too, Anthea asked suddenly. What kind of women does your highness like? Blake's response was immediate. I like you, Anthea asked again. No, I mean, what type do you like? Without missing a beat, Blake replied. Anthea, you're my type. All I need is you. Blake hugs her as he said. His words struck her like an arrow to the heart. She replied, I feel the same way about you, your highness. Feeling the temperature of water, Anthea said to herself. Just the way I like it. She then went to where Blake was present and said, Your highness, he asked. Yes? What is it, Anthea? He added, sensing something on her mind. Anthea said, Starting today, I'll assist you in taking a bath. Blake's eyes widened in shock. What? He trembled, clearly embarrassed. Maybe later, he mumbled, trying to evade the topic. Anthea grabbed his shoulders and said, Your Highness? I've already drawn you a bath. She grabbed him with iron grip. He protested. No! What if you get infected with my curse? Anthea reassured him. That won't happen. But Blake wasn't convinced. No! You could be doomed to unhappiness. Rumor had it that anyone who saw or touched the cursed sigils would be cursed or visited by misfortune. That was why the cursed successor couldn't step outside and was exiled to the southern islands. Blake, like all the cursed ancestors before him, should have been stripped of his title and banished from the imperial palace as soon as the marks appeared. But Emperor Thenston loved his son too much to let that happen. Anthea tries to convince him. I am not unhappy at all. Please ignore such false rumors, Blake said. What if it's not a rumor? Anthea countered. But I've already seen your face and held your hand. And I'm fine. His voice cracked with shame. The whorls on my face and hands are small. Those on my body are huge, Anthea said softly, placing her hand over his. Prince Blake, he pulled away, clenching his fists. They're horrible. I'm a monster. Crouching in fear, he said, I know you'll hate me if you see them. His voice was filled with anguish. Blake dropped his head in defeat. Anthea said, Your Highness? Anthea thinks, so the rumors are just an excuse. He didn't want to show me the marks on his body, not because of the curse, but because of his own insecurities. I've already seen the whorls on his face and hands, so I thought he wouldn't mind me seeing them on his body. I was wrong, she said gently as she gets close. Your Highness, look at me. Blake hesitated but lifted his head. Sitting in front of him, Anthea said, I've already told you before, you are not a monster. You are not monstrous. She reached out, caressing his face tenderly. She said, And touching you will not bring me unhappiness, she added. Ever since I married you, I've been happy. Every single day, he asked. You're happy? Her heart swelling with affection. She said, Yes. I'm happy that you are my husband. Then they hugged each other. Hugging her, Blake said, I'm also very happy because I married you. Then Anthea said, But then, don't ever say you're a monster, all right? He replied, All right. She then again asked, Shall we take a bath now? Blake gets startled again. He shakes his head in denial. Anthea asked, Why not? I just told you. I don't mind the marks on your body. He mumbles. I'm ashamed to show myself, Anthea teasingly said. You're embarrassed? While blushing, Blake said, Don't make fun of me. She continued, I'm not making fun of you. I just think you're cute. Blake protested. See? You're making fun of me again. Anthea asked, If you're this shy, how did you endure the maid waiting on you while taking a bath? He answered, I had no problem before, because it wasn't you. Anthea asked, Are you discriminating against me, Prince Blake? Opposing her, Blake said, And no, of course not. Anthea squeezes his hand and said, If that's true, step into the bathtub. Blake nods his head, resolving himself. Before undressing, he pauses and hesitatingly said, You'd better promise that you won't take fright. Anthea said, You promise not to say anything like that anymore. Blake countered, Don't forget, you promised not to hate me after seeing my body. Anthea said, If you talk this way again, I'm really going to be mad. I mean it this time. While concerned, Blake again said, Promise not to leave me. Anthea thinks, I must leave Blake before he turns 18 years old. Only the novel's heroine, Diana, can free him from his curse. My role in this story is to protect him throughout his childhood and back away when the time is right. Blake asked, Why won't you answer me? As tears dropped from his face, he asked, Anthea, are you planning to leave me? Anthea clenches his fist and said, No, of course not. She thinks inwardly. I'm sorry I have to lie. She then said, Where would I go without my little bunny rabbit husband? But this is a white lie. He asked, You promise? Wiping tears from his face, Anthea said, I promise. This is my home now. Let's go take a bath. We don't want the water to get cold, do we? Blake replied. All right. After that, Blake hesitates, but still took of his shirt. Meanwhile, sitting in his room, Richard thinks, All the spies that we planted in the Crown Prince's household have been sent off. Anthea fired all the chief courtiers and servants. My father, the Duke of Carseal, and my half-brother Frank were furious that their plans had been foiled by a mere 10-year-old girl. The maid who had assisted Blake in taking his bath had been a key informant. It was such a shame that she had been let go. However, I still have a useful card up my sleeve. Taking a sip of tea, he thinks, the Crown Princess, Anthea. Anthea used to adore me, and the naive simpleton didn't even bother to hide her feelings. It was so easy to tempt a little child who was lonely and in despair. If I could use the crown princess as my puppet, she would be more effective than 10 other spies combined. That's why I'd gone to the wing of the palace where the crown prince resides. He recalled the scene in his mind. Anthea said, "I've had enough of your rudeness. How dare you show such disrespect to the crown princess? This is a grave discourtesy and slight to the imperial throne." He processes, but things didn't go according to plan. The crown prince has changed too. Not only did he use his strength on me, but something about him is fundamentally different. Anthea's presence must have had an effect on that monster. All of a sudden, Anthea seems very desirable. I want her. Looking at the marks on Blake's body, Anthea said to herself, I must not show an ounce of surprise or dread. Anthea looks at him for a moment, then grabs his hand and asked, "Why are you so skinny? Now, let's get in the water." "I don't want you to catch a cold," Blake replied. "Okay." While rinsing his body, Anthea thinks the cursed whirls cover half of his tiny frame. He's only 8 years old. She remembered, according to the novel, Blake suffers excruciating pain in the deep layers of his flesh as the marks spread. "Poor little thing, how you must have suffered." Anthea touched the marks with her hand and Blake said, "Don't touch me. What if you get infected?" Anthea replied, "I won't. And if you say that one more time, I'm really going to get angry," Blake replied with a sad expression. "All right." While rinsing him off, Anthea sings a melody. "My little hubby's chubby tummy." Blake heard it and quickly said, "I don't have a chubby tummy." Anthea thought after his reaction. "It's just a song." She said, "You do too." While panicking, Blake said, "Oops. It's sticking out just a teeny bit because I just ate." Anthea said, "See, it is sticking out a little." Blake pouted and said, "Then I'm not going to have dinner anymore." Peeved, Anthea then said, "Then you won't grow, and I'll always be taller than you?" he asked. "Oh no! Then what should I do?" He sat there in sorrow. Anthea giggles and said, "I was just kidding. You don't have a chubby tummy, so eat lots of food, okay?" Anthea pats his head. She added, "Then you can grow tall and handsome." Blake's face glowed up and he said, "Okay, I'll eat lots of food so I can grow big and strong," she said. "Please do," Blake then said while determined. "Yup, soon I'm going to be bigger and stronger than you." After some time, looking at a box with a letter and roses, Anthea thought, "What's this? A present from Richard? And a letter of apology?" Anthea read the letter. It was as, "I am so sorry about what happened yesterday. Please accept this as a token of my regret, blah blah blah." Anthea thinks in her mind, "What's this guy up to? Something smells fishy. Does he think I can be useful to him? Is he trying to seduce me into becoming one of his spies?" Anthea was processing. "I thought I made myself very clear that day. I guess he's still delusional." Then Anthea called, "Melissa, could you please send these back?" "No, return the letter also. That way, he won't be confused about my intentions," Melissa complied. "As you wish, Your Highness. I understand." Then Anthea thinks, I hope he gives up his nasty plans." After some time, Richard sent flowers and gifts again and again, but Anthea sent them all back. Again someday, Butler Hans said, "Good morning, Your Highness." "Sir Richard," Anthea cut him off and said, "Hans, I told you there's no need even to tell me. Just send them back," Hans said. "I was going to do that, ma'am. But this time, he has sent a priceless treasure," Anthea asked. "A treasure?" Hans replied. "Yes, Your Highness. It's a ring set with mermaid's breath." Anthea felt rage and said, "Crazy bastard. Mermaid's breath is a mana stone that contains the power of the sea. There are only a few in existence in the entire world. In Lady and the Beast, Richard gave Diana that mermaid's breath ring. Anthea wonders, why did he give me this? This should go to Diana. He's lost his mind in his desire to recruit me as his spy." She remembered in the novel, it is described as one of the most beautiful jewels in the entire world. "I'm rather curious, but I won't take a look. Who knows what Richard is up to? I refuse to fall into his trap." Anthea said to Hans, "I don't want to see it. You can tell him that I wouldn't even accept a mine full of mana stones from him," she said with a determined resolve, so he should stop wasting his time and mine. After a few days, Anthea went outside the palace with Melissa and Sir Edmund. Excited by this outing, Anthea said, "Melissa! Edmund! Come quick! It must be over there!" Melissa said, "Your Highness, could you please slow down a little?" But Anthea was excited to leave the palace grounds for the very first time. Anthea dashed towards the blacksmith's. Standing in front of the blacksmith's shop, Anthea's heart raced. The blacksmith's, at last! Inside the shop she pulled out a design. This is the cauldron that I want custom made. Do you think you can do it? Blacksmith thinks for a moment, looking at the design, and then said, I shall give it a try, your highness, he reassured. There's nothing I can't make with my forge, the blacksmith boasted confidently. Anthea said, Thank you, he replied. It's my pleasure, ma'am. While on the way back, Melissa inquired, Your highness, is there any other place you'd like to go to? Anthea refused, she said. No, let's return to the palace now. She thinks in her mind, Blake is probably wondering where I am, and waiting for my return. Anthea rushed back to the palace, practically hopping with excitement. Blake was there waiting for her, beaming as he saw her approach. He called Anthea and quickly rushed to her and hugs her. He asked while smiling, Did you have a nice time in the town area? Anthea replied, Yes, thank you. I had a nice day. Blake asked, concerned. Was there anyone or anything bothering you today? Anthea reassured him, gently stroking his hair. Not at all. Did you worry about me? Blake said. Yes. It was getting late, and you weren't coming home, she said to herself. I'm glad I returned to the palace straight away. And he then puts his hand on Blake's face and said, Now why don't we take off your mask? She pulled it off and said, I'm sure you will feel much more comfortable. Blake hesitated and said, Anthea, you always want me to take off my clothes. Now you want me to take off my mask too? Anthea thought. Wow, now you're talking like a hero of a trashy novel. People might get the wrong idea, she said with a grin, while caressing him. Why not? It always makes me happy to see the handsome face of my husband, Blake said, blushing. It always makes me happy to see you too, Anthea, she asked hopefully. Then will you take off your mask when it's just the two of us? He replied. Sure. Anthea noticed how touchy-feely Blake was acting. She asked, Prince Blake, did something happen while I was away? No, nothing, Blake replied quickly. Anthea asked again, Are you sure? Blake hesitated, then finally admitted, Well, to be honest, I was a little afraid that you had run away from me. But now that I know you won't abandon me like that, I'm fine. Anthea noticed his hands were shaking. She said, Do not worry, dear husband. I am not going anywhere. Really? Blake asked, thrilled. She said, Yes, really. But if, by any chance, you fall in love with someone else, I shall not be in your way. Blake asked, confused. Why do you say that? Anthea explained. Our marriage was arranged by the Emperor, your father. It was not done with your approval or consent. Later on, when you are all grown up, you may discover that you love someone else, Blake declared firmly. No, Anthea. I will always love you and only you, Anthea said to him. Your Highness, when you become an adult and are released from your curse, you will become the most dashing prince. Beautiful women from all over the world will fall in love with you, Blake said earnestly. You are the most beautiful woman in the world, Anthea said. Maybe for now, but you may change your mind once you are older. You are still young, so, Blake said with serious expressions. Madam, you are my one and only wife, and I, Prince Blake, am your one and only husband. I don't need any other woman, Blake asked while tensed. By any chance, do you feel the need for another man? She exclaimed. No, of course not. All I ever want or need is you, your Highness. Anthea thought, Diana is the only person in the world who can free Blake from his curse. White lies are all very nice, but I really should not cross the line. Then Blake hugs her, and while embraced he said, I know I'm being selfish, but could you please stay by my side, just until my death? It won't be too long. Anthea felt touched and tears start falling from her face. She said while trying to stop her tears, You will not die! I won't let it happen! To hell with curses! Blake was flustered, he said. Please don't cry, Anthea. I'm so sorry. Forget what I just said, Anthea said. Don't. Your shirt is getting soiled. Blake was gently wiping her tears away. He said, It's all right. Suddenly, the door creaked open. A butler came and said, Your Highnesses, His Imperial Majesty has returned to the palace. Anthea thought, finally, Blake's father, the most powerful emperor in all of history, Emperor Thenston, has returned to the palace. The story picks up with the grand arrival of Emperor Thenston, the most powerful ruler in history. His return to the palace is nothing short of commanding, marking an important moment for the empire. Anthea stands protectively by Blake's side, the two holding hands as another figure enters. The tension rises, signaling that something significant is about to happen. Blake anxiously asks if the Emperor has returned safely. The response? Emperor Thenston is not only unharmed but also victorious, having defeated the dreaded Door of Darkness without a scratch. Anthea and Blake exchange a glance, knowing this is just the beginning of what's to come. Blake reassures himself with quiet confidence, saying, "I'm sure he did. My father is a strong man." But as his words fade, a heavy silence lingers in the room. Anthea notices that the Emperor has not yet called for Blake, his son, leaving her concerned. Suddenly, the servant informs Princess Diana that someone from the blacksmith's shop has come to see her. Surprised, Diana simply responds, "I see." Anthea politely asks Blake for permission to leave, saying she'll be right back. Blake smiles and responds warmly, "Sure. Take your time, Anthea." As Anthea walks alongside the servant, he hesitates before revealing the truth. "Your Highness, actually, it's not the blacksmith that wants to see you," he admits. Anthea's eyes widen as she asks, "Did His Imperial Majesty summon me?" The servant confirms, "Yes, Your Highness," then curiously asks how she knew. Anthea pauses before replying. "Well," Anthea thinks to herself, "I had a feeling the Emperor would want to see me." She thinks that Hans fabricated the story to prevent Blake from feeling hurt by his father's indifference. Anthea reflects, acknowledging, "Hans is very thoughtful." The servant hesitantly suggests, "He's probably displeased about your letting go of the staff." Anthea, however, confidently thinks, "I'm pretty sure he's not angry about that, although he may pretend to be." As she continues walking, Hans advises Anthea, "If he says anything regarding that, just apologize profusely. I'll tell His Majesty that I counseled your actions, and he will forgive you." Anthea reflects on his words, realizing Hans is willing to risk his life as a commoner to protect her. She recalls how, even in Lady and the Beast, Hans was ready to sacrifice everything for Prince Blake. "Hans," Anthea calls softly as they walk. "Yes, my princess," he replies, his voice steady and attentive. "Please don't sacrifice your life so easily," Anthea says earnestly. "If you're not around, who will protect the crown prince?" Hans looks concerned and tries to protest. "But Your Highness," Anthea reassures him with a bright smile, "there's no need to worry. I'm confident I can sort things out." Hans gazes at her in awe, softly uttering, "Princess Anthea." Hans smiles brightly and declares with unwavering loyalty, "I shall always be at your service." The tale shifts to the Empire of Light, a place once favored by the goddess of light. However, after Emperor Philip betrayed her, his descendants were cursed to bear the weight of his actions for all eternity. The palace worked tirelessly to conceal the curse, a dark secret tied to the throne. Despite this, the goddess of light cherished the empire and sought to protect its people from the tyranny of their rulers. To deliver her warning, she cursed one descendant in each generation, ensuring her message would not be forgotten. The imperial court, desperate to protect its honor, spread false rumors about the cursed successor. He became the scapegoat for the empire, with whispers of the curse being contagious. Ultimately, the cursed successor was banished to the southern islands, where he lived out his days in exile until his death. However, Emperor Thenston chose not to exile Blake. Instead, he sent him to an annex of the palace, deeming it unnecessary to formally dethrone him. The prince was believed to be doomed to an early death anyway. The greatest courtesy the emperor showed his son, for whom he had no affection, was neglect. Or so it seemed. Emperor Thenston's indifference was merely an act, carefully crafted to protect his only son from the dangers that surrounded them. Anthea reflects on the bond between father and son, acknowledging, "The emperor loves his son dearly, and Blake yearns deeply for his father's affection." Determined, she thinks to herself, "I must win His Majesty's favor and serve as a bridge between father and son." Anthea, filled with determination, steadies herself and thinks, "I know I can do it." The attendant announces with a bow, "Your Imperial Majesty, the Crown Princess Anthea has come to pay her respects." The soft sound of her step echoes. Anthea steps forward, her figure poised and graceful. The sound of her shoes tapping the ground resonates through the air as she bows her head respectfully before the grand palace. Anthea steps into the grand hall, her voice steady and respectful. "Good morning to Your Majesty, the light of our empire," she says, her words ringing with sincerity. The emperor sits regally upon his throne, his presence commanding and unmoving, as the sound of her greeting echoes softly in the room. Anthea stands frozen, her emerald eyes wide as she stares at the emperor. Silence fills the air as her thoughts race. Oh, my God. The Emperor, surrounded by an aura of regality and roses, meets her gaze with a calm yet piercing expression. Anthea's inner thoughts swirl in disbelief. Why isn't he the main character of this tale? Just look at this gorgeous hunk. From any angle, he is the perfect debonair hero of romance. The Emperor, seated atop the grand staircase with a commanding presence, speaks. Long time no see, Princess. I heard you sent Lord Chamberlain Brown to the dungeon. Please explain yourself. Anthea gulps, realizing the gravity of the situation, even as her thoughts remain distracted. Anthea straightens her back, addressing the Emperor confidently. She explained, the Lord Chamberlain was embezzling palace funds. All I did was give him the punishment he richly deserves. Gasps echo through the hall as murmurs rise. Embezzlement? A nobleman near the staircase flares up, his face red with indignation. My son has always been loyal and dutiful to the Empire. How dare you try to frame him with your blatant lies? His voice rises into a howl, drawing unwanted attention. This is mortifying. Anthea remains composed, holding her ground despite the nobleman's outburst. Mortifying? She echoes, her voice calm but resolute. How could anyone be mortified when the evidence is so obviously clear? She gestures to the meticulously detailed ledger in her hand titled, Acts of Treason by the Lord Chamberlain. Turning to the Emperor, she steps forward confidently. Your Majesty, please allow me to present this ledger for your examination, she declares, holding out the incriminating document for the court to witness. As the Emperor flips through the ledger, his expression remains unreadable. The tension in the room is palpable, and all eyes are on him. Finally, he speaks, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. Your son has been very busy, stealing from my coffers, the Emperor declares coldly. Gasps ripple through the gathered court as the nobleman's face pales. His previous confidence crumbles, replaced by visible shock and panic. The Emperor's words are decisive, and the evidence undeniable, leaving no room for the accused to retaliate. The nobleman, Marquis Hamel, erupts in anger, his voice trembling as he accuses the princess of orchestrating a conspiracy. This is a malicious conspiracy. My son has been the Empire's most loyal subject. But Princess Anthea's composure remains unshaken. She steps forward and delivers her rebuttal with sharp precision. Your son ordered the imperial chef to serve days-old thin spinach soup to the crown prince while reserving the choicest veal steaks for himself, Your Majesty. Marquis Hamel, she continues, her voice steady and firm. Is this your idea of loyalty to the Empire? The crowd murmurs, watching the dramatic confrontation unfold, as Hamel's indignation begins to falter under the weight of undeniable truth. Princess Anthea does not let Marquis Hamel's earlier outburst shake her resolve. She raises her voice, the determination clear in her words. Taking funds from the imperial treasury and squandering them at gambling tables, is that your idea of loyalty? She questions sharply, her emerald eyes blazing with conviction. Marquis Hamel's face twists in rage and disbelief, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. He slams his fist down in defiance, the sound echoing through the hall as he growls. What the? Be careful what you say. Emperor Thenston's voice cuts through the tense atmosphere, commanding and laced with authority. Marquis Hamel, he says slowly, his crimson eyes gleaming under the royal light. The room falls into a heavy silence as all attention shifts to the Emperor, seated regally on his throne. Do you have a death wish? The chilling question reverberates, each word sharp and deliberate. His expression, though composed, carries an unmistakable warning. The Marquis freezes, his earlier bravado draining away as fear takes its place. The weight of his misdeeds and the Emperor's wrath loom over him, leaving the room in an almost suffocating silence. The Marquis stammers in panic, his composure completely unraveling. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon, he pleads, his voice trembling as cold sweat beads on his forehead. Emperor Thenston's gaze sharpens. His voice is calm, but it carries the weight of undeniable authority. Be careful about how you speak, he warns, each word slow and deliberate, leaving no room for misinterpretation. The Emperor's unexpected declaration fills the grand hall with a deafening silence. His voice, deep and authoritative, echoes across the chamber as he addresses Princess Anthea with words no one could have anticipated. To my daughter-in-law, Marquis Hamel stammers, blaming Anthea for insulting his family. Emperor Thenston, unyielding, draws his sword and declares, You just raise your fist in the presence of the imperial family. Hamel trembles, realizing the grave mistake he's made, silenced by the Emperor's authority. The Emperor's voice turns icy as he glares at Marquis Hamel. What were you going to do? Lay your hands on the Crown Princess, he demands, his crimson eyes glowing with anger. Hamel stutters in panic. Never. The Emperor cuts him off sharply. Now you dare to lie to your king? His words thunder through the hall, silencing everyone present. The Emperor's sword snaps to attention, grazing Marquis Hamel and leaving him shivering in fear. Anthea, startled but steady, watches the scene unfold as her presence commands silent authority. Colin approaches Anthea and advises softly, Your Highness, perhaps you should return to your quarters. Anthea gets startled and agreed. Yes, I believe that would be a good idea. Anthea notices the noble bowing respectfully as she reflects. His name was Colin, wasn't it? I think I can trust him. She begins rummaging through her belongings, her actions deliberate as she considers her next move. Anthea holds out a sparkling animated crystal and says, Please take this. Colin, curious, asks, What is this, Your Highness? Anthea explains, her tone steady and confident. This is an animated crystal. It recorded Brown Hamel insulting the Crown Prince and myself. Colin looks at the crystal and asks, You had this prepared? Anthea responds firmly, I wouldn't have accused the Marquis without any evidence. Colin nodding slightly. Of course. Colin bows respectfully and states, I shall send this to His Majesty. Marquis Hamel faced severe consequences for his actions. His hand was severed as punishment for attempting to strike the Crown Princess. His son's tongue was cut off for insulting the Crown Princess and embezzling from the imperial treasury. Both were sentenced to 30 years of hard labor, their family stripped of its title. The once prestigious Marquis family was utterly destroyed in a single day. No one dared to defend the Hamels. The Marquis had brazenly attempted to strike the Crown Princess in front of the Emperor, and his son treated her with blatant scorn and disrespect. Even though she was the bride of the monster, Crown Prince, their actions had crossed a line. Not a single person stepped forward to take the Hamels' side. Anthea reflects as she sits, noting that the Emperor's official duties for the day must be over. Yet, he has not summoned her or Blake. She wonders anxiously if this silence signifies his intention to continue neglecting Blake for the rest of his life. Anthea reflects that Emperor Thenston might have used the Hamel family's downfall as an excuse to eliminate them, a plan she inadvertently supported. She hoped her role would earn her a private audience with him, but his continued silence frustrates her. Determined, Anthea resolves not to let things remain as they are. Anthea decides to take matters into her own hands, resolving to meet Emperor Thenston herself. She instructs Melissa to prepare a carriage, intending to go to Filion Castle. However, Melissa hesitantly advises her to formally request an audience with the Emperor first, expressing concern over her direct approach. Anthea decides against making a formal request, reasoning that an unannounced visit might yield better results. Smiling confidently, she asks Melissa to prepare the carriage. Melissa complies, and Anthea steps into the elegant carriage, ready to confront the Emperor directly. As Anthea prepares to leave, she feels a gentle tug on her cloak. Turning, she sees Blake standing there, his hand clutching her cape, his expression filled with concern. Prince Blake, she whispers, her heart moved by his silent plea. The delicate moment is surrounded by an aura of blooming flowers, emphasizing the deep bond between them. Blake looks up at Anthea with his fiery red eyes, a mix of curiosity and concern in his voice. Anthea, where are you going? He asks. Anthea, wearing a gentle smile, replies, I want to visit the village square. But Blake, unconvinced, furrows his brow and counters. Don't lie. You're going to see my father, aren't you? His sharp intuition leaves her momentarily speechless. Anthea reassures Blake with a soft smile. I'll be right back. But Blake, with determination in his voice, insists. Let's go together. His red eyes filled with sincerity, he adds. I will protect you. So if you're going to see the Emperor, let me come with you. His words leave Anthea both touched and slightly taken aback. Anthea contemplates for a moment before nodding gently. Very well. Let's go together then. Blake's face brightens with a wide smile, his enthusiasm shining through as he exclaims, Good! The bond between them seems to strengthen with this simple yet significant agreement. Anthea and Blake hold hands tightly as they step into the carriage. Anthea's thoughts turn inward, reflecting on the complex bond between the Emperor and his son. I know the Emperor loves his son, she thinks, her gaze softening as she glances at Blake. As the ruler of the Empire, he cannot summon the Cursed One openly. But I believe if Blake approaches him first, the Emperor will not turn him away. The carriage begins to move, the road ahead promising a new chapter in their journey. As the grand castle looms ahead, Anthea and Blake arrive with determination. Anthea thinks to herself, his meeting with the royal counselors must be over by now. We should go directly to his private chambers. The sound of their steps echoes through the regal hallway, building anticipation. Reaching the grand doors, guarded by stoic sentries, they pause, ready to face the emperor once again. As the guards move to secure the imperial office, one sternly states, "You may not enter the imperial office unless you have made a formal request for an audience beforehand." Their strict demeanor halts Anthea and Blake, the air filled with tension as the guards maintain their authoritative stance. Anthea steps forward, her emerald eyes blazing with determination, as she declares, "How dare you attempt to lay your hands on the crown princess?" Her words echo with unwavering authority, commanding respect and putting everyone on notice. Anthea smiles confidently, turning to Blake. "Prince Blake, let's go in," she says, her hand reaching out to clasp his firmly. Blake, reassured by her strength, nods as they step forward together, ready to face what lies ahead. Anthea and Blake push open the grand doors, stepping inside. Anthea freezes mid-step, her emerald eyes widening in shock. Beside her, Blake's expression mirrors her surprise. Before them stands Emperor Thenston, casually drying his hair with a towel, his royal composure undiminished despite his relaxed state. The scene is framed with elegance, as if even this unguarded moment exuded regal perfection. Anthea's thoughts spin wildly as she processes the sight, the sheer unexpectedness leaving her speechless. Emperor Thenston, radiating an almost ethereal glow, turns his gaze toward Anthea and Blake, his tone composed yet curious. "What brings you two here?" he asks, his deep voice filling the room. Anthea, startled and blushing furiously, struggles to find her words. Meanwhile, Blake, ever composed in his father's presence, steps forward, ready to answer, though clearly taken aback by the Emperor's casual demeanor. Anthea's thoughts race as she tries to recover her composure, her cheeks burning a bright crimson. Why is he so perfect? She wonders, her heart pounding. The Emperor's chiseled form reminds her of the romance novels she used to read, throwing her completely off guard. Meanwhile, Emperor Thenston's piercing gaze settles on her as he reiterates, "I asked what you're doing here." His tone is calm yet firm, breaking through Anthea's flustered internal dialogue. Anthea shakes herself mentally, determined to regain focus. "Pull yourself together, Anthea," she scolds herself. "You need to win the Emperor's trust and serve as a bridge between father and son. A sincere compliment might be the best way to start." She takes a deep breath, searching for the right words. "Come on, think of something flattering to say," she urges herself, hoping to impress Emperor Thenston and salvage the situation. Anthea blurts out, "Your Majesty, what sexy abs you have!" Her words hang in the air as silence descends upon the room. A moment later, she realizes her mistake, her thoughts spiraling into panic. "Oh, my God, Anthea, are you out of your mind?" Her face burns with embarrassment as she struggles to backpedal. "Oh, Your Majesty, I didn't mean that," she stammers, horrified by her impulsive outburst. Anthea is overwhelmed by her blunder, thinking, "I'm doomed. Forget about winning his favor. I just hope he won't kick me out of the castle." Desperate, she curtsies deeply and tries to recover. "Your Majesty, please accept my deepest apologies," she pleads. "It's just that I've never seen a man's body before." Blake's eyes widen in shock, his face turning beet red as he exclaims, "WHA?" The situation spirals into even more chaos. Anthea and Blake are utterly mortified, with Anthea thinking, "I'm double doomed." The Emperor calmly slips on his robe, his expression unreadable. He remarks, "Perhaps now is not a good time for a conversation," as he turns away, leaving Anthea flustered and desperate to fix the situation. Anthea watches nervously as the Emperor tightens his belt with deliberate precision. Her thoughts spiral in panic. Look at him tie his belt, ever so securely. Will I end up joining the Lord Chamberlain? Meanwhile, Blake stands behind her, equally tense and unsure of what to do next. The atmosphere remains heavy with awkwardness. The Emperor takes a glance at his son, and then turns his gaze. He then said, "I shall summon you soon." His words hang heavily in the air, leaving Anthea and Blake unsure of what to expect next. Blake was standing there unable to say anything. Blake and Anthea bow respectfully to the Emperor. Anthea responds with poise, "Yes, Your Majesty. Have a good day, sir." The pair then turn and leave the room, with Blake adding softly to Anthea, "We shall return to our quarters." Anthea and Blake walk silently through the grand halls of the palace. The golden sunlight filters through the windows, casting a warm glow on the polished floors and ornate decorations. Anthea glances at Blake, her expression thoughtful, while Blake maintains his composure, his eyes fixed ahead, lost in deep contemplation. The vastness of the palace and the weight of their roles seem to envelop them as they head back to their quarters. Anthea walks alongside Blake, her mind heavy with concern. She thinks about how Blake's father failed to acknowledge him despite their long separation, understanding how much it must hurt him. Noticing Blake's somber demeanor, she softly addresses him, trying to provide comfort. "Your Highness, you must be tired," she says gently, her voice filled with empathy, hoping to lighten his burden. Blake agrees, his voice steady but tired. "Yes. I'd like to get some rest," he says, gently releasing Anthea's hand. He notices Edmund nearby and approaches him. "Edmund, can I talk to you for a moment?" Blake asks, his tone serious yet polite. Edmund bows slightly, acknowledging the prince's request. "Of course, Your Highness," he replies, his expression attentive as he prepares to listen. Blake quietly retreats to his quarters, his hand lingering briefly on the door before it closes. Anthea watches him go, concern evident in her eyes. Edmund, sensing her worry, speaks in a reassuring tone. "Do not worry, Princess. I'll take care of His Highness." Anthea nods softly, her lips curving into a faint smile. "Thank you," she replies, her voice filled with genuine gratitude. Blake steps into the room with Edmund following closely behind. The atmosphere is heavy yet calm as Edmund speaks. "You wanted to see me, sir?" Blake turns, his crimson eyes meeting Edmund's gaze with a determined expression. His voice is steady as he commands, "Edmund, take off your shirt." Edmund, taken aback for a moment, blinks in surprise, unsure of Blake's intent but nods respectfully, prepared to comply with the prince's unexpected request. Edmund hesitates briefly, confused by the unusual request but responds with a respectful, "Yes, sir." While his face flushes slightly, he begins removing his uniform, neatly placing his coat aside. Blake's crimson eyes widen slightly as Edmund reveals a well-toned physique. A faint blush creeps onto Blake's cheeks, and a look of surprise flashes across his face, betraying his usual stoic demeanor. Blake, now visibly excited, earnestly asks Edmund, "What do I have to do to make my body look like yours?" His tone is serious, and his expression reveals genuine curiosity, though his small stature contrasts amusingly with his ambition. Edmund, trying to maintain his composure, responds, "Your Highness, would you like to develop your abdominal muscles?" His voice carries a mix of politeness and slight bewilderment at the unexpected conversation. He remembered the scene where Anthea blurted out, "Your Majesty, please accept my deepest apologies. It's just that I've never seen a man's body before." Blake hears her words, and his eye twitches slightly. What a wake-up call, he thinks to himself. She's never seen a man's body before? Am I not a man to her? His inner frustration is palpable, yet his expression remains stoic, save for the faint grumble that escapes under his breath. Blake, with an uncharacteristic pout, admits, "You see, all I have is a chubby tummy." His sincerity is both endearing and humorous as he gestures to himself. Edmund, now hastily getting dressed again after their earlier interaction, looks startled and exclaims, "A chubby tummy? What nonsense!" His firm tone carries a note of reassurance. Blake's eyes widen, sparkling with hope and excitement. "Really? Do you really think so?" His expression transforms into pure joy, a rare moment of unguarded happiness for the young prince. His innocent delight radiates, creating a warm and slightly comedic atmosphere. Edmund attempts to lighten the mood, pointing at Blake with a reassuring smile. "You don't have a chubby tummy. That's just cute baby fat." Blake, however, remains unimpressed, his expression showing no trace of comfort. Sadly, Edmund's words did not give Blake even the tiniest bit of consolation. The scene transitions to a quieter moment in a grand study. Amid stacks of books and papers, Emperor reads thoughtfully. "Anthea." A contemplative expression reveals deep thoughts lingering about the princess. The prince, wrapped in a towel after his bath, looks away shyly as Anthea tries to catch his attention. She says, "Oh, Your Highness," while he avoids eye contact, prompting her to ask, "Why won't you look me in the eye?" Anthea notices the prince covering his stomach with his arms during the bath. She thinks to herself, "During his bath, he kept hiding his stomach with his arms. I wonder why." Anthea cheerfully announces. The cauldron I ordered is arriving tomorrow. With it, I can cook lots of yummy things for you. However, the prince refuses, saying, No, I'm not going to eat anything. Determined, he declares. From now on, I'm going to train myself so I can look like a man, too. Surprised, Anthea reacts. Huh! She then thinks, My goodness! All this time, has he been thinking about what I said to the emperor? Realizing her words, she apologizes, saying, I'm so sorry. Of course, my dear husband is a man too. It just slipped my mind. Frustrated, the prince exclaims, How could that slip your mind? The prince flops onto the bed, declaring, I'm going to build up my abs too, and I won't eat until my chubby tummy is gone. Anthea, worried, tries to stop him, saying, Wait, don't get on the bed yet. You're still wet, she adds kindly. And please don't say that. I like you just the way you are, Anthea softly assures him. Besides, I love your cute BA. Before being interrupted by the prince snapping, I don't have baby fat. Anthea, surprised, wonders to herself, Wait a sec, how did he know I was going to say baby fat? Smiling mischievously, she decides, This leaves me no choice. The best way to handle a peeved child is, Anthea gleefully announces, Here goes. Tickle attack! As she dives in, catching the prince completely off guard. Laughing uncontrollably, he shouts, Ha ha ha! Stop it! She continues despite his pleas, and he cries out again, Anthea, stop! Stop tickling me! Ha ha ha! Finally she stops, saying with a giggle, Okay. The princess gently pats the prince's back, expressing her affection. Your Highness, I like you so much. She embraces him warmly and continues, I want you to be healthy more than anything in the world, so please promise me that you'll eat. She reminds him of his earlier wish. Didn't you say you wanted to be taller than me? If so, you'll have to eat well. The setting sun casts a warm glow in the room, adding a sense of comfort to their exchange. The prince, with a bright smile, responds enthusiastically, All right then. I'll eat like a horse. His cheerful determination brings a smile to the princess's face, and she giggles softly, pleased with the outcome. It worked, she remarks to herself, satisfied with her success in encouraging him. The vibrant flowers surrounding them seem to reflect their light-hearted mood. As the warm sunlight streams through the elegant window, the princess reflects silently. It feels so good when he laughs, her thoughts accompanied by a soft glow, matching the tranquil beauty of the setting sun outside. In the dim light, a hand clad in dark gloves firmly tugs at a piece of clothing. A voice coldly utters a single word. Unhan. The atmosphere grows tense, shrouded in mystery and unease. The hooded figure removes their cloak, revealing a composed young man with sharp features and piercing violet eyes. Bowing slightly, he addresses the unseen monarch with deference, saying, Yes, your majesty. At your service, sire. The emperor inquires about the whereabouts of the crown prince and princess, asking, Did the crown prince and princess go back to their annex? The young man confirms, Yes, your majesty. After taking a bath, they both went to bed. The emperor reflects briefly, remarking, Since Anthea's arrival, the emperor observes Blake, noting, Blake has changed. He reflects on how Blake used to shrink away, as if wanting to disappear. He used to shrivel up into a ball before me, as if wanting to hide his existence. But now, the emperor sees a transformation. Now he stands tall, with his hand firmly holding on to his consort's. He notices Blake's once hollow eyes now gleaming brightly, filled with clarity and confidence. The emperor reviews Colin's report, noting, Colin's report is full of high praise for the princess. He finds this surprising, remarking, This is so unlike Colin, who is always calm to the point of being cold. Turning his attention to Unhan, the emperor inquires, Unhan, what was your impression of the crown princess? The emperor reflects, I've been away for a month, taking care of the door of darkness. How did she do so far? Has she seemed trustworthy? Unhan responds respectfully, Yes, your majesty. Her Highness is a good person. Following the emperor's orders, Unhan has been secretly guarding the crown prince over the past month. Emperor Thenston wanted to observe whether the courtiers would mistreat Blake in his absence. Additionally, as Thenston utilized the power of light during his campaign, Unhan was tasked with aiding the prince in case Blake's curse grew stronger. As time went on, Unhan began to drift from his original mission and found himself focusing on Princess Anthea. He observed her beauty, intelligence, and kindness, which made him wonder if his own life could change if someone like her were by his side. The emperor remarks with surprise, I didn't expect you to speak well of her as well. In response, Unhan looks at him and calmly asks, What is it that you fear, Your Majesty? The Emperor smiles and says, Actually, this is just perfect. Reflecting for a moment, his expression softens as he quietly adds, It's been so long since I've seen him laugh. A grand view of the castle is shown, followed by an excited exclamation of, Tada! The lid of a large black cauldron is revealed, and it is introduced as a Korean cauldron called gamasot. Blake, looking surprised, remarks, I've never seen anything like it. As everyone gathers around the cauldron, a comment is made. The princess has a deep understanding of Oriental culture. Another voice enthusiastically adds, Your Highness is a genius. This sentiment is echoed by others, with Blake agreeing. I agree. Anthea is a genius. Anthea, feeling both embarrassed and proud, giggles softly. Ah, please, stop flattering me, everyone. With a cheerful smile, she announces, I feel generous today. Why don't I cook dinner for all of you? She adds with excitement. I'll make you the best meal you've had in years. The group beams at her suggestion, delighted by her enthusiasm. One of the maids protests. Your Highness, no! We could never allow you to cook. Anthea interrupts with a reassuring smile. It's okay. You can all help me. Blake's eyes light up as he exclaims, Wow! Then can I help too? Anthea beams at him and replies enthusiastically, Of course! It would be an honor! Colin and his subordinates approach with respect, greeting the Crown Prince as the light of our empire. Anthea is also acknowledged with a warm blessing of our empire. Their formal demeanor sets a tone of reverence as they bow before the royal pair. Blake questions the situation as Colin addresses Anthea with a greeting, stating he carries the Emperor's greetings and a letter for the princess. Anthea, taken aback, expresses surprise at the unexpected gesture. Colin hands Anthea a letter bearing the imperial seal, which immediately catches her attention. She wonders if it relates to her behavior the previous day. Colin further informs her that the Emperor has also sent gifts, leaving Anthea astonished and curious. Colin formally presents the gifts sent by the Emperor to Anthea and Blake. As the colorful and beautifully wrapped packages are revealed, Anthea looks surprised, and Blake wonders if there might have been a mistake due to the extravagant display. The gifts continue to stack up, leaving both of them in awe and confusion. Colin assures Anthea that there is no mistake, emphasizing that all the gifts were personally sent by the Emperor for her. While flexing his confidence in delivering the Emperor's wishes, Anthea, overwhelmed, questions why she would receive such generosity. Her thoughts wander, hilariously considering if her compliment about the Emperor's abs played a role. Quickly dismissing the idea, she slaps her cheeks to regain composure, firmly deciding, There's no way. Anthea gracefully thanks Colin, assuring him that she will meet the Emperor at the appointed time. Afterward, as her hair is elegantly braided, her attendant announces, All done, Princess Anthea. She gazes into the mirror, looking radiant and poised, framed by a backdrop of blooming flowers, embodying her regal charm. As Anthea steps into view, her attendants are awestruck, exclaiming, Wow, so beautiful! Hans reminds her, Your Highness, it is time for you to go. Turning to Blake, she asks with a smile, Do I look okay? Blake, completely stunned by her elegance, blushes deeply, unable to find the words to respond. Blake exclaims, Absolutely! You look so pretty! His enthusiasm grows as he repeats, You're so pretty, Anthea! Anthea smiles warmly and responds, Thank you. I'll be right back. As she begins to leave, Blake encourages her, Okay, good luck! While watching her with admiration, the Emperor sits gracefully in a sunlit greenhouse, sipping tea from a beautifully ornate cup. The delicate aroma of flowers fills the air as sunlight streams through the glass, illuminating the tranquil surroundings. The Emperor, dressed in his regal attire, sits amidst a lush garden filled with blooming red roses. He gently sets down his teacup with a clink and gazes thoughtfully at the vibrant scenery, letting out a contemplative "Hm." The sunlight filters through the glass dome of the elegant greenhouse, illuminating the sparkling fountain and vibrant flowers surrounding a serene pond with floating lilies. The sound of footsteps echoes softly as Anthea enters, her delicate figure framed by the intricate architecture and radiant blooms. The soft click-clack of her heels signals her graceful approach through the enchanting space. Anthea gracefully approaches the Emperor, seated at an ornate table amidst the greenhouse's vibrant beauty. She performs a polite curtsy, her voice filled with warmth as she greets him. Good morning to your majesty, great light of our empire. The emperor gestures for Anthea to sit, his voice calm yet commanding. Have a seat, she responds respectfully. Yes, your majesty, and takes her place at the table. As he sips his tea, he compliments her attire. The dress becomes you. Anthea smiles warmly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for the beautiful gifts, your majesty. I particularly love the golden ball you sent. With a slight glimmer in his eye, the emperor inquires. Do you like gold? Anthea hesitates at the emperor's question about gold, thinking, why is he asking if I like gold? I just mentioned the golden ball. Hello, I'm still 10 years old, she answers with a polite smile. No, not exactly. I like it because Prince Blake and I can play with it together. The emperor's gaze sharpens slightly as he pauses, then asks pointedly, do you care about the crown prince? Without missing a beat, Anthea responds firmly. Well, of course. He is my husband. The emperor sips his tea and mutters. How could anyone like that child? Anthea, unfazed, replies confidently. May I answer your majesty with a question of my own? She smiles softly and continues. How could anyone not? The emperor looks distant as he confesses. Many people despise him, Anthea responds thoughtfully. Such people are probably misled by false rumors of the curse. Her voice softens as she adds, Your Majesty, I can tell that you love your son. Her words seem to stir something in the emperor, as he gazes at her intently. The emperor sets his teacup down, his tone firm. You are being presumptuous, he states, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. He is the successor of the curse. Anthea meets his gaze steadily, her voice unwavering. Before that, he is your son. Her words linger in the air, their weight undeniable. The emperor's expression softens just slightly, as he responds, You seem quite certain that I love that child. Why is that? Anthea smiles confidently, her voice light but firm. Well, if you hated your son, you wouldn't be sending his wife all these gifts, the emperor replied. The gifts are simply compensation for the way you handled the Marquis Hamel incident. His tone is measured, but his gaze lingers on her, thoughtful and slightly probing. Anthea chuckles softly, her bright demeanor unwavering. You also forgave me for my impertinence yesterday, she says with a playful glint in her eyes. The emperor raises a brow, his tone pointed but not unkind. So you are aware your behavior yesterday was inappropriate? Anthea tilts her head, a sheepish smile gracing her lips. I was so flustered yesterday that I can't quite recall everything. The emperor's lips curl into a subtle smirk. How impertinent! Anthea giggles, her laughter light and infectious, softening the atmosphere between them. The emperor gestures towards the ornate tea table adorned with an array of exquisite pastries and delicacies. Princess, let's have some tea, he invites with a calm yet commanding tone. Anthea's eyes widen at the delightful spread, sparkling with joy. Wow! Thank you, your majesty! She exclaims, her hands clasped in excitement as she takes a seat, her sweet smile radiating gratitude. Anthea carefully pokes at the dessert with her fork before taking a small bite. Her face lights up instantly. This is delicious! She exclaims with delight, her voice brimming with excitement. The emperor, observing her reaction, asks in a composed tone, Is it to your liking? His gaze remains steady, intrigued by her enthusiasm as she eagerly continues to enjoy the treat. As Anthea continues savoring the dessert, Anthea comments thoughtfully, Prince Blake would like this too. She delicately places her spoon back on the saucer. A flicker of warmth crosses his face. I'll have some sent over to the crown prince, he adds, his tone calm but sincere. Anthea's eyes light up at his words, and a delighted smile spreads across her face. Really? She beams, her joy evident as the thought of Blake enjoying the treat alongside her brings her happiness. Anthea's bright eyes meet the emperor's as she exclaims with heartfelt gratitude, Thank you, your majesty! The emperor offers a small, approving smile, his expression softening momentarily. The serene atmosphere of the garden envelopes them as they sit across from each other, surrounded by blooming flowers and bathed in sunlight. The gentle warmth of the moment reflects the subtle bond forming between them over their shared tea. The emperor sets his teacup down with a graceful motion and remarks, I hear you have a deep knowledge of Oriental culture. Anthea, caught off guard, blinks in surprise as a thought flits through her mind. He's done some research on me. Well, it would be even stranger if he'd had no interest in me whatsoever. A small smile accompanies her words as she continues, You flatter me, sir. I am quite curious about the cultures of other nations. The emperor, his expression as composed as ever, acknowledges her curiosity. I'm sure it wasn't easy for you to obtain information about the East, he comments, his voice carrying a hint of intrigue. Anthea's thoughts race as she considers her answer, realizing the Emperor's sharp intellect wouldn't easily accept a simplistic explanation. If I say I read books about the Orient in the Valencia Estate's library, most people would probably believe me. But the Emperor is too smart to fall for that. I mean, how much knowledge could a 10-year-old girl have about the Far East? A sly smile spreads across her face as she decides to share something unique. Rising from her seat with the light rustle of her dress, she steps down gracefully and looks at the Emperor. Well, I have a little secret that I'll divulge only to you, Your Majesty. The Emperor watches her with a mix of intrigue and amusement, curious about what the clever princess has up her sleeve. Anthea leans in close to the Emperor, her soft voice carrying a playful yet confident tone. Sir, I'm actually, she begins, letting the moment linger just enough to pique his curiosity. The Emperor raises an eyebrow, intrigued but maintaining his composure. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she whispers, Gifted in languages. Her words hang in the air, emphasized by her boldness. The Emperor's expression shifts slightly, his intrigue deepening as he processes her statement. Anthea steps back, a proud smile lighting up her face, her confidence shining through as she stands before him. The Emperor's gaze sharpens at Anthea's claim. Gifted in languages? He repeats, his tone carrying a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Yes, Your Majesty, Anthea replies brightly, her confidence unwavering. I can understand languages from all over the world. The Emperor studies her carefully, his expression unreadable. Is that so? He asks, his voice even, though his intrigue is evident. Anthea beams, her voice ringing with certainty. Yes, father, she affirms, her green eyes sparkling with a mix of pride and sincerity. The Emperor's sharp expression softens into mild astonishment. What did you just call me? He asks, his tone tinged with disbelief. Anthea turns to face him, her smile mischievous yet innocent. I married your son, she states matter-of-factly. So you're my father-in-law. Father for short. A giggle escapes her as her playful words hang in the air, leaving the Emperor momentarily speechless. The Emperor nods slightly, his voice measured and calm. Oh yes, of course, he says, his piercing gaze softening. I'm sure you have many difficulties due to your sudden betrothal. He straightens, his tone taking on an air of authority. Come to me if there is anything you need, he offers, the words carrying both a regal command and an unexpected gentleness. Anthea's face brightens, her emerald eyes shimmering with gratitude. Thank you, she responds sincerely, her smile as radiant as the sunlit garden surrounding them. It would be my pleasure, the Emperor adds, his composed demeanor unyielding, yet a subtle warmth lingers in his words. Anthea stands proudly as she presents the meal she has prepared. Tada! She exclaims with enthusiasm. Today's menu is doenjang jjigae. Her excitement radiates as she gestures to the table filled with deliciously crafted dishes. I also made mushroom egg rolls, she adds with a smile. The table is a feast for the eyes, adorned with vibrant flowers and appetizing food that gleams under the light. A note on the side clarifies. Asterisk doenjang jjigae, fermented bean paste soup, providing context for the unique dish. Blake and the others look on, their expressions a mix of surprise and awe. Wow! They exclaim in unison, their admiration for Anthea's effort shining brightly in their eyes. Anthea cheerfully invites everyone to the meal, her voice bright and welcoming. Please help yourselves, she says, gesturing to the spread of dishes before them. Blake takes a bite and his eyes light up. Anthea, everything is so yummy, he exclaims, his enthusiasm contagious. The others join in with their praise, one of them declaring with astonishment, Princess, you are a culinary genius! Anthea blushes at their compliments, her modesty shining through. Is it really that good? She asks, a shy smile on her lips. As they dig in, she gently reminds, Be careful. It's hot. Her voice full of care and concern. The atmosphere is filled with warmth, laughter, and the shared joy of a lovingly prepared meal. Anthea offers a small bowl with a warm smile. After you're done, try this scorched rice water. It has a nice nutty flavor, she explains, her tone brimming with excitement. Blake tilts his head curiously. Scorched rice water? He asks, his crimson eye widening in intrigue. Yes. Anthea nods enthusiastically. First, you toast rice until it's nice and crunchy. Then you boil that in water. Her explanation is simple yet carries the charm of her earnestness. Blake beams at her. Anthea, if you made it, I'm sure it will be delicious, he says with unshakable confidence, making her cheeks blush faintly. Meanwhile, Unhan silently observes the cheerful scene from the shadows. His expression is unreadable, but the faintest hint of a smile flickers across his lips before he looks away. Unhan clenches his hand into a fist, his violet eyes darting away as a faint blush dusts his cheeks. Not again, he mutters under his breath, his voice barely audible. His heart races uncontrollably as he grips his cloak tighter, as if to shield himself from the warmth blooming within him. I must control myself, he whispers with a determined look, yet the heat on his face betrays his struggle. Hidden in the shadows, he fights an internal battle, unwilling to let his emotions surface. Unhan, known as the Emperor's Shadow, was a figure cloaked in secrecy, his existence hidden from the world. As a child, he was wounded by an arrow and hunted through the forest, his life hanging by a thread. Just as despair consumed him, the Emperor appeared and saved him. From that moment, Unihan dedicated his life to the Emperor, becoming his loyal and silent shadow. His missions were always executed flawlessly, his presence a whisper in the dark. Beneath the moonlit sky, the castle stood as a quiet witness to the unwavering devotion of the shadow who never failed. Unhan finds himself in a quiet struggle. The aroma of the meal in front of him is both alluring and tormenting. He knows better than to indulge, yet his resolve falters as hunger gnaws at his core. The pot's design catches his attention. He recognizes it as a gamisot, its craftsmanship elegant and precise, designed to lock in flavor. His curiosity piqued, Unhan hesitates before leaning closer. He thinks to himself, meals like these are for those who live in the light. Not for me. But his hunger wins. Slowly, almost reverently, he moves to lift the lid. Steam billows out, carrying the rich, enticing scent of the dish within. His mouth waters as he gazes at the bubbling contents. It's just one taste, he convinces himself, almost defensively. Reaching forward, he gently slides the lid aside, his movements careful yet deliberate. His hand lingers over the pot as the steam envelopes his face, a moment of indulgence he never allows himself. Finally, surrendering to his craving, he reaches out and grips the pot. I'll just take this back with me. Just this once. Unhan gulps nervously, the weight of his impulsive decision to take the gamisot suddenly bearing down on him. The sound of a rustle nearby snaps him out of his thoughts, and he freezes, his breath caught in his throat. Startled, his eyes widen as he swiftly turns, scanning the surroundings. Did someone see me? The thought sends a shudder down his spine. He grips the pot tighter, his mind racing. I'm in huge trouble. I have to hide. Anthea steps outside, her gaze landing on the gamisot. She notices something unusual. The gamisot lid is open? She wonders aloud, tilting her head in confusion. Curiosity piqued, she steps closer, her vibrant green eyes narrowing as she inspects the scene. How strange, she mutters, examining the pot more closely. Then, a sudden realization flashes across her face as something catches her eye. Ah! She exclaims, spotting a sleek black cat with piercing purple eyes sitting nearby. A cat? She whispers in surprise, her expression softening into a delighted smile. You are so cute! She coos, leaning down to gently pick up the mysterious feline. As she lifts the cat, she chuckles playfully, holding it close. Little kitty, by any chance, did you lift the gamisot lid? She teases, her tone warm and light-hearted. The cat responds with a small wriggle in her grasp, adding an air of mystery to the already peculiar moment. The little black cat lets out a heart-melting meow, its big purple eyes glistening with tears that seem ready to fall. Anthea gasps softly, taken aback by the adorable sight. Oh dear! You must be hungry! She exclaims with genuine concern, her voice warm and kind. I'll get you some milk, she offers as she gently strokes its fur. The cat stares intently, tilting its head slightly as if understanding her words. Anthea pauses, a playful thought crossing her mind. Huh! Would you rather have scorched rice water? She asks, her tone teasing but thoughtful. I wonder if cats can eat that, she murmurs, tapping her chin. She ponders for a moment, then chuckles, deciding, maybe I'll feed her just a little bit. The cat's enthusiastic. Yes, yes. Meows and soft purring seem to confirm her choice. Cuddling the tiny creature close, Anthea giggles, her radiant smile filled with affection. Kitty's so cute, she gushes, utterly charmed by her unexpected companion. The peaceful moment glows with her warmth, leaving an impression of pure joy and tenderness. Anthea places a small dish of milk on the ground, her cheerful voice calling out, "Kitty, here you go!" The little black cat eagerly approaches, its tiny tongue lapping up the milk with soft lap lap sounds. Watching the cat drink, Anthea's expression softens with concern. "You must have been really hungry. Did someone forget to feed you?" she wonders aloud. She sits down near the feline, her hands resting on her lap as she observes the cat with a mix of empathy and affection. The cat continues to slurp away at the milk, its tail twitching contentedly. Anthea giggles, leaning closer. "You must have such a kind master," she muses, stroking its sleek black fur. Then, a playful idea lights up her eyes. "If you don't have an owner, I'd love to keep you," she declares, pulling the cat into a gentle hug. Rubbing her cheek against the cat's soft fur, she giggles. "Hee hee, such soft fur!" The warmth of the moment fills the air, but the cat's violet eyes blink with an unreadable expression, as though it's pondering something deeply. Just then, a familiar voice calls out, "Anthea, what are you doing?" Blake's curious tone echoes from the doorway. He steps closer, his crimson eye widening slightly as he spots the black cat in her arms. Anthea looks up excitedly as Blake approaches, holding the small black cat close. "I found a black cat! Isn't she cute?" she exclaims, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. The cat sits calmly in her arms, blinking with an almost regal demeanor. Blake raises an eyebrow, glancing at the cat. "Do you have to hold it like that?" he asks, his tone a mix of curiosity and concern. Anthea, unfazed, beams and says, "She's so nice and gentle. I think she likes me." She holds the cat a little closer, her expression one of pure joy, as hearts practically float around her. Blake, however, corrects her, pointing out, "That cat's a he." Anthea tilts her head, intrigued. "Oh, are you sure?" she questions, looking down at the cat with newfound curiosity. Blake nods firmly. "Yes." Anthea's curiosity gets the better of her, and she begins to check. However, the moment she moves, the black cat lets out a loud meow and darts out of her arms with a sudden burst of energy. Startled, both Anthea and Blake watch as the cat disappears in a flash, leaving them in a stunned silence. Anthea lets out a soft sigh as she watches the black cat disappear into the distance. "Oh, Kitty ran away before I could see anything," she murmurs, her shoulders drooping slightly. Blake stands beside her, watching her reaction, his crimson eye glinting in the sunlight. "It was so nice and cute," Anthea continues, her tone wistful. Anthea whispers to herself with a hopeful smile, "I hope I can see it again." The grand castle looms under the bright sun. Inside, the Emperor sits at his desk, his sharp crimson gaze lifting as Anthea enters. His voice is cool and commanding. "What do you want?" Unfazed, Anthea steps closer with a small grin. "Your Majesty told me to come visit you any time," she replies with a polite curtsy, a playful tone in her voice. "Ahem," he says, clearing his throat, his expression softening ever so slightly. "I didn't expect you to come see me so soon, so what brings you here?" the Emperor asks. Anthea steps closer, holding a tray with a steaming cup and a warm smile. "The Gamisot cauldron I ordered arrived today," she announces cheerfully, carefully pouring tea from a delicate teapot. "I made you some scorched rice tea with it. Would you like to try some?" The Emperor observes her for a moment before accepting the cup, his expression as composed as ever. He brings the tea to his lips, taking a slow, measured sip. His crimson eyes glimmer faintly as he comments, "What an interesting flavor." "Ah," she says nervously. "Is it not to your liking, sir?" It's quite nice," he remarks gently and adds, "You are skilled at brewing tea. Do you really like it?" she asks, her voice filled with excitement. "If you do, I'll make it often for you." "I'd like that," he replies, his voice calm yet genuine. The room is bathed in the soft glow of the chandelier above, its golden light adding to the warmth of the moment. As Anthea stands there, still glowing from his words, the Emperor speaks once more. "Come visit any time, Anthea," he says. Anthea collapses onto her bed with a sigh, her long day catching up to her. "What a long day!" she exclaims, staring up at the ceiling. Her mind races through the day's events, a smile forming as she recalls. "The Emperor showered me with gifts, then invited me to tea," she muses happily. "I cooked with my new cauldron, and met a cute kitty cat." Her eyes sparkle at the memory. It was so adorable. She giggles. Suddenly, she feels a hand gently touch hers, startling her. Looking down, she sees a familiar bracelet. "Oh, Your Highness?" she asks, her tone surprised. What are you doing? She asks, her voice soft with curiosity. Blake crawls closer. A single sound escapes his lips, almost instinctively, meow. Anthea looks at Blake and says, Prince Blake? Blake hugs her tightly and responds, Anthea, you seem to only like cats, so I want to be a cat too. Holding her close, he continues, My dear wife, you have me. Why would you need another pet? With a playful smile, he adds, I'll be your bunny, kitty, and puppy too. Don't go looking for other animals. Anthea blushes and, flustered, says, Your Highness. Blake tilts his head saying meow. Anthea looks at Blake with wide eyes, clearly amazed, and exclaims, My prince! She then joyfully embraces him, saying, You are just too adorable! While giving him a big bear hug. Blake, feeling her affection, softly chuckles. Hee hee! A servant hands a stack of documents to Richard, saying, These are the reports from your agents in the imperial court. Richard reads through the reports and becomes increasingly agitated, thinking to himself, How can this be? He notes that today, the Emperor has sent Anthea gourmet ingredients from the Far East. He recalls that yesterday, it was dresses, jewelry, and mana stones. Frustrated, he mutters to himself, Not a day goes by without the Emperor sending gifts to Anthea. Richard sits on his ornate chair, deep in thought. He ponders, Anthea, how exactly did you win His Majesty's favor? He recalls his efforts to gain the Emperor's trust, reflecting, Emperor Theniston is the only person I respect in this kingdom. I did everything I could to attract his attention, but I was unable to open his heart. He was like an impenetrable fortress. He recalls Anthea's surprising accomplishments, thinking, First, she captured the monster crown prince's heart. Then she went ahead and gained the Emperor's trust. What's going on with Anthea? How can anyone change like this so suddenly? Clutching his head, he groans, I have a headache. Richard leans back, overwhelmed by his thoughts. He laments, If I'd known things would turn out this way, I would have accepted her affections. He recalls how Anthea used to adore him and questions, Why this drastic change after marrying that monster? How can she be so cold to me now? Clutching his head in frustration, he reflects, That makes me want her even more. Forbidden fruit is always more delectable. His expression hardens as he resolves, I'm going to do whatever it takes to make her mine. Richard enters the room and greets, Father, you called for me? His father sits behind his desk, a stern expression on his face. Without a word, his father picks up a ceremonial seal and hurls it at Richard, who narrowly dodges it. The seal shatters a vase behind him. His father shouts angrily, What the hell have you done? He slams his fist on the table and continues, The Emperor has sent Princess Anthea gifts again today, and the princess frequents the imperial palace as if it were her own home. His voice grows louder as he adds, I hear they will even be going to the grand ball together during the festival of the seal. His frustration fills the room as Richard stands silently, listening to his father's outburst. Festival of the Seal is the most important holiday in the Empire, commemorating the Emperor's sealing of the Door of Darkness and his safe return to the kingdom. Emissaries from all over the world will gather in the Imperial Ballroom for the grand event. It is noted that if they witness the Emperor and Princess Anthea walking hand in hand, the political implications would be immense. Richard thinks that emissaries will notice the Emperor's fondness for the Crown Princess, and this will naturally elevate the Crown Prince's status. The son, standing in his father's office, asks, Is that so, father? The father angrily responds, mentioning Marquis Hamel's imprisonment, and criticizing his son's failure in all missions, calling him an incompetent fool. He then blames his son's failures on his uncouth slave blood. Richard remains silent before suggesting, There is a way to turn the tables, sir. His father asks, What exactly do you have in mind? Richard replies, We must bring the Crown Princess to our side. He elaborates that Princess Anthea has an unsatisfied longing for her father's love and, without a doubt, will obey her father's orders. His father considers this, mentioning, the Count of Valencia, and then smirks, thinking, This just might work. Anthea's father angrily says, You called me all the way here for a simple common cold? Anthea apologizes softly, saying, I'm sorry, father. It was my mistake, but I was feeling so sick. I was in so much pain. The father, filled with disdain, shouts, You are a disgrace to the family. Your bare mother bargained off her wretched family with her father's wealth. Just thinking about it makes me shudder. Anthea, trembling, replies, I'm so sorry. Her father coldly declares, Sorry doesn't even cut it. I just hope for your death. He continues with venom, The only way you can help the Valencia family is by disappearing from this earth, Anthea, kneeling, repeatedly says. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Tears drip onto the floor as she whispers. Father, please forgive me, a voice suddenly calls out. Aunt Chie. She wakes up with a gasp, trembling and stunned, realizing it was all a nightmare. Blake asks Anthea if she is all right. Anthea, still shaken, thinks that it was just a dream, thinking to herself that it felt so real and vivid. She recalls the nightmare of her father's harsh words, feeling the weight of it in her heart. She thinks, this must have been fragments of Anthea's memory. Her memories appeared in my dream. Blake was concerned. It's all my fault. You're having bad dreams because of me. Anthea gently hugs him. Anthea, finding solace in his embrace, softly says, Prince Blake, I'm so glad you're here by my side, holding on to him for support. She said, can we stay like this for a little while? The next day, Anthea's father was having lunch with a noble. He said, I heard the emperor is keeping all the renowned couturiers in town busy making dresses for the princess. My daughter is throwing tantrums because she can't find a decent gown anymore, Anthea's father replied. Yes, of course, the noble added. It's the talk of the town. Lady Anthea is lucky, so it's true that the emperor has even purchased a pink diamond for her? Her father was surprised but still complied. Yes, indeed, he thinks to himself. What the hell is he talking about? This is the first time I'm hearing any of this. Ever since I sent Anthea to wed the monster crown prince in Diana's place, I haven't heard a word from her. He clenches his fist thinking. Is he saying that the useless girl has attracted the favor of the emperor? At last, you may be of value to the Valencia family. Anthea, my girl. Suddenly a servant informed. Count Valencia, the Duke of Casil is here to see you. After he entered the room to meet with the Duke greeted him. Long time no see, Count Valencia, her father replied. My dear Duke, it's an honor to see you again, he thinks in his mind. Arnold Casil, you used to look down on me and treat me like a dog, but now that the Emperor thinks highly of Anthea, you want to kiss my derriere? The Duke said. You are looking very well indeed. While sitting, the Count replied. Obviously, I am pleased that His Majesty holds my daughter in such high esteem, the Duke said. I see you have a fondness for your daughter too. The Count chuckled, saying, she has always been such an obedient child. She would even risk her life for me, I'm sure of it. The Duke picks up the teacup and said, you have raised her well. Is your younger daughter as well bred as her older sister? While feeling proud, the Count said, oh, Diana excels her sister in every aspect. She is my pride and joy, the Duke asked. If that is true, I would love to have her as my daughter-in-law. The Count gets startled. You want my Diana to wed your son? He thinks. If Diana is wed to the Casil family, she could one day be the queen consort, and I would be the father-in-law of the emperor. He grinned thinking about that. The Duke said, for this to take place, I must check on her education and upbringing, of course, the Count said. You may examine her immediately. Meanwhile, Anthea remembered. Sorry? Sorry doesn't even cut it. Just drop dead. The only way you can help the Valencia family is by disappearing from this earth, she thinks. I read about this in the novel, but it feels completely different to experience it firsthand. How could he inflict such verbal abuse on a mere child? I can't stop thinking about it. Poor Anthea, how you must have suffered. How deep your despair must have been on the day you jumped into the icy water. The person who killed Anthea was none other than her own father, the Count of Valencia. He may not have held a weapon, but he was the real murderer. The maid came and informed her. Your Highness, the Count of Valencia has come to see you, Anthea replied. Huh? The Count of Valencia? The maid asked. Shall I escort him in? Anthea thinks for a moment, and then said, yes, take him to the drawing room. Her father, who is waiting for her, thinks, detestable girl. How can she keep her own father waiting like this? She needs a refresher course in manners. As the clock was ticking, he thinks, I've been waiting for 55 minutes. Anthea arrived at last. As the door opened, her father quickly turns and burst out. What the hell have you been doing until? He wasn't able to complete as he was stunned by how Anthea looks. He looks at her and thinks, she is bedecked with jewels, and look at her dignified, confident stature. Is that child Anthea? Really? Anthea arrived with her maid and guard. She asked, what brings you here today? Her father said. What impertinence! Is that how you're going to greet your father? After observing, he thinks, receiving the emperor's favor has made her arrogant. I have to show her her place. The maid alongside Anthea said, Sir, please show respect and honor to Crown Princess. You bloody maid! How dare you interrupt the father of the Crown Princess? Anthea's wasn't able to control his anger. Anthea protested. Please address my staff with the respect they deserve. Her father was in disbelief. What? She continued. If you're going to be uncivilized, please leave. Her father raised his hand in anger, saying, Why you? Just because you're now the Crown Princess, you think you can, Anthea replied. Count Valencia, perhaps you have not yet heard about what happened to Marquis Hamel? Her father froze as he heard that. Her father remembered. The Marquis attempted to slap Anthea and ended up losing his title and his hand. He shudders thinking and withdrew his hand. Anthea has changed. The naive girl starving for affection is gone. Now, as Crown Princess, she commands the presence of the most powerful woman in the Empire. He quickly reverted. Anthea, pardon me. I lost my composure for a moment there. But why are you so cold to your father? Anthea commanded. Leave me at once, and don't come to the palace of the Crown Prince ever again, she shouted. I shall let this go today, but if something like this ever happens again, I shall not be so forgiving. After that the guards came and dragged her father away. Yes, he was being dragged away, he protested. Anthea, get your hands off me. I'm not finished yet. He called for her again, but the guards took him away. Anthea fumed silently. He must have heard rumors of the Emperor favoring me. He was trying to frighten me and then use me as his puppet. What scum of the earth! I don't want to see him ever again. Although the Count had been dragged out of the palace, he continued sending letters. Of course, Anthea didn't bother to read any of his rubbish correspondence. She had more important things to worry about. Soon, she would have to show her presence at the Festival of the Seal. As she was practicing, she thinks, I am concerned about court manners, of course, but the biggest problem is dancing, she admitted nervously. Right foot, left foot, ouch, she yelped as she stumbled. Anthea! Your Highness, are you all right? Her attendants cried, worried sick. Anthea thinks, this is so embarrassing. I wish I could just disappear. I'm fine, Anthea replied, disheveled and flustered. The instructor suggested, Your Highness, perhaps it would be better to end the dance lessons for today. She accepted. Yes, please. That's a good idea. She sighed in relief. Later, Anthea found solace in her feline friend. Here, kitty, kitty! Come here! So cute! She cooed, bending to pet the cat. She picks her up and hugs her, saying, I'm so glad to see you again. Kitty, you saw me fall, didn't you? Asterisk. You should have started with your right foot. The cat seemed to convey with its meows. I have no talent for dancing. So sad, she lamented. The cat meowed meow. Meow. Conveying. Princess, don't forget right foot goes first. Anthea understands the opposite. Really? You think I'm getting the hang of it? Practice makes perfect? The cat meowed again, conveying. Gah, whatever, think what you want, Anthea then said. Since you've given me such strong moral support, I'll treat you to some scorched rice water. Would you like that? As the cat lapped up its treat, Prince Blake arrived with a cheerful, Anthea, there you are. Your Highness, did you enjoy your dueling lessons with Lord Edmund? Anthea asked. Yes, I did. But why is he still here? Blake questioned, noticing the cat. Anthea asked, Prince Blake, why are you so mean to this cat? Can't you be a little nicer to this sweetie? She scolded him. Humph, Blake hesitated. No, I don't want to be nice to him. Blake raised an eyebrow. Am I not man enough for you? Blake teased nervously. Was this cat male? Anthea wondered. Blake pouted. So sad, don't you love your little bunny wabbit anymore? Of course I love my little bunny, Anthea blurted, flustered. Would you prefer that I be your little kitty? Blake said playfully, mimicking a meow. Oh, my God, Anthea thought, trembling. How can anyone be so cute? Blushing, she stammered. Dear husband, I love you whoever you are and whatever you do. While Blake grinning mischievously, Anthea said, Oh, by the way, I have a little favor to ask you. Sure, say anything. Your wish is my command, Blake replied confidently. Anthea said, Prince Blake, you don't even know what I'm going to say. What if I ask for something really strange or nasty? Doesn't matter. I will grant my wife anything she desires, Blake said, beaming. Anthea grabbed his hand and asked, Then, could you teach me how to dance? I'd love to have the first dance with my husband. Blake was stunned for a moment, then he said, All right then, I'll help you. Anthea sighed. I was planning to ask for help after improving my dancing skills a little, But after 10 days of no progress, I had no choice, Blake said. It's okay. As they gets ready to practice, Anthea said. I might step on your toes, she warned, Blake assured. That's okay too. It doesn't hurt even if you step on my toes because you're light as a feather, Anthea. Light as a feather? Anthea repeated, blushing slightly. Blake grinned. Of course. Trust me. Well then, shall we begin? Anthea asked, offering her hand to Blake, noticing his cheeks turn pink. You're blushing, Anthea asked. Blake gets flustered. What? No, I'm not. Then they clasped their hand and started dancing. Blake yelped as Anthea stomped on his foot. Sorry! She cried. Ack! She stumbled and fell on Blake, Anthea overwhelmed with embarrassment. It's like I have 2 left feet, she whimpered, trembling. Blake reassured her. It's only your first time. Don't worry, you'll pick it up in no time. When did you learn to dance? You're so good at it, she asked, pouting slightly. I watched you during your lessons, Blake confessed with a playful grin. Anthea fell down. What? So unfair. You'll do a lot better if you just relax a bit, Blake suggested. They continued practicing for some time. Finally, they completed one song. We finally finished one song! And it's all thanks to you, Anthea said, relieved. You don't need to push yourself, Blake advised. The Emperor is far better at dancing than me, so don't worry too much about making mistakes, Anthea asked. Do you really think so? He said. Of course. Besides, everyone will be too busy looking at you to notice your feet. Anthea giggles after hearing that. Blake continued. You're going to be radiant. They'll all be mesmerized by you, Blake said warmly. I want to attend too, Blake admitted wistfully. You'll be able to attend as well after you come of age, Anthea assured him. When that day finally comes, I'm going to be the one to escort you, Blake said with a smile. Anthea replied. I look forward to it. Father, guess what I've prepared for you today? Anthea asked, placing a dish before the Emperor. Looking at the dish suspiciously, he said, You sure are brave to so openly try to assassinate your Emperor, he teased. She cheerfully said. This isn't poisoned. As he picks up a spoonful, he said. That's what they all say. He gulped it down and Anthea asked, How is it? The Emperor remarked. It's delicious, Anthea sighed with relief. She said, I'm glad it's to your Majesty's liking. I was worried you might not enjoy it, the Emperor said without hesitation. How could I refuse when my daughter-in-law prepared it especially for me? You just said I was trying to poison you, Anthea retorted. Quickly, the Emperor replied, I would have eaten it even if it was poisoned. Isn't he a little too obsessed with his daughter-in-law? Anthea thought to herself, bewildered. Your Majesty should not kid about such matters, Anthea interjected. The Crown Prince would be very upset if your Majesty were to ever be ill, the Emperor said. What have I done to warrant such love from him? I would be grateful if he didn't despise me. He was looking worried and lost in thoughts, Anthea said. Your Imperial Majesty is the light of the Empire. Your Majesty's health should be of the highest priority for the sake of the Crown Prince as well as the people. Then she interrogated. I heard from Lord Colin that you had trouble sleeping last night, the Emperor countered. If you're going to continue nagging, you can leave now. After a while, the Emperor's gaze softened. Seeing as how you've treated me to a delicious meal, I shall give you a gift in return. I couldn't, Your Majesty. I've already received so much, Anthea protested. I shall build you a glass arboretum in the gardens at Amoria Castle, he declared. The Crown Prince's castle was old and dreary. Although the name Amoria is derived from the Latin word amor, meaning love, there was none of it left on its grounds. Come winter, the gardens were barren of any life. Right. I shall fill in the lake with soil and build the arboretum there, the Emperor decided. Anthea remembered. The lake in which I drowned, she said. If your Majesty is doing this because of me, there's no need. I fell into the lake by mistake because I was unfamiliar with the grounds. I will not be making that mistake ever again, Anthea reassured him. No. The Emperor's tone was firm. I must do something about the lake that put my daughter-in-law in harm's way. The Emperor's expressions were gloom. Anthea thought to herself. Isn't he taking this a bit too seriously? What did the lake ever do to him? Later, Anthea relayed. His Majesty said he is going to fill in the lake with soil and build the arboretum in its place. Really? Excellent! Blake exclaimed. Anthea asked. Are you okay with the lake being gone? He stated. It's the lake that almost swallowed you whole. I'm happy to see it gone, Anthea insisted. But still, are you sure you won't miss it? Blake confirmed with a decisive thud as he closed the book. Yes. I want to be rid of it as soon as possible. Looking at him, Anthea mused. He really takes after his father when he's like this. It's not like the lake was out for blood. Then, it's decided. We're getting an arboretum, Anthea announced with a grin. Blake giggled. It's going to be huge if it's going to replace the lake. What would you like to plant in it? Anthea suggested. Cabbage. Cabbage? Blake was surprised. It's a vegetable from the east. They make a dish called kimchi with it, Anthea explained. Blake repeated the word in surprise. Kimchi? Anthea explained again. Yes. It's my favorite dish. But it might be too spicy for you, Blake declared. I can eat spicy food too. I don't think so. Maybe when you've grown up a little more, Anthea teased. I am grown up, he insisted, flinching. Of course you are. Anthea smiled, pinching his cheeks, thinking how adorable he was. She then asked, Is there a flower you wanted to plant? He answered. Yes. Roses, Anthea repeats. Roses? Blake replied. Yes. I want to plant red roses for you, Anthea. Anthea thinks to herself. A red rose means love. It's often given when one proposes marriage, Anthea thought, clenching her fists. Would it be right for me to take a red rose from Blake? After a few days, Anthea woke up thinking. It was finally the day of the ball. Anthea, are you leaving now? Blake asked, rubbing his eyes. She cheerfully replied. Yes. I'll be back soon. I know you're going to be great. Blake encouraged her. Anthea looks at him and thinks. Blake is always smiling, even when I was the only one to receive gifts from the Emperor, or had lessons on court protocol, and now, when I was the only one attending the ball, he always smiled at me without showing any disappointment. Have a great time today, Anthea, Blake said. Almost as if he believes my happiness is his own, she thought. After the servants prepared her, she said, Thank you. It must have been hard on you all to assist me so early in the morning. Not at all, Your Highness. We are honored to be at your service, her attendants replied. You look stunning. You will for sure be the center of everyone's attention today. Ha! Thank you. Anthea blushed. As he showed at the venue, the Emperor noticed her at the stairs. He greeted her. You look beautiful. And Your Majesty looks quite dapper as well. Anthea complimented the Emperor. You're just saying that, he responded, but there was a twinkle in his eye. While thinking, Anthea offered his arm, saying, Not at all. Would you mind giving me a pinch? The Emperor asked. A pinch? You look so handsome. I thought I was dreaming, Anthea exclaimed. Stop that, he scolded playfully. Shall we go? He asked, offering his hand. Yes, Father, Anthea replied, grasping the Emperor's hand, feeling a mixture of anticipation and nerves. Presenting His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor, and Her Imperial Highness, the Crown Princess. The announcement echoed across the Grand Hall, silencing the buzz of conversation as all eyes turned to the entrance. The gathered nobles greeted them with reverence. We are honored to meet His Imperial Majesty, the great light of the Empire, and Her Imperial Highness, the Crown Princess. A blessing to the Empire. Anthea's eyes flicked toward Richard, who was grinning strangely. What is with that weird smile? How many more ways can I reject this guy? She wondered as her gaze wandered. She looks towards the Emperor, thinking, the main character ought to be, at least in this league, or at least as cute as Blake. Her thoughts were interrupted when the Emperor asked, Is something the matter? She whispered to him. I think Your Majesty is the most handsome of everyone here, Anthea said, trying to mask her thoughts. The Emperor smirked. How very funny. The nobles whispered excitedly amongst themselves. Did you see that? His Majesty bent his knee, and he smiled. I've never seen His Majesty act that way, another murmured. Hearing the nobles chatter, Anthea thinks, they're shocked at him smiling? She looked towards the Emperor's face in shock. Just how aloof is he normally? Anthea noticed how quickly the chatter died down when the Emperor stopped smiling. She wondered, watching as his commanding presence silenced the room with a single look. The ceremony of the seal commenced. All the people bowed their heads. A servant presented a golden grail to the Emperor. The Emperor clasping grail in his hands in prayer. I owe this honor to the goddess of light and to the people of this empire, he declared. Anthea, lost in thought, wondered if he would ask her for a dance when the ceremony concluded. She thinks, it's probably really immature of me to still hope for my first dance to be with Blake. The Emperor turned to her after his speech. I wanted to have the first dance with my lovely daughter-in-law, but unfortunately, I'm afraid my dancing skills are a bit too rusty. Anthea blushed, Caught off guard by his unexpected comment, he announced, "Please enjoy the ball, as we offer up all in honor of the goddess of light." After that he sat down and Anthea calls him, "Your Majesty," he filled in. "Am I right in assuming you wanted to have your first dance with Blake?" "Yes," she admitted softly. She thinks inwardly, "It's like he read my mind." "Then I shall wait and share your second dance," he said, smiling warmly. "Thank you, Father," she replied, touched by his understanding. "No, thank you," he said, placing a gentle hand on her head. His warmth made her gasp. The nobles whispered in shock. "Did you see that? His Majesty patted her on the head, and he called her his lovely daughter-in-law." Hearing their chatter, Anthea thinks, "Just how serious does Dunstan normally act? You may not get to dance with Blake, but go on and enjoy your first ball as the crown princess," the Emperor encouraged. "Yes, Father," she said, her resolve strengthened. Anthea moved gracefully through the ballroom, meeting various nobles. Marquis Sheldon approached her, bowing respectfully. "Your Imperial Highness, I must say, you are truly a beautiful blessing to this empire." "Nice to meet you, Marquis Sheldon," she responded. "I've heard your son graduated as the salutatorian knight from the academy." "Congratulations." Anthea continued to converse with the court, offering congratulations to Countess Markion on the birth of her grandson. She had worked hard to memorize the names and accomplishments of the nobles, determined to leave a good impression. "If I had studied this hard in real life, I would have gone to an Ivy League school," she thought, amused at herself. Her debut to society went smoothly, and she conversed confidently with the court. "This should be enough to make a good impression of the Crown Princess Anthea, right?" she assured herself. Then she saw her father, Count Valencia. She looks towards them and thinks, "So that must mean the girl next to him. Diana!" Anthea smiled bitterly, hoping Diana was doing well. Before she could approach, Richard stepped forward with a smirk. "Your Imperial Highness, it's been a long time," he said smoothly. She felt annoyed. "Richard again." "Oh, hello?" Anthea replied, her annoyance barely concealed. "You've gotten more beautiful since I last saw you," Richard complimented her. "Your Imperial Highness, would you please do me the honor of your first dance? What's he up to?" Anthea thought as she looked at Richard. "Is he being serious?" The first dance of the Crown Princess should, of course, be with the Crown Prince himself. The other nobles, mindful of their status, had been careful not to overstep boundaries, but here Richard was, brazenly asking for a dance without hesitation. "Sorry, but I'm going to have to decline your request," Anthea said firmly. "There's no need to be embarrassed about your dancing skills," Richard replied smoothly. "I'll be sure to lead you." Anthea's thoughts whirled in disbelief. Does he think the Emperor refused to dance with me because of my subpar dancing skills? And even if that were true, how dare he bring it up in front of everyone? He really has no consideration for other, does he? Her expression hardened as she responded. "I do not wish to dance with anyone who is not as great as our Emperor himself." Gasps filled the hall. "Your Imperial Highness, there is none in this world greater than our Emperor," someone exclaimed, prompting murmurs of agreement. Another added, "You may never get to dance at all if you wait for someone like Emperor Dunstan. There is only one emperor like him on this earth." Anthea noticed Richard's confidence falter slightly. Looks like that hurt his ego a bit. "Well, at least I was being considerate." Nobles were laughing as Richard backed away. After that, Anthea went to terrace to get fresh air. She said to herself, "Phew! I can finally catch my breath," she thought. "I wonder what Blake is up to. This is the first time we've been apart for this long since I became Anthea." Her thoughts softened. "I miss my hubby bunny. I hope he's not crying because he missed me so." Meanwhile, on terrace adorned with soft drapes, a knock interrupted her solitude. "May I come in?" a soft, young voice asked. Anthea thinks, turning to the voice. A little girl's voice? Usually when the curtains are drawn on the terrace, most people would assume it's being occupied and would not disturb them. "The other terraces must all be full then," she said. "Please join me." Diana came from behind the curtain and called her. "Anthea." Anthea turned to see a familiar face. "Diana, you look beautiful tonight, Anthea," Diana said, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "You look like an angel, so elegant and graceful. How can you be so pretty?" Anthea smiled warmly. "Thank you," she said. She was relieved to see Diana happy, but memories of the past lingered in her mind. Diana had always taken a special liking to Anthea, and Anthea once reciprocated those feelings, but Count Valencia's favoritism had driven a wedge between them. Whenever Diana showed interest in spending time with Anthea, the Count would punish her severely. Over time, Anthea had distanced herself from Diana to spare her from harm. Diana, overwhelmed with guilt, left the household when she came of age, believing she was responsible for Anthea's suffering and Blake's anguish. So she became a servant in Blake's household, as an atonement for her doings. But unlike the original story, the real Anthea hadn't died. Diana doesn't know that the original Anthea is gone, Anthea thought. So there's no need for her to carry this guilt. You had an amazing entrance earlier, Diana said, snapping Anthea out of her thoughts. Thank you, Anthea replied with a small grin. Diana asked, how your health? I heard you fell in the lake, she replied. Oh yes, deep in her thoughts. Then Diana glanced around to see if anyone is looking, then she reached into her pocket and pulled out a small object. Here, take this. What is it? Anthea asked, examining the item. It's a heating apparatus made with fire mana, Diana explained. It'll keep you warm. I wanted to give it to you earlier, but winter's almost over. Anthea hesitated. I'm fine. I've already recovered fully. Don't worry, Diana insisted. I bought this with my own allowance. Please accept it. Touched by the gesture, Anthea nodded. Thank you. I'll use it well. Diana's eyes welled with tears. Anthea said, Hey now, no need to cry. These are tears of happiness, she said quickly. Anthea offered her handkerchief. Here, use this. While wiping them away with handkerchief, Dian said, No, it's okay. I have mine. But your handkerchief sure is pretty, she asked. Did the Emperor give it to you? Anthea replied yes. Diana smiled. Yes. His Imperial Majesty must really like you. I'm glad. Anthea returned her smile, her heart softening. She genuinely seems happy for me. She's even cuter and lovelier than in the books. When Anthea finally returned to her chambers, she let out a deep sigh of relief. I'm finally home. Blake's cheerful voice greeted her. Anthea. She hugged Blake and said, I'm back, Your Highness. Good, Blake replied, giggling at her arrival, hugging her. Your Highness, how do I look? Anthea asked, standing tall. You're gorgeous, he replied. Anthea smiles at his remark. Anthea exhaled dramatically. I can finally breathe, Blake asked. Anthea, did you have fun? Anthea replied. I was so nervous that everything felt like a blur, but it was new and exciting. Did you dance? The Emperor is a good dancer, isn't he? Blake asked, his eyes curious. Anthea shook her head. No, I didn't dance. What? Why? Blake asked, surprised. Anthea smiled softly. Because I wanted my first dance to be with you. Because I wanted my first dance to be with you, she said softly, her voice steady but full of emotion. The Emperor knew that's what I wanted and understood. Blake looked away, a faint sadness creeping into his expression. You should have just danced with him. I'll never be able to attend one of those functions anyway. Why not? Anthea asked. Because I'm cursed, he replied quietly. Anthea reached for his hand, her grip firm and reassuring. What have I always told you? You're going to get better. I know it. While remembering Diana, she thinks, today, I met the person who is going to break your curse. She's quite the lovely girl. Then she said, Your Highness, just promise me one thing. What promise? Blake asked. After, when you're free from the curse, promise that you'll dance with me, Anthea said, a small, hopeful grin breaking through her somber expression. Blake replied, Of course. Who else would I dance with if not you? Blake's voice wavered as he said, Anthea, I'm scared. Your curse will be broken, Anthea assured him. You mustn't worry. It's not the curse, Blake admitted, while sniffling. I'm scared you'll leave me. I just feel like you're going to leave me all alone. Anthea's heart clenched. Where would I go? She asked, trying to keep her voice steady. Don't leave me, Anthea, Blake pleaded, tears forming in his eyes. You're the only one for me, Anthea. I'll do anything you want. Just don't leave me. He grabbed her in spite. Anthea pulled him into a hug. Her voice was soothing. Don't cry, Your Highness. Don't cry. As he buried his face against her shoulder, his tears dampened her sleeve. Anthea, he whispered, say you'll never leave me. Anthea hesitated. The words that once came so easily felt impossible to say now. She thinks, all I have to do is promise I won't leave him. But the white lies that used to flow so effortlessly are stuck in my throat. Promise me you won't leave me, Blake repeated, desperation in his voice. I won't leave you, she said, her voice breaking slightly. She knew the truth. I need to start preparing to say goodbye. Anthea's resolve hardened, thinking, I want to keep Blake safe, to comfort him. But in order to break the curse, Blake must follow the original story and fall in love with Diana. As for me, I'll make my exit as soon as I deal with Richard. He'll plan to snatch up Diana, if things go according to the original story. But this isn't how things are going to go at all. Blake seems to be taking too much of a liking to me. She sighed inwardly. This isn't a joke. I'm sincerely worried. I need to get the two of them to meet. A few days later, Anthea stood in the grand hall. Blake approached her. Looking composed, Anthea said, Your Highness, my little sister is visiting today. Yes, I know, Blake replied. Noticing the fine suit Blake was wearing, she thinks, this must be the outfit he had Hans prepare in secret. Even he must be excited to meet his first love. Are you nervous? Anthea teased. A little, Blake admitted. What if my sister-in-law doesn't like me? Anthea blinked. Huh! Her confusion grew. He's not excited because he's meeting his first love, but because he's meeting his in-laws? It's okay. Don't you worry, she said, tying his tie. She thinks, he might just be saying that out of respect for me. Still, their meeting is a little earlier than in the original story, but the sooner the better. When Diana arrived, she rushed toward Anthea and hugged her tightly. Anthea, you have no idea how happy I was to hear that you wanted to see me. I was so excited I couldn't sleep. Anthea laughed softly. You're as lively as ever, Diana. You're gorgeous, even today. How do you get prettier every time I see you? Diana exclaimed, her affection overflowing. She nuzzled against Anthea like an overexcited puppy. Diana, you must first present yourself to the Crown Prince, Anthea gently reminded her. Diana turned, suddenly formal. Bowing deeply, she said, I am honored to meet His Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince, the light of the Empire. Blake nodded, his tone calm and polite. Pleased to meet you, Lady Valencia, Diana replied. Your Highness, thank you for inviting me. Anthea observed them carefully. As expected, these two look even better together than I thought. Diana, Anthea said. Sorry, but I need to go meet His Imperial Majesty. Will you wait for me here? Of course, Diana replied cheerfully. No need to worry about me, Anthea said to Blake. Your Highness, could you please show Diana around the castle? Blake complied. Of course. Leave it to me. As she walked away, Anthea allowed herself a bitter smile. There. It's all for the better. As Anthea sat in quiet contemplation, she let her thoughts drift. I wonder what they're doing right now, she mused, flipping a page of the book she was pretending to read. Her mind wandered to Blake, the heir to the curse, and Diana, the heir to the light that could free him. Were they naturally drawn to each other like in the original story? She wondered. She sighed softly. It shouldn't be a problem that Diana and I are sisters. Even if we had an arranged marriage when we were young, our union could very well be nullified since nothing has been officiated yet. It's not uncommon for siblings to marry in place of one another if arrangements change. This was possible because the union of families mattered more than the individuals involved. But then, she clenched her hands. Traditions aside, if Blake says he wants to split up because he wants to marry someone else, I think I'd be upset nonetheless. The image of Blake calmly asking for a divorce flashed through her mind. Wifey, if you could please divorce me now, she imagined him saying. Her expression darkened. He's the one who said he liked me first. Anthea quickly shook her head, chastising herself. Stop it, Anthea. Don't act like you're actually 10 years old, she resolved. Blake belongs with Diana. It's for the best. Yet, an unsettling question lingered. But is Diana the only person who can save him? If I learn magic of the light, could I be the one? As she was carrying the books while walking, she thinks, I wonder how much they've bonded. But then, she heard raised voices. That's not right. Your Majesty is the one who is wrong. She wondered. Is that Blake and Diana? They should be falling in love with each other, not fighting. Anthea hurried to the scene and found Blake and Diana arguing fervently. She asked, What's going on? Diana keeps saying impossible things, Blake exclaimed. Your Majesty is the one saying impossible things. Diana shot back, her arms crossed defiantly. Anthea stepped between them, raising her hands. Whoa. Let's both of you calm down. Why don't each of you tell me what's wrong? Their faces flushed with indignation. Humph, they said in unison, glaring at each other. Anthea wondered, exasperated. Just what happened in the 2 hours I was gone. Diana blurted out. I like Anthea more than you, Blake gasped. No, I like Anthea more than you, Me and Anthea are sisters by blood, Diana declared. Well, Anthea is my wife, Blake countered. So I love her more. Anthea stood frozen, losing the will to mediate. Do children usually fight over things like this? Why are the main characters fighting over me? I've liked her for 8 years, Diana said defiantly. How long doesn't matter, Blake shot back. I'm the one who loves Anthea the most in this entire world. Anthea let out a deep sigh. Well, at least they're closer than before? As Anthea prepared the food, Blake came and hugged her. Anthea, is it bean soup today? Blake asked eagerly, his eyes lighting up. Anthea smiled. Yes. Your taste buds are the same as 2 years ago, Blake grinned. That's because yours is the best. Well then, Anthea said. Let's eat so you can go to sword practice, he replied. Okay. The moment of calm didn't last long. There's no one else in the world who loves Anthea more than me, Blake declared. Diana countered. Says who? What about me? Are you ignoring the fact that we're family? Anthea observed. They're the same, even after 2 years, Blake said. We're husband and wife, Diana replied. So what? You haven't even kissed. Blake gets flushed, his cheeks turns red. Anthea, who was observing, thinks, hubby looks like he's about to cry. Anthea interrupts. That's enough. Now, it's time for practice. Diana calls her name. Anthea! Then Anthea said to Blake, Your Majesty needs to get ready as well, he replied. Okay, my dear. Hearing that, Diana controls herself from laughing. Then she calls out, Let's see who gets to the armory first, Diana challenged. And go! Diana shouted, darting forward. Wait! Blake protested, scrambling after her. You can't just start like that. Not fair! Anthea stood back, watching the chaos unfold. Wow, they really argue every chance they get, she thought, smiling softly. Melissa commented. Things seem good between them today, as always. Anthea asked. Melissa, are things between them good? Melissa replied. Of course. I'm glad His Majesty finally has a good friend. A friend, Anthea thought, the words sinking heavily in her mind. It's just as she said. They look like they're friends. Friends with no chance of becoming more than that. And that makes me relieved. As the evening wore on, Anthea's thoughts grew clearer. Fine. I'm going to be more truthful with myself. I don't want to leave. I want to stay next to Blake, my bunny hubby, my amazing father-in-law, my cute little sister. I want to be with all of them. Melissa, Hans, Edmund, these good-hearted people are important to me too. But her resolve returned. I can't just be selfish. If I stay, if Blake's curse is never broken, then this happiness will dissipate as well. If I can't find a way until Blake comes of age, then I'll give it all up and leave. But his curse will for sure be lifted by then. Her determination solidified as she turned to Melissa. Let's go see His Imperial Majesty and His Highness, Melissa complied. Right away, Your Highness, she informed His Imperial Majesty and Blake of her decision. His Highness's curse will be lifted, she declared with conviction. The heir of the light in the Valencia family can break the curse, she explained. The strength of the light manifests as the heir comes of age. And if the two fall in love, the curse will be lifted. They both listened, but their expressions betrayed skepticism. They didn't look like they believed me, she noted silently. Anthea explained to Blake. So if the heir of the light comes forward, if I marry that person, I told you. Blake interrupted, his gaze unwavering. You're the only one for me, Anthea, Anthea insisted. But to break the curse, I don't care about the curse, Blake said firmly, his voice filled with determination. As long as I can be with you, Your Highness, she murmured, her heart heavy. I really don't need anything else but you, he insisted. Blake's resolve was unshakable. He was more focused on being together than he was on the curse. And so, time marched on. 2 years passed in that way, and the Crown Prince's palace saw many changes. The lake was filled in and transformed into an elegant arboretum. The armory and a small garden were added to the grounds, and even new servants joined them, trusted individuals who had earned their place in their home. Anthea narrated. As for me, I became a figure of authority within the empire. It's a good harvest this year as well, she noted, overseeing the realms as the most powerful female in the empire. Traditionally, this role belonged to the empress, but since Dunstan showed no intention of remarrying, he bestowed upon Anthea the Cephia Palace, along with an office space on the 3rd floor of the imperial palace. To outsiders, This was seen as a sign of immense affection from the emperor for his daughter-in-law. She thinks, everyone envied his love for me, but in reality, she slides a book and a hidden door opened. The third floor of the palace was no ordinary office. It was a treasure trove of ancient texts, filled with knowledge of light magic and the curse. It became her secret sanctuary, a place where she could dedicate herself to breaking Blake's curse. She was reading a book. 1,000 years ago, a nation called Jelkan had existed, only to be brought down by Philip, the founder of the Empire of Asterik. The ancient language of Jelkan disappeared with the fall of the nation, remaining a mystery to scholars even to this day. She remembered. In the novel, this historical detail was exploited by Richard. He spread rumors about ancient black magic that could transfer the curse from one person to another. Thenston, desperate to save Blake, fell for Richard's lies, offering himself as a sacrifice. But it ended in tragedy. Thenston's death, she determined. I need to stop that from happening, she thought. For now, Duke Carseal and Richard seemed to be lying low, but I knew they were merely biding their time. They would use the same dirty tricks when the opportunity arose. I had to prepare a secret weapon to counter them. Richard will change his plans once he realizes that I can read all languages. Suddenly someone came in and Anthea gets shocked hearing the sound of the door. Who? She turned startled. First she saw a figure approaching. Then she realized. Father! A grin spreading across the Emperor's face. Father, you look dashing today as well, she said with a playful grin. There you go again with those empty words, he replied. She replied. But it's the truth. You're the first love of every woman in the entire empire. Who's telling you such nonsense? He asked, narrowing his eyes. Everyone, she replied mischievously. Well, don't listen to them. They're all lying, he said, his voice firm. She thinks, despite his stern exterior, I knew him to be quite shy. His demeanor was always a blend of strength and tenderness, especially toward me. Have you been looking at the tablets? He asked, gesturing to the ancient artifacts. She replied, Yes. Did you come to see them as well? He said simply. I came to see you. You should have told me when you arrived. I was told you were with an important guest, she replied, meeting his gaze. There is no one more important than you, he said sincerely. His words were genuine that they caught her off guard. It was moments like these that reminded her how deeply he treated her as his own daughter. His kindness and unwavering support meant the world to her. He said, It's good to work on breaking the curse, but be sure to take it easy, she assured him. Don't worry. I know you haven't taken a single day off, he countered. I'm doing it because I want to. It's never a chore when it's something you love, she explained. But you need to get your rest as well, he insisted. She replied, That's what I should be saying to you. You stayed up all night again in your study, didn't you? If you keep overworking yourself like that, he interrupted her by tussling her hair. That's enough of your nagging now, she said to herself. I'm saying this for your own good. But she complied. Okay. At the training hall, Diana and Blake sparred fiercely, their wooden swords clashing. Hiya! Diana shouted, her strikes growing sharper with each swing. Clack! Clack! The sounds of their practice filled the air until Blake faltered. Ugh! They muttered, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Diana asked, Your Majesty, why don't you ever follow through with your offense? Is it because I'm a girl? Blake gave her answer. You're Anthea's little sister, he retorted. What about you? Why did you stop just now? If you went on, you would have won. Are you going easy on me because I'm the crown prince? Diana said. You're my sister's husband. There's no way I could hurt you. Why do you want to be a knight? Blake asked, his voice quieter now. Because I want to be strong, Diana answered as he raised his hand in air. Blake asked again. And why do you want that? If I'm stronger? Diana clenched his fist, determination flashing in his eyes. I can protect my sister. Blake softened at her words. I'm glad Anthea has a sister like you. I've never done anything for her, but at least you can always protect her. Blake hesitated, his voice dropping to a murmur. Diana, if I happen to die, I'll trust you'll take care of Anthea. Diana quickly sprung up in shock, saying, What? Don't say things like that. You're not going to die. How could you say something like that when you know how much Anthea loves you? She would be devastated if you died. But the curse, Blake said quietly. She said, Curse or no curse, don't you ever say something like that again. Diana snapped. We can protect her together, Diana declared. Blake agreed, okay. She raised her sword and said, Now, take an oath on a knight's honor. Blake met her determined gaze and raised his sword. I vow to protect Anthea with you, he said solemnly. Both of them smiled, looking at each other. Later that night, Anthea found Blake resting, his breathing slow and steady. He looked peaceful, though wearied from the day's events. Looking at him, Anthea thinks, Blake's the same as he was 2 years ago. Maybe it's because he met Diana earlier, or maybe it's because of my efforts to free him of his curse. Whatever it is, I'm glad. He must have had a long day. As she was caressing and tussling his hair, Blake opened his eyes. Did I wake you? Sorry, she whispered when his eyes fluttered open. No, he said softly, his lips curling into a faint smile. I'm always glad to see you. Your hands are always so warm, he murmured, grasping them gently. I always have good dreams when you're here. Did you have a lot of nightmares before? She asked softly. Yes, he admitted. Horrible ones, she asked. What were they? He said. I don't remember, I forget when I wake up, but I know they were scary. And sad, she said, concerned. You should have told me about this, he giggled. It's okay now, because you're here. After hearing that, she smiled to herself. His eyes were already looking sleepy. He has training tomorrow too. I should tuck him in. She began humming softly while patting him. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Mama's gonna buy you a mockingbird. Upon hearing that, he quickly opened his eyes and jumped. I'm not a baby, he protested. A little indignant, she replied. You're always an adorable baby in my eyes. He gets shocked. What? It must be universal for children to hate being called a baby, Anthea thought, amused. Then she said, All right, come on, my little hubby. Let's get some sleep. I'm not little either. He pouted. She teased. But you are little. I know what he's trying to say, but I can't keep coddling him like this. She nodded silently to herself. But, he stammered. Then she thinks, was that so shocking to hear? Later in the garden, Blake was looking at the height marks of all of them. He complained to himself, when am I going to get taller? Then Anthea came there and said, Your Highness, it's time for lunch. He turned to her. Anthea, I'm not hungry, she asked. Do you have a stomachache? He replied. No, it's just, no matter how much I eat, I don't seem to grow one bit, she told. You need to eat if you want to grow, he complained. Look at me. I'm still a child, she replied. You're just growing slowly, that's all. She thinks, what I said last night must have really gotten to him. She remembered, the novel didn't say anything about him being short. Richard was about 6 feet tall, and it said Blake was a bit shorter than him, so he should grow to be at least 5'6". Your Highness, Anthea said gently, I prepared lunch today. Are you sure you won't have any? You made it? His eyes lit up. She smiled. Of course. Come, let's go. Okay. He grinned brightly. Looking at him, she thinks, he's still so cute. Meanwhile, Diana was practicing with a sword in her room. 1, 2, she observed, my movements are still so clunky. That's right, Lord Edmund said to support with the left hand. Let's try again. As she began, her father came there. She quickly turned towards him. Father, her father asked while in shock. What are you doing? Nothing, she said too quickly while hiding the wooden sword behind. He demanded angrily, grabbing her arm. What do you have behind your back? She groaned. After finding out, her father lashed out. After all I've taught you, you're wasting time swinging around swords. What if you get blisters on your hands? He thinks in his mind. The entire high society is laughing at me because of what Anthea said. He recalled the Duke saying, Of course, in order for me to do that, I'd have to see how well you've educated your children. He continued thinking, but if Diana marries into the Carceal family and becomes the Empress, I can stand tall once more, he said. Diana, you need to do as I say if you want to become a successful lady. Now tell me, what happened at the Crown Prince's palace, he added with a stern look. And hide this animated crystal there the next time you go. Diana gets stunned. What? Meanwhile at the Crown Prince castle. This looks delicious, Blake exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. Steam rose from the bowl before him. He leaned in, curious, then hesitated. What is this? He picked up a bean and said, It looks like a Markle, Anthea asked, feeling offended. What do you mean, Markle? She remembered. That's the evil spirit that lives in the Valley of Chaos. It's called bean sprout soup, she explained with a sigh. I made it with the bean sprouts from the garden. The Emperor procured them for me from the east, he asked, curious. Beans? She explained. Yes. That long thing you see there? That's the bean when it's grown, she smiled. You'll grow tall if you finish it all. Really? His ears perked up. She replied. Of course, I'll grow taller? He gulped, looking at the bean. With determination, he took a deep breath. Okay. Just close your eyes and swallow. He took his first bite. How is it? She asked. He blinked, chewing slowly. It tickles my tongue like it's made of fur. It's not sweet or salty. Bean sprouts don't really taste like anything, she said with a laugh. That's why they're so good. Looking at him, she thinks. He didn't even spit it out, just nodded solemnly. I don't think he fully understood what I was saying, but, she said. Try the broth. He took a sip and immediately lit up. Wow, that's delicious, she smiled. It's good, isn't it? He replied. Yes, she told. Bean sprouts are full of nutrition, so make sure you eat it along with the broth. Okay, he said quietly, still eating. Meanwhile, tension built elsewhere. Diana was standing outside the door listening. As her heart didn't allow her to do as her father told, she resolved. I can't do this. Later at night, when she returned with the crystal, her father snapped. Diana, why have you brought the animated crystal back? She replied. Because it's broken, he asked. Did you see anything suspicious while you were there? How far has the Crown Prince's curse progressed? I'm not sure, she answered. Her father clenches his hands and said, Today, Duke Carseal announced his eldest son's engagement to Marquis Weston's daughter. Is there anything you can do right? He shouted. Diana flinched. He continued, You're not as pretty or smart as Anthea, and you lack the skills to be the center of attention in high society. If you can't do anything else, you should at least do as you're told. Diana gets stunned upon hearing that. He then looked at her wooden sword and shouted, That thing! He grabbed the sword and shouted, Why have you not thrown it out? How could you be playing around with something like this? Please give it back, she cried, lunging for it. Anthea gave it to me. It's special. He grabbed her hand and began. Look at your hands. This is no hand of a lady. Blisters. Look at all these blisters. Who would want to marry a girl who can't even take care of her hands? She realized, trembling. He's not saying this because he's concerned for me. He's angry because this could lessen my prospects for a good marriage. I'm not an accessory that you can prime to look pretty. Father, she said, voice low but firm. I won't marry, he asked while furious. What? She replied. I'm going to become a knight. I want to enter the academy next year. A knight? He scoffed. There are no female knights. Are you saying you want to do the job of some low-born commoner? She argued. That's just a stereotype. The 3rd Division commander, Countess Shannon, is a woman. She's a spinster. He sneered. She said. She's my role model. Role model? His voice rose with disbelief. Are you saying you want to become an impudent thing like her? Yes, she answered. I'm going to become an imperial knight and protect Anthea. Her hands trembled, but her voice remained steady. So stop asking me to do outlandish things anymore. As she said that, her father slapped her. She was in disbelief. Father, his eyes narrowed coldly. You'd be wise to know this is the last time I'll tolerate such disobedience. Later, Diana was going towards Crown Prince's castle while holding the crystal. She recalled the last night when her father punished her. He hit her in her calves with a whip while saying, This is all for our family, he shouted. I never want to hear this nonsense about you becoming a knight ever again. Tomorrow is your last chance. If you don't place the animated crystal, I'll marry you straight off to Count Cornwell. Diana stood tall, enduring it all. She thinks, I can't let that happen. Should I just tell Anthea about everything? Her fists clenched. No, I can't do that, she resolved. Anthea had already been married off to the cursed crown prince before she ever had a chance to dream of her own future. I can't ask her for help with something so small. I'm just being punished for not being able to help her when she needed me most. It's all my fault. The hooves echoed along the palace corridor as her carriage rolled. Anthea looked outside the window. The first snow of the season had begun to fall. She thinks it's early this year. It's only mid-November. Then she turned towards Diana, who was sitting near, and observed. Diana seems to be down today, she asked. Diana, is something the matter? She jolted. No. Her flinch was quick, instinctive. Nothing's wrong, Anthea asked again. Are you sure you're all right? Of course. She forced a bright smile and quickly stands up, saying, Let's have a snowball fight. With the crown prince too. I don't know about that, Blake replied. She asked. Why? Are you scared? He said. No, it's not that. Then let's go, she shouted, dashing towards outside. After hitting Blake with a snowball, Diana said, "Ha ha! Your face is like a snowman." She giggled. "Diana, I was getting ready." He pouted before chasing her down. Anthea looked at them from window alongside her maid. She thought, "I can't believe there was a time when I played in the snow without gloves." The maid asked gently, "Why don't you join them, Your Highness?" "I'm okay," came the reply. The maid said, "I know it's important to keep your composure, but it's okay to enjoy the snow for a little while," Anthea replied. "I'm not all that fond of snow anyway," the maid asked. "Is that so?" she replied. "It's a hassle to clean, and besides, your hands get too cold." Pfft. A stifled laugh escaped from maid. Anthea asked, "What? Why are you laughing?" She chuckled. "Sometimes I feel you're closer to my age than you are to the Crown Prince." She flinched after hearing that, then said, What do you mean? I can't possibly be your age." The maid laughed. "I'm only joking." Then Anthea also went outside to play. "Wow! Snow!" she said. "The whole world is white." Then she said to them, "I want to play too." Diana agreed. "You can be on my side," Blake complained. "Hey! Not fair." After playing outside for a while, "Let's get you a bath, Diana," Anthea said gently, noticing her soaked clothes. "You're dripping wet from the snow." "And no, it's okay." Diana shook her head quickly. "I'll wash up when I get home," Anthea pressed. "You'll catch a cold," she replied. "It's okay. I'm far too healthy to catch a cold anyway." But with a sharp eye, Anthea noticed. "Did you hurt your leg?" "No." She hesitated. Anthea thinks her cheeks were red, puffed slightly from the cold or perhaps something else. She'd fallen down more than once during their play, Anthea said. "Tell me the truth," she replied. "I'm telling you, I'm fine." "Diana." Anthea's voice softened, filled with concern. "It saddens me to think you can't be honest with me." She grabbed her hands gently, asking that. Anthea. Anthea." Her voice cracked, her eyes filled with tears. She wailed in Anthea's embrace and began while crying. She told Anthea everything. "What?" Anthea gasped. "How could you not tell me? You should have told me straight away." "I was scared. You'd tell me not to come anymore." Diana sobbed. "What if you never wanted to see me again?" Anthea replied. "How could you think that? You've done nothing wrong," she asked. "You don't hate me for this?" Anthea thought, looking at the crying girl. I liked Diana. She was the adorable little sister I never had. But she wasn't asking me this question. She was asking the real Anthea. She remembered, even in the original novel. "Anthea liked Diana too," she said gently. "Anthea Valencia doesn't hate you, Anthea," Diana whispered, hope flickering in her voice. Then she wipes her face and said, "Thanks," she said with a smile. After that, Anthea put Diana on bed, making her sleep. She thinks in her mind, Gilbert Valencia loved Diana. I couldn't forgive Count Valencia, but I didn't want to force my hatred or pain onto her. Maybe I was overthinking all of this. Still, I can't believe he would strike her and make her spy on me. She clenched her fists, thinking, I should have taken care of trash like him years ago. After that, Blake knocked on the door and slightly opens the door. He called her. "Anthea," she said. "Come in, Your Majesty." He walked inside and asked, "Is Diana sleeping?" Anthea replied, "Yes, she just fell asleep. Your Majesty, I'm afraid I'm going to have to sleep here tonight." Anthea added, "Of course. Don't worry about me," Blake said, reaching for her hand. "It's not your fault, Anthea." He gripped her hand gently. "Don't be so hard on yourself, okay?" She smiled softly. "I'll try, later." "Get out of the way!" Count Valencia shouted outside. "I cannot let you in, sir." Hans, the head butler, said firmly. Anthea's father demanded, "I am the father of the Crown Princess." But the butler remained unfazed. "The Crown Prince has ordered we do not allow you to enter, sir." The Count's face turned pale. "The Crown Prince? It's not Anthea who's stopping me, but him." "A monster cursed by the goddess?" a guard replied. "Please mind your manners, sir," the Count insisted. "I'm here for my daughter." "Move," the guard replied. "It is not possible, sir." The Count pushed the guard, saying, "I am the Crown Prince's father-in-law. Move aside at once. I will not tolerate any further outbursts." The guard warned, grabbing his arm. The Count raged. "What? How dare a commoner like you lay your hands on me? What's all this noise?" Suddenly Blake stepped into view. "Your Majesty." Hans and the guard bowed. The guard said, "Count Valencia is adamant that he enter, and is throwing a fit." "What? Throwing a fit?" Blake raised an eyebrow. He ordered, "Take him to the Arboretum." They complied. "Yes, Your Majesty." After a few moments inside the Arboretum, Blake and Count were having tea. Count Valencia gritted his teeth looking at Blake. He may be my son-in-law, but I haven't seen him since the wedding. He was nothing but an aloof little kid back then. What happened in these 2 years? As Blake took a stern look at him, the Count flinched. I'm afraid I'll have to take Diana now. We have prior engagements, the Count said. Blake replied. She's sleeping, the Count replied. Then I'll get her tomorrow morning. There is no need. Blake cut him off. Diana will be staying in my palace from now on. Upon hearing that, the Count gritted his teeth. I knew it. I knew that ungrateful little thing would betray her father like this. Then the Count began. Your Majesty, is this because of anything she has said? I'm afraid she is prone to her lies. She's the reason Anthea and I grew apart as well. She told me she wanted to be the crown princess and asked me to get rid of Anthea, he scoffed, trying to justify himself. Even if she is young, that is not something she should be saying, so I disciplined her a bit. Did you discipline my wife often in the past? Blake asked, voice ice cold. He replied. She is my firstborn, so naturally, I needed to be strict with her. It was all out of love for my daughter, he laughed bitterly. People who knew nothing went around saying I was abusing her. I'm afraid Anthea has mistaken her father, he continued. She is still quite young. Mistaken, you say? Blake repeated. The Count said. Yes, Your Majesty. Please, help a father and daughter mend their relationship, he continued, his tone suddenly sharp with hidden threat. I'm sorry to say, but Your Majesty won't be around for much longer, am I correct? Who will be by Anthea's side when Your Majesty is gone? He continued smoothly. His Imperial Majesty may adore her, yes, but she is still not of royal blood. No, if Anthea is to keep her status, she will need the help of House Valencia. Besides, she'll be the mockery of high society if word gets out about her treatment of her own father. She's bound to return to House Valencia, eventually. Blake stared at him, cold fury rising in his chest. He finally spoke. You disgust me. The Count flinched upon hearing that. Blake asked. Who said anything about me dying? What? The Count jolted upright, thinking, did he find a way to break his curse? Blake said, I promised Anthea I wouldn't die. Ha! You must be more realistic, Your Majesty. Count Valencia scoffed. Even if I should die, Blake said evenly. Anthea will not be returning to your house, the Count asked. Ha! And what will she do if she doesn't return? How dare he speak to me like that? He thought, seething. When he's nothing but a monster? You think I'm overstepping, Blake said quietly. Even though I'm just a monster? What? Sweat beaded down his brow. The Count wondered, what is this? Did he read my mind? Blake said. You seem very interested in my curse, Count Valencia. It's not like that, Your Majesty. The Count stammered, flinching. Then you must have heard this as well. Blake reached toward him and grabbed his hand. The goddess's curse is like a disease. It's infectious. It can be spread to others. Those are just silly rumors, the Count said, trembling, his voice faltering. He thinks in his mind, how is a child like him so strong? It felt like something was being sucked into his hand. His hands were trembling. Then Blake grinned. It's not a rumor. A low ha escaped him. Then a flash appeared at their hands. The Count screamed. He fell down groaning in excruciating pain. The curse marks appeared on his hand. Stay away from Anthea, Blake growled. Never come near her again. Don't even so much as breathe the same air as her. Get out. After saying that, he started walking away. Later, Anthea went to Blake's room. After knocking the door, she said, Your Majesty? It's me. Blake brightened up seeing her. Anthea! She came in with a concerned look. You don't look so well. Did you not get much sleep? He replied. No, she asked. What do you mean, no? Did you sleep at all last night? He said. I just couldn't fall asleep. She stepped closer, concerned. Then Blake pulled out a flower. Here. It's for you. I saw it in the arboretum, and it made me think of you, so I brought one. Thank you. She smiled. It's beautiful. But then Blake wobbled. Your Majesty! She quickly grabs him. Are you all right? I'm okay, Blake said, stumbling slightly. Just a little dizzy, that's all. She quickly turned, saying, I'll get the court physician. No, Anthea. He reached out and grabs her wrist gently. There's no need. Just stay with me, she retracted. But, he insisted, leaning on her. Don't go, she agreed. Okay. After that they fell asleep, and so they napped the entire day. But when Anthea woke up, she felt a strange chill. It was as if she had a nightmare, but she couldn't remember it at all. Anthea, Blake murmured, turning toward her. She blinked, sleepy-eyed. Did you have a nice nap? Blake giggled. Hee hee. Yes. And you? Why are you so flushed? She asked, raising an eyebrow. When you don't even have a fever? That's… He trailed off, face red. Because you're petting me. He's making things weird again. She thought as she fidgeted and began to slowly retreat her hand. She reminded herself. Don't forget, this is an adult novel. Then he pulled her hand and squeezed it. Wifey, he added with a mischievous smile. Anthea said. I thought you were upset I was petting you. He smiled. Ha! I never said that. She blinked thinking, is it just me, or is my little husband becoming more flirtatious by the day? The Emperor banished Gilbert Valencia to an island west of the Valley of Chaos, though he was officially given the duty of patrolling the island, but it was no different from exile. Rumors spread that he went mad there. Some said it was just a lie, a ploy so he could eventually return to the Empire, but even if it were true, no one sympathized. He had brought this fate upon himself. After that day, Diana remained at the Crown Prince's palace and began preparing for the Knight Academy entrance exams. Diana, come take a break, Anthea called. Diana turned with a grin. Wow, how did you know I was thirsty? Heh, you're the best. Her eyes sparkled. I feel like I'm the luckiest girl in the world. Anthea blushed after hearing that. You should take it easy, Anthea warned gently. Diana replied. The test is just around the corner. I can't risk it, she said. Well, don't overdo it. You can always retake it next year. No, Diana huffed, crossing her arms. I don't want to be the oldest one in my class. Is that what she's worried about? Anthea thought, amused. Diana had even turned down the noble recommendation most others used to get in. She's a good kid, Diana said, determined. I must pass this year, Anthea cheered her. You can do it, Diana, Diana said. Thanks. Later, when the result came, Anthea looked at it and said, You've been admitted as 9th in your class. Congratulations, Diana. Anthea smiled, but there was a gloomy look on Diana's face. Anthea said, Diana, being 9th is an incredible feat. I know, she admitted. I was surprised that I did better than I thought, Anthea asked. Then why do you look so sad? She sighed. Because I'll have to be away from you when I go to the academy. Then do you want to forget about it and just live with me? Anthea teased, pinching her cheek slightly. That's not what I mean, Diana muttered, flustered. I have to become a knight. So just bear with me for 6 years, okay? 6 years? Anthea's thoughts drifted. Will I have broken Blake's curse by then? Or will I have given up everything and be preparing to leave? As she lost in thought, Diana called her. Anthea? She replied, looking a little gloomy. Of course. I'll be waiting. Diana grabbed her hand and asked, You promise? You pinky swore, Anthea agreed. Okay, I promise. Then the new year came. Anthea remembered, in the novel, this was the year Emperor then Sun died after falling victim to Duke Richard's schemes. But Anthea made a quiet vow. As long as I'm by His Imperial Majesty's side, nothing like that will ever happen. Let's go, Anthea, the Emperor said gently. She replied, Yes, Father. They went to the banquet hall where an announcer announced, presenting His Imperial Majesty the Emperor, the great light of the Empire, and Her Imperial Highness, the Crown Princess. Music was playing in the hall and people were dancing to it. Suddenly Richard approached Anthea and said, You look beautiful today as well. Will you still refuse my hand in a dance? She ignored him. Yes, he insisted. You'll never improve if you don't try. She shows disapproval. That's none of your concern. Anthea is great at dancing, Diana chimed in. The man smirked. Did you practice on your own then? That's cute. She didn't practice for your sake, Diana huffed. Lady Valencia, he said with a strange smile. I know you're still young, but don't you think you're being rather rude? Let's go, Anthea. Diana grabbed her arm. Anthea agreed. Sure. After a few moments, they went outside the hall to rest. My feet are burning, Diana muttered once they were away from the crowd. I can't stand these shoes. Anthea smiled, looking at her. She's a dainty girl in the novel, but it's good to see her like this too. Diana, she said thoughtfully, what do you think about Richard Carseal? I don't like him. The words came fast. He's so annoying. I can't stand him. Anthea thinks in her mind, she really seems to hate him. I was worried she'd be hung up over him like in the novel, but I guess I don't have to worry about that anymore. What about you? Diana asked. She replied, Yeah, I don't like him either. They both laughed. Later she returned to the hall and observed, maybe they're all excited because it's the first ball of the year. There's still so many people here, even when it's past midnight. She went back and sat beside the Emperor. I'm back, father. You must be tired, he said. Why have you not retired to your chambers? She giggled. Hee hee. I wanted to have a glass of wine with you. There you go again with your jokes. He smiled warmly. Come, follow me. Then they went to a balcony. Wow! You can see the whole palace from here. Anthea gasped, eyes wide with wonder. It's so beautiful. The lights glittered off the rooftops below. This room. Blake loved it, the Emperor said with a soft smile. He used to always hide in here during hide-and-seek. Anthea turned to Emperor, her tone hopeful. Father, could you visit Amoria Castle as a New Year's present? I'm sure His Highness would love it if you came. I have to be careful not to hurt him any further. Emperor then son replied quietly. Anthea said, I think you're too careful, Your Majesty. His curse will be broken, no matter what. And no one will be able to touch him as long as you're around, she said firmly. Then, more seriously, and let me remind you again, there's no black magic that can transfer the curse of the goddess to another, so you must not fall prey to anyone who promises such things, especially Richard Carseal. The Emperor grinned. Do you think I'd fall for such foolish tricks? Anthea thought I knew he would be the last one to do so, but, she remembered, in the original novel, there was a reason Nan's son fell into Richard's trap. One day, Blake's condition worsened, and the door of darkness opened. Then son, determined and desperate, tried with all his might to close it, because it was his duty as emperor. But the power of light was dangerous. Using it would risk Blake's life. So, even though he knew it was a dangerous gamble, he resorted to black magic. He had no other choice. And that was when he died. You know I'm a master of languages, Anthea said with conviction. I'll break his curse. I promise. So just trust me, father. Then son gently patted her head. Don't worry. I won't be so rash. Not now that I have 2 children to care for. Children to care for, Anthea repeated inwardly. He must be referring to me and Blake. According to the novel, then son was supposed to die this year. But I won't let that happen, because I'll protect him. Okay, she whispered. You promised. After a few days, when Diana gets ready to leave for the academy, Diana called out, Your Majesty, you know I trust you, right? I wouldn't have been able to leave my sister all alone, if it weren't for you, she asked, determined. She's in good hands. Blake agreed with her. You just worry about yourself, she said. We can debate 6 years from now over who loves Anthea the most, Blake replied. But I already know the answer to that. Diana giggled. Heh, right. It's me. What are you talking about? It's me, Blake snapped. Diana laughed. I don't think so, haha. As the argument erupts, Anthea thinks, looking at them. Why do they always end up arguing? Seriously, then Anthea said. Let's get going. We'll be late if we keep dawdling any longer, Diana said. Okay. See you on my summer break, Your Majesty, Blake replied. I'll be waiting, Your Highness. I'll be right back, Anthea said with a smile as she was going with Diana. Blake replied. Okay. Be safe, Anthea. After the carriage left. Here, take this. Diana slid something into Anthea's hand. Anthea asked. What is it? Diana said. It's House Valencia's family ring, and the keys to the manor. Father sent it to me after he was exiled, saying he was getting a divorce. Anthea refused. Diana, I can't accept that, Diana said. House Valencia was in shambles, but thanks to your mother, they were able to escape bankruptcy. And most of the fortune is your mother's anyway, so it's yours by right. She squeezed her hand saying that. Anthea replied. Thank you, Diana said. No need to thank me. I'm just returning it to its rightful owner. When the carriage reached its destination, Diana looked outside and said, Anthea, we're here. All right, Your Majesty. Shall we? Diana offered her hand. Anthea smiled. Why, thank you, Lady Diana. They were welcomed by an entourage of guards and trumpets were blown. The Night Academy gates loomed before them. The group bowed in perfect unison. We are pleased to meet Her Imperial Highness the Crown Princess, the blessing of the Empire. They must be the Imperial Knights, Anthea thought. Father, you didn't have to prepare all this. The ceremony began. Someone announced. We will now begin the matriculation ceremony to the Night Academy. Anthea observed the ceremony from the royal sitting. She thinks proudly. My Diana looks the best out of them all. Anthea, I'll see you. Diana called, saluting her. She said, I can't go now that I think about leaving you for good. I'll fend off anyone who gets in your way, so just say the word, Anthea said. Don't worry about me. Write often, okay? Go on. You'll be late. Diana waved back saying, Okay, I'll write you every day. Anthea also waved, saying, "All right." Anthea stood still for a moment, gripping the box in her palm. "Well then, I should head back to the castle," she murmured, "to where he is waiting for me." Then she returned to the Remoria castle. She showed the animated crystal to Blake, saying, "Diana was like a full-grown lady today." The guard asked, "Did she seem that mature?" Blake remarked, "She looks great." Anthea asked, "Right?" Even she had to admit yes. She barely recognized her. "But how come you didn't take any, Anthea?" Blake asked gently. "Well, today was about Diana entering the academy, not me," she replied modestly. "No, I took some of the princess," Hans chimed in. Hans told, "The Knights of the First Order captured these images of the princess in animated crystals, Your Majesty." "But why?" Anthea blinked at the sparkling collection. "And so many! It was an imperial order, Your Highness," he answered. "My father," she thought. "How could he waste such precious animated crystals on me?" she asked, confused. "But why would he do such a thing?" the maid said. "It was a present, of course," Anthea repeated. "A present?" Blake was excited to see so many animated crystals of Anthea. Looking at him, the maid said, "Yes. A present for the Crown Prince." Anthea smiled, watching the memory replay. "I'm glad he likes it." Later the carriage continued its smooth ride as Anthea's thoughts turned toward the past. The Valencia family was said to be direct descendants of Leonel Valencia, the great mage of light. Together with Emperor Philip, he had helped establish the Aztec Empire. But enraged by Philip's betrayal, the goddess of light withdrew her blessing from the land. Over time, the power of the successor of light weakened, fading from legend to myth. Eventually, no one could tell who the successor even was anymore. Still, the Valencias remained a family deeply rooted in light. She thought there must be books about the magic of light, or the curse. Maybe in the library at the manor. "Let's go in, Melissa," she said, stepping out of the carriage and standing at the gate. The maid replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." They entered the manor quietly. "Is this the Count's library?" Anthea asked, surveying the room. Looking around, she thinks, "For a family with such rich history, there really aren't that many books." "There are a few books on the magic of light here," Anthea noted, "but it looks untouched." "I've already read all of these," Anthea murmured, flipping through the books. "Maybe I'll have more luck searching the Count's study." She moved toward a heavy door and opened it with the key. As the door creaked open, she thinks, "There has to be something here that can help." The door gave way to a glittering room. "What's all this?" she muttered. "This is his study?" The room was lavish, filled with precious jewels, glittering trinkets, and fine paintings. "Not a single tome of wisdom in sight," Anthea said. "I wasn't expecting much in the first place, but I thought there'd be at least something about the magic of light, or the successor." "Your Majesty," Melissa said softly, looking concerned for her. Anthea said, "Let's go, Melissa." Anthea turned, her heart heavy. "I forced myself to return to this place, this manor filled with nothing but unpleasant memories, and I have nothing to show for it." The carriage rattled over the stones as they departed. Suddenly some words rang inside her head. "You should have died along with your mother that day," the voice from her memory screamed. "I can't even stand to look at you," Anthea gasped, her breath caught in her throat. Melissa asked, "Are you all right, Your Majesty? Should I stop the carriage?" "Yes," she whispered. Then the carriage stopped, and they went outside to take fresh air. Melissa again asked, worried, "Shall I call for the doctor, Your Majesty?" Anthea replied, "No, it's fine. I'm just sick from riding, that's all. I feel better now," she thought. "I'm not even the real Anthea, but whenever her memories flash in my mind, it's so hard to withstand it." After a few moments she said, "Let's get going." Then something caught her eye, a figure in the distance. "Wait, is that Richard?" Her eyes narrowed. "It can't be." A strange energy cracked through the air. Looking at him, she wondered, is today the day? The day Richard's life turned upside down. Richard's mother was a slave of the Room family. 1,000 years ago, the Rooms had ruled over the Western Hemisphere as the imperial family of the Zelkan Empire. But their rule was marked by cruelty and decadence. They abused their power for pleasure and lived in extravagant excess. Disgusted by their atrocities, the goddess of light grew angry. In her wrath, she withdrew her favor and gave her power to Philip instead. The Zelkan Empire fell, making way for the rise of the Aztec Empire. The once mighty Rooms were reduced to slaves, and even a millennium later, their name remained a source of scorn and shame. When the Duchess was pregnant, Duke Casil secretly impregnated a beautiful slave of Room descent, Richard's mother. At first, the Duke treated Richard as a mere servant, but over time, he began to see the boy's sharp mind and potential. Though he never formally acknowledged him, the Duke accepted Richard as his bastard son, impressed by his intelligence. Richard was overjoyed. The acknowledgement lit a fire within him. He vowed to study harder, work harder, and earn the Duke's favor so that one day he could ask for his mother's freedom. But that hope was short-lived. One day her mother was coughing. He asked, worried, "Mother, are you all right? I'll go ask the Duke to call a doctor." Huffing weakly, she replied, "It's nothing, my child. There's no need to make a fuss." But Richard knew better. He rushed to the Duke. "My lord, my mother is gravely ill. Please, could you call a doctor for her? I promise to study even harder," he pleaded. The Duke's eyes narrowed. "That wench is sick, you say? She hasn't caught Tansanol, has she?" Richard froze. "Pardon? Tansanol? Get out!" The Duke snapped. His voice was cold. Richard clenched his fists. "Yes, my lord. His mother died soon after, not from any illness, but by order of the Duke. She had been dragged to the gardens and killed. They buried her there without ceremony." The realization hit Richard like a dagger to the heart. He was only released from the shed they'd locked him in after being confirmed free of the disease. At a later moment, someone sneered at him. Richard didn't respond. He headed straight to the study, determined. There, he searched for every book he could find on Tansanol. He read, "Tansanol is an infectious disease originating from the Rheum family. It is highly contagious and fatal. Those infected develop black spots across their bodies, their faces grow ghastly, and they cough up blood. It is considered the second generation of the curse of the goddess of light, bearing similarities to the afflictions of the cursed successor." The more Richard read, the more certain he became. His mother had not had Tansanol. Everyone assumed any Rheum who fell ill carried the disease. That assumption became their death sentence. That's why she never wanted him to say anything. That's why she endured the pain in silence. He realized her mother died because of him. From that day on, Richard was never the same. His eyes, once filled with warmth, were now cold with vengeance. He vowed to take revenge on Duke Cassil and his family, to take everything from him, and kill him in the most excruciating way imaginable. And he would stop at nothing to seize the throne for himself. He would make every person who had looked down on him for being born a slave kneel before him. Anthea approached him and said, "It's been quite a while," Richard said with a calm, chilling smile. "I wasn't expecting to see you here. It must be my lucky day." The wind rustled as they stood beside a blooming tree. Looking at it, Anthea thinks, "So this is the tree," she said. "Such beautiful flowers," Richard said. "But this is a tombstone. Here lies a Rheum lady." Anthea was taken aback for a moment. "I'm surprised. He mentioned the Rheum family first. He didn't even tell Diana about them in the original novel. Did you know her?" Anthea asked. He replied, "No. I only heard that she died of Tansanol." After hearing that, she stepped closer, saying, "I see. Then she puts a piece of cloth on the branch." Richard asked, "What are you doing?" She replied, "I heard this is how you pay respects at a Rheum funeral." He asked, "Pay respects? To a member of the Rheum family?" She questioned. "Why? Am I not allowed?" Richard snapped. "Do you not know what Tansanol is?" She replied. "No. I do," he said. "Then you must be rather dim," she countered. "You don't even know for certain whether or not it was Tansanol. I've heard of many who were killed for merely being accused of having it," she added. "And even if she did have it, it's not like it's still infectious now. But you could still catch the curse of the goddess of light," he warned. She replied, "I don't believe in such foolish tales." A sudden gust of wind unraveled the knot from the cloth. "The knot's coming loose," she murmured. "I should tie it tighter." As she reached to fix it, Richard quickly snatched her hand and shouted, "Are you that high on your horse because everyone calls you a saint? For protecting even a monster? Or are you really just that naive?" Anthea was stunned for a moment, then she yanked Richard's hand and said, "I've never considered myself a saint. I simply don't enjoy being afraid of every little thing." "Afraid?" Richard raised an eyebrow. "Of course it's important to be aware," she continued, carefully tightening the cloth as it began to loosen. "But I don't want to ignore or hurt those around me simply because of my fear." Richard was in a disbelief for a moment, then a chuckle slipped from his lips. "You are one strange lady, Lord Cassil," Anthea replied sharply, lifting her gaze. "Aren't you old enough to mind your manners? Did you want me to address you as Your Highness?" he asked, mocking amusement in his voice. She replied, "It's not a matter of what I want. It's what's expected." He shrugged it off. "I'll be sure to remember that for next time," she added. And please apologize for your rudeness toward the Crown Prince, for calling him a monster. You'd be wise to remember that Blake La Rouge Jaracilian is your Crown Prince of this empire. Anthea remembers, according to the original story, Richard's evil plan should have already taken root by now. In the novel, he used and sacrificed many people in order to become emperor. But things had already begun to steer from the original plot. Perhaps the irreplaceable trickster could have changed too, Richard replied after thinking for a moment. Of course. Who in this empire doesn't know that fact? I'm glad to hear that, Lord Casil, Anthea said, turning slightly. You're a talented man. If you were to use your skills in the right way, splendid blessings would surely follow. Again, Richard wasn't expecting that. It came as a shock to him. While walking away, Anthea thinks in her mind, everyone in Duke Casil's household had been greedy, but they were so incompetent that Richard wouldn't even need to resort to tricks to claim the title of Duke. Everyone could live happily ever after if only Richard could be content with that. A blessing, you say? Richard smiled. Are you suggesting that you'll be by my side? Upon hearing that, her eyes narrowed. How dare he tease me for being called the blessing of the empire? Anthea straightened her posture. I think you need to brush up on your manners. It's getting quite late, so I'll be going now. She stepped away from him, head held high. Richard said from behind. I'll be looking forward to our next encounter, Anthea replied. I hope you'll have learned proper manners by then. Sorry I'm late, Melissa, she said upon arriving. Let's go, Melissa replied. Yes, Your Highness. As the carriage started, Anthea sighed softly. I've been gone too long. I can't wait to get back to the castle, to see my hubby's chubby little face. Richard was still standing there. He glanced down at the small trinket. This is the first gift you've ever received, huh? I'll be back next year. Mother. Emperor Thenston had never once rejected Anthea's requests. He had provided everything she asked for and even hired tutors when she told him she wanted to study. She studied hard, and taught Blake everything she learned. During a learning session with Blake she said, Your Highness, 1,000 years ago, in the time of the Zelkan Empire, the written word was reserved only for those in high society. Back then, books were made of lambskin, and were very expensive. But they burned all those books, right? Blake asked. She explained. Yes. After the fall of the Zelkan Empire, and the rise of the Asteric Empire, the Rum family tried to revive the Zelkan era. The fifth prince of the imperial family, Lakshul, led the movement. They grew more aggressive with time. They even set fire to the Thenlin Palace in hopes of taking out Emperor Philip. As she continued, Anthea blinked, her body tense. She saw a horrible scene of someone in fire shouting. A strange, painful sound rang in her ears. Was it you? Did you start the fire? How could you do this to me? Open the door. Now, as the throbbing continued, she wonders, what is this? What am I hearing? Anthea! Blake's voice broke through. What's wrong? Flinching, Anthea shook her head. Oh, he asked, are you feeling sick? She replied. No, I'm fine. I was just thinking about something else, he asked, concerned. Are you sure? She said. Yeah. Okay, let's move on, she continued. The Thenlin Palace had burned, but Emperor Philip was unharmed. Lakshul predicted their efforts would be wasted, so he destroyed all texts written in the Zelkan language. Lakshul told his servants, all history and knowledge of this land is due to the almighty Rums. Should the Zelkan Empire disappear like this, all knowledge of the world shall perish alongside it. But knowledge shall return when the Zelkan Empire reigns once more. If the Rums hadn't burned all those books. As she was saying that, she glanced at Blake. He was suffering from pain and was trembling. Your Highness! Anthea gasped. Are you all right? He forced a smile. Yeah, I'm fine. Looking at him, she thinks, Blake always says he's okay. But there's no doubt it must be excruciatingly painful. My, is that the time? She said at last. Let's stop here for today, he replied. Okay, she added. And I think it would be best if you skipped your sword lessons, he said. But I didn't practice yesterday either, she resolved. It's probably hard enough to hold a sword in that state. I need to make him rest. He's too diligent. She reached for him gently. Come here, and take a nap. I'm too tired from all that studying. I think I need a nap before my next appointment, he muttered, flustered. And maybe not the bed, she said. Come on. I can't sleep without you next to me, Blake blushed. But that's your bed, Anthea. What does that matter? She asked, already tugging him closer. Quickly, come on. He stammered, visibly flustered, even as she gave a soft pull. It matters. he added with a blush, though he didn't pull away. After they laid down, Anthea patted him. Anthea thought caressing him. At least, he doesn't have a fever. The color had started returning to his cheeks. Stay put, she said, starting to get up. I'll go get a furnace. A hand grabbed hers. Don't go. I'm not cold. Not when you're beside me. His words made her pause. I'm sorry, she added quietly. He asked. For what? She replied. For being so useless. If I were the successor of Light, you wouldn't have to be in so much pain. Don't ever say that. He squeezed her hand. I'm the happiest man in the world to have you as my wife. He nuzzled into her, and her heart melted. All right, she whispered. Let's get some sleep. Okay, he replied with a small smile. After he fell asleep, she observed, his hands are warm. The color in his cheeks had fully returned. She let out a breath of relief. But how could she have fallen asleep so easily? What if his condition had worsened while she slept? Anthea, are you awake? He asked, sitting up. Yes, she answered quickly. How are you feeling? He showed thumbs up. Great! I could go train right now. That you can't do, she said firmly. You promised to stay next to me today, didn't you? Oh, that's right. I'm going to be with you all day, Anthea, he declared proudly with a nod. Andia Wooderyudin? He said while she pinched his cheeks. Then she said, My hubby is just too adorable. Nah, by the way, she said. I got a letter from Diana today, he asked. Has she finished her winter training? Anthea said. Yes. She seems to have enjoyed it. I wrote her a response earlier. Would you like to send her one as well? Blake awkwardly said. It's okay. I'll see her on the holidays anyway. Oh, okay then. She studied his casual tone. He was treating Diana like an old friend who had gone off to service. There was not even a hint of the original love line from the novel. She glanced at the rose on the table. A red rose. Blake's first gift to me. Ever. What are you doing, Anthea? He asked, approaching her curiously, and hugged her. She replied. Just admiring how pretty the rose is. Your beauty has no rival, he replied without missing a beat. She laughed. Ha! He asked. Why are you laughing like that? You know how to compliment someone so casually. She chuckled. My little hubby is all grown up, he said. Arg, I'm 11 now. I'm a man. You're only 2 years younger than me. You mean I'm 2 whole years older, she corrected. He fell silent. Seeing that, she realized, Oops. Is he mad? I should stop teasing him. She reached out again and checked. He doesn't have a fever. Phew. I need to check in on him more often, she thought. He seems to be getting sick more than usual lately. Your hands are so warm, Anthea, he said, nuzzling into her again. Hee. My hubby is the cutest in the whole wide world. She hugged him tightly, blushing. And handsome? He asked. She excitedly said. So cute. Later she prepared tofu and said to Blake and Savats to try it. Now go ahead and try the tofu while it's still warm. Steam curled up from the bowl as she set it before them. She added, and some delicious soy milk, too. Wow, this is delicious! Everyone exclaimed, happily chatting between bites. Melissa said, I like the nuttiness, a servant remarked. You're a genius, Your Highness. It's not like I invented it, she replied, a little bashfully. Besides, you all helped with the hard part. I won't be able to escape their compliments at this rate, she thought, amused. Then she said, Well, enjoy. I'm going to take some to His Majesty before it gets cold. They complied. Yes, Your Highness. Then Unhan in the form of cat approached her. Oh, hello, kitty, Anthea gasped. I haven't seen you in so long. Where have you been? She picks him up to pet. Blake looked at her suspiciously, then said, I'll watch the cat, he said. Why don't you go take that before it gets cold? She confirmed. Are you sure? It's better to eat it while it's hot. He smiled brightly. Don't worry about the cat, she replied. Okay. I'll be back soon, he said. Sure, I'll be waiting. As Anthea was going away, Unhan thinks in his mind, This is bad. I have to run away, but I can't seem to move. He was sweating, thinking, what kind of power does the crown prince have? She glanced at the prince. The Prynek glared. Who are you? His breath caught. Meow. He thinks, I'm in trouble now. Don't even try to play dumb, he said sharply, staring at the cat. I already know you're not really a cat. Why are you snooping on Anthea and me? He drops the cat down and interrogated. I've been thinking about what you could be. When I was young, there was a person who appeared every time I was sick. He healed me, he recalled. He clenched his fists, breath hitching in memories. After I'd gotten the mark of the curse and was banished to the annex, All my nights were sleepless. I was tormented by nightmares, and the pain it felt like it was ripping through my skin. I called for my father every night, but he never once came. The pain of the past surfaced in his clenched jaw. I got so used to it that I didn't even call out for him in my dreams anymore. He paused. But just then, a man in black appeared. Whenever he was around, I felt better. He healed me. He was dark, and I could smell a hint of water on him, like the fog. His eyes narrowed. And I feel that same energy from you now. You smell the same. The cat didn't move. Unhan thinks in his mind. So he already knew who I was. Well then, there's no use hiding anymore. The cat shifted form and turned into a human. I'm humbled to meet His Imperial Highness the Hope of the Empire. The figure bowed respectfully. I am Unhan, Your Highness. So it was you, Blake murmured. I am loyal to His Imperial Majesty. Unhan continued. And he has ordered me to protect you in secret, Blake said. So, His Majesty sent you? Blake felt touched. I thought he'd forgotten about me because of the curse, but I guess not completely, he asked. Are you from the east? Unhan replied. Yes, Your Highness. I am from Chang, Blake said. You're so pure, Unhan asked. Pardon? The prince studied him, his stare unwavering. You're dark, but your energy is clean and pure. So different from me. There was a pause, then the question came. But why have you revealed yourself now, when you're supposed to guard me in secret? Unhan replied awkwardly. I'm sorry to say, I missed the food from back home, he asked. Food? Yes, Unhan said, straightening. After seeing the crown princess cook, I was reminded of home. I couldn't resist. That's why I was caught. His eyes dimmed with shame. I dared to defy His Majesty's orders for such personal matters. I shall report this and receive punishment. I will also ask Her Highness for forgiveness. There's no need, the prince said quickly. You've watched over me for a long time now. I don't want to see you punished. Unhan hesitated. But, the prince cut him off. Don't tell anyone. I won't either. Unhan blinked in surprise. I spent all that time disguised as a cat, fooling everyone. But he's not even angry. He's offering to keep my secret. He felt touched. Thank you, Your Highness. Then Blake took a step forward and muttered near his ears. Don't you ever get near Anthea again, the prince said suddenly, voice turning cold. Unhan froze. If you ever try anything like that on my wife again. His eyes glinted with quiet fury. I won't forgive you. Unhan nodded in understanding. Blake was on guard thinking, he's just Anthea's type, all Eastern looking, and he's handsome too. I don't ever want Anthea to see him again. Anthea went to Imperial Palace. She knocked at the door and said, Father, it's me. Colin was there, he greeted her. Ah, Your Highness, you're finally here, she asked. Were you waiting for me? He replied. Of course. I always look forward to your visits every day, Anthea grinned. You mean you look forward to going home? He said with a smile. Well, you are my goddess of going home. You're the only one who can release me from an endless day of work. Anthea thinks in her mind. He sounded like he was joking, but I've never seen him actually go home at a reasonable time. Such is the life of a salaryman. Then the emperor chimed in. Stop spewing such nonsense and go home, the attendant said. Yes, Your Majesty. Anthea glanced at him sweating. His Majesty didn't seem to be in a very good mood. The attendant then said, If you hadn't come to visit, I would have been here all night. His eyes welled slightly. Colin, the emperor said, do you wish to live out the rest of your days in the palace? I can make arrangements for that, you know. He grinned. Anthea shivers thinking, how can he say that with such a straight face? Then Colin quickly said, I shall be going now, Your Highness. Then he left. Anthea turned to the emperor. Father, you shouldn't overwork yourself. You're spending more and more time in your study. The emperor smirked, flipping through some papers. Has the scolding begun already? I'm serious. She frowned. Then the emperor noticed. Your dress is much too thin for this weather. You need a proper coat. No, it's fine, she retorted quickly. I have plenty of clothes, so many I haven't even worn them all yet, she said inwardly. I can't believe how quickly he changes the subject. That's not why I'm here, she said, holding a box. Try this, he smiled. Come sit here, Anthea. The emperor gave a rare, fond smirk. Let's eat together, she replied. Yes, father, that's not why I'm here. Anthea's voice rang out, clear and determined. Try this, she added with a bright smile. Come sit here, Anthea, the emperor said with a small smirk. Let's eat together. Yes, father, she replied cheerfully. Steam drifted gently from the dish on the table. This dish, the emperor remarked, Looks like it was made with snow. What is it? It's tofu, Anthea replied proudly. I made it with the beans you gifted me earlier, Your Majesty, he asked. You're saying you made this dish from those beans? She replied, Yes, Your Majesty. His Highness even helped me peel them. Blake even knows how to do stuff like that. The Emperor asked in surprise. Yes, he's so talented, she said warmly. If you came by the auxiliary palace, you could have seen His Highness peel those beans in person. Upon hearing that, the Emperor's gaze turned slightly distant. Anthea thinks maybe he still has no desire to visit the Crown Prince's palace. After Blake and I broke into his bedroom 3 years ago, those two haven't seen each other since. Then the Emperor asked, How is he today? She replied, He's fine. No fever, and he seemed to be in a good mood, she thought. I guess he's still worried, even though he can't come by and see him. That's good to hear, he added quietly. He turned his attention back to Anthea. What about you, Anthea? I'm so happy because you and Blake enjoyed my food so much, she said, beaming. He remarked. Silly, she urged. I'm serious, father. Try some of this, too. I made it spicy just for you, he then said. You should join me. I know you also enjoy spicy dishes. Shall I? She hesitated. Looking at the steaming stew stirred her appetite again. Oh, that's hot, she muttered after tasting it. It's really good, isn't it? If my daughter-in-law made it, it must be tasty, he added with a hearty chuckle. Is there anything you desire? He asked, more serious now. I must reward you after such a precious meal. I would normally refuse. Anthea began pondering. But today is different, then she said. The truth is, there is somewhere I'd like to go. Where? He asked immediately. Just tell me, wherever it may be. She clenched her hands slightly, then spoke clearly. Thenlund Palace. His expression changed. Thenlund Palace? Thenlund Palace was the last imperial palace of the Zulkan Empire, and the first imperial palace of the Astaric Empire. After bringing down Zulkan, a kingdom known for its cruelty and indulgence, Emperor Philip had founded Astaric Empire. Wanting to spare the people further suffering, he chose not to build anew. Instead, he renamed the Zulkan Palace to Thenlund Palace and moved in. But his good intentions brought only tragedy. Lokshul, the last imperial prince of Zulkan, used a secret passageway to infiltrate Thenlund Palace. He raided it and set it ablaze. The flames raged for over a month, consuming not only the palace, but the surrounding region of Khan, the capital of Zulkan. In its wake, both the palace and Khan became known as Forbidden Land. Why do you suddenly want to visit Thenlund Palace? The Emperor asked. I thought I might find a clue about the lithograph there, Anthea admitted. A few days ago, during class with Blake, I saw a short vision. A woman's scream, a scorching blaze, a space glittering with jewels and lithographs standing off to one side. That must have been Thenlund Palace. That land was completely consumed by fire and tainted by dark magic, the Emperor said gravely. I cannot send you to such a dangerous place. I'll only visit Thenlund Palace, Anthea insisted. I won't take long. It's forbidden land, he warned her. The last words of the first emperor forbade any royal from stepping onto the scorched land of Zulkan, Anthea remembers. His last words mentioned that stepping foot in the scorched land of Zulkan will only earn the wrath of the goddess and bring calamity on the entire empire, especially if it's an emperor, he continued. If a royal were to go where even commoners refuse to tread, the backlash would be immense. It would be seen as taking a political stance against the remnants of the Zulkan rebellion. And I'm worried about how unstable Blake's health has become. He's fine today, but what if he worsens again? But she firmly pressed on. I might be able to find a way to break the curse at Thenlund Palace. No, I'm sure of it. So please, Anthea, her father said softly, his voice filled with conflict. You are also my child. I can't let you go to a dangerous place for Blake's sake. I'll protect myself with a light stone. She clenched her fists again. I also consider Blake a precious member of my family. I can't give up, not if there's a chance I could break his curse. Her called her again. Anthea, she insisted. Please, father. Please permit me, just this once. After a slight pause he gave in. Just this once. She brightened up. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, father. Imperial Palace. Unhen came back to report to the Emperor. A sigh broke the silence. I can't believe I got caught keeping an eye on Anthea as a cat. He frowned to himself. And I feel bad. I think I keep upsetting His Majesty. Then he looked inside from the window and realized. He's still awake. As he entered the Emperor's chambers, a soft whip sound echoed. So the Emperor asked, Is that you, Unhan? He showed up and said, I apologize, sire. Did I wake you? The Emperor said. No. I was thinking. And I was waiting for you. Unhan kneels and said. I await your command. It won't be a command, the Emperor said gently, but a favor today. He looked up at the young man with steady eyes. I'd like to entrust you with the safeguard of the Crown Princess. I wish for you to stay by her side and protect her, the Emperor said firmly. Unhan hesitated. But I'm just a shadow, sire. I'm well aware of your predicament, Unhan, His Majesty replied gently. However, there is no one else I can entrust Anthea with. The weight of the request struck Unhan deeply. The Emperor had never spoken with such ardent sincerity before. After a beat, Unhan bowed his head in acceptance. I understand, sire. Thank you, the Emperor said with a faint smile. Unhan straightened. However, please rescind the part about it being a favor. Protecting the Crown Princess is part of my duties, and one I readily accept. I will gladly follow your command. The Emperor's expression softened. Okay. Thank you. Later another day. It's finally today, Anthea thought, her heart pounding. The day I get to go to Thenlin Palace. She needed to leave quietly. Blake mustn't know. If he found out she was planning to go to the cursed, forbidden land in search of a way to break his curse, he would certainly try to stop her. Just then, she found him. Your Highness, she said, putting on a casual tone. There will soon be a ball at the Imperial Palace. There's a lot to prepare, so I'll be back a bit late today. Okay, Blake said with a kind smile. Take your time. Don't push yourself too hard. She felt guilty, but then instructed. Don't worry. You should be extra careful during swordsmanship training. Blake sighed. I'm not a small child, you know, she chuckled. I should get going. He gripped her hand tightly and said, Safe trip, Anthea. She nodded. Okay. I'll be safe. And thinks he's so cute when he worries. Later, when she was leaving, Blake escorted her to the carriage. As she rode toward the Imperial Palace, she prayed silently. Please, let me find a way to break the curse this time. When she reached there, she remembers, he said to come straight to the secret room on the 3rd floor. She pushed the book. A hidden door slid open. Father! I'm here! She called softly, peeking in. The Emperor turns to her and calls Anthea. I apologize for being late, she said. No need. You're not, he assured her. Then she turned towards Unhan and asked, But who is that? That is Unhan, the Emperor said. He will escort you to Thenlin Palace. Anthea tilted her head, puzzled. Unhan? Why does he seem familiar? I don't think I've ever seen his face or heard his name before. The man bowed deeply. Greetings, Crown Princess. The blessing of our empire. I am Unhan, your highness. Her eyes widened. Oh, HHT. The memory struck her. I remember. The Imperial Prince of Chang. Unhan. She recalled the story. Unhan was the Imperial Prince of Chang, a grand empire in the east. Unhan had fled to Asterik after being chosen by the ominous Black Dragon. Branded for execution, he escaped and was discovered, half dead, by the Emperor. The Emperor, seeing a kindred soul, had healed him and brought him into the palace. Since then, Unhan had faithfully served him, protecting Blake, healing him when he fell ill. A loyal shadow, planted by the Emperor to guard his son. Crown Princess? Unhan asked, noticing her dazed expression. Oh, I apologize, she said quickly, flustered. You just seemed familiar for some reason, he asked. Pardon? Unhan's thought raced in panic. Did she recognize me as the cat by chance? I think you and Lord Colin have similar-looking eyes, Anthea said with a small smile. Oh, okay. I see. He felt relieved after hearing that. The Emperor stepped forward again. The truth is, I had entrusted Unhan with the security of the Crown Prince's palace. I'm sorry for not telling you sooner. Then Unhan bowed. It's not His Majesty's fault. I asked him not to tell you. It's all my fault. Anthea shook her head. No, that's fine with me. I should be thanking you for keeping His Highness and me safe. Unhan looked surprised, then bowed his head. I am grateful, Your Highness. Then the Emperor added, Thank you for understanding. Anthea, she smiled. Not at all. Then the Emperor extended a small object toward her. Here, take this. Anthea took it carefully. What is this? The Emperor's voice was calm but firm. This present will protect you. It's a purity tool, made in a temple, the Emperor explained as he handed Anthea the delicate ornament. It will help protect you against dark magic. Anthea's eyes lit up in awe. Wow, thank you, Father, she said, clasping it tightly. It looks pretty on you, he added with a warm smile. Now, he continued, turning toward Unhan, he will use his magic to bring you to Thenlin Palace. If you encounter any danger, you must return immediately, Anthea replied. I'm sure I'll just end up finding ruins. If there's any sign of danger, I'll run right out, no need to remind me. So don't look so serious. She grinned playfully. Your handsome face is all crumpled up. There you go with the silliness again, the Emperor said, trying to maintain a stern look. Silly? Our father's face is a national treasure, she quipped with a teasing glint in her eyes. Don't you agree, Unhan? Absolutely, Unhan replied with a nod. His Majesty is the handsomest in the Empire. That's enough nonsense, the Emperor grumbled, but a faint smile tugged at his lips. Both father and son are so weak to compliments, Anthea thought with amusement. Teasing them is so rewarding. Then she said, Yes, father. I'm going to head out now. Don't stay out too late, he warned. She replied, Don't worry, then turns to Unhan. Let's go. As they moved to depart, Unhan hesitated for a moment. I regret to inform you, but we'll need to hold hands for me to use teleportation magic. That's all? Anthea blinked, amused. This is supposed to be an R-rated dirty romance novel, and yet everyone's so sweet, she giggled softly. Okay then. Unhan, can you escort me to Thenlin Palace? He replied. Yes, Your Highness. Close your eyes and relax. He grabs her hand and they teleports to the Forbidden Land. Open your eyes, Your Highness, Unhan said. Anthea's eyes fluttered open and her breath caught. Is this Thenlin Palace? Yes, Your Highness, he replied solemnly. The palace ruins stretched before them, shattered, overgrown, and lifeless. It's completely destroyed, Anthea murmured. I wasn't expecting it to be so desolate. It seems like the land has been contaminated with dark magic, Unhan warned. Perhaps you should return now? We just got here, she said. We can't turn around already. Let's take a look around the palace. As they started walking, he said. Yes, Your Highness. As they walked deeper into the ruin, Unhan kept close. Your Highness, watch your step. The further they ventured in, the heavier the air became. Anthea could feel the oppressive pull of dark energy growing stronger. I think it'd be best to turn around now, Unhan said, clearly concerned. I'm just going to look around a bit more, Anthea insisted. Then she noticed something. Unhan, look at that, she called, pointing. He said, It's a stone slab. They approached a large tablet. Though the size differed, it resembled the one retrieved from the lake. Anthea looked at it and said, There's even text on it. This is ancient text. It's Roman, Unhan asked, shocked. What does it say? Anthea began to read aloud. The great Emperor of Rum, Lakshul, let it be known, the heavens chose the great Rum, and Rum followed the heavens' wishes, to establish the Zelkan Empire and nurture it into a great empire. However, its people were ignorant and ungrateful, jealous of Rum's power, and amongst them, Philip, with power received from the goddess of light, destroyed the Zelkan Empire and founded a new empire. In the year 687 of the empire, on September 1st, I, Lakshul, plan to bring down the Altera Palace to restore law and order. I shall punish Philip and the wicked groups that dared to covet Rum's seat. Foolish subjects, submit yourselves to Rum. If you refuse, everything Rum has bestowed upon you will be taken away. The land of Khan shall be enshrouded in darkness, and forever erode away in suffering. Wow, you really are a skilled linguist, Unhan remarked, impressed. Anthea laughed. It's nothing special, he replied. It certainly is. You're quite special, Your Highness. She smiled, then turned back to the slab. Besides all that, what do you think about the text, Unhan? His expression darkened. I'm filled with rage. After leading a nation to collapse through tyranny, he's not repenting but blaming the civilians to the very end. It's pathetic, heinous, she said. It definitely feels like that, doesn't it? He asked. Do you feel differently, Your Highness? She replied. But something seems off. Doesn't the text feel like it's begging us to criticize Lakshul and Rum? She repeated a line. If you do not submit yourselves, you will be burned to the ground and wiped out, then added. You'll only have your foolish selves to blame for not following Rum, she thinks. I detect the scent of an intellectual anti-fan, she continued. And it's not just because of that. Philip was the biggest enemy of the Rum family at the time. But this stone slab doesn't contain a single criticism of him. It only states the facts. She read another line. And amongst them, Philip, with power received from the goddess of light, destroyed the Zelkan Empire and founded the new empire. Unhan's eyes widened slightly. You're not suggesting Emperor Philip erected this slab himself? That's correct. If, by chance, he wanted to provoke the anxious citizens into submission through this message, he would have at least denied that Philip was chosen by the goddess. There's a good chance this wasn't written by Lakshal or anyone from Rome at all. It was probably Emperor Philip. Then she touched the slab. Suddenly her locket started glowing. Somewhere in the distant past, or perhaps in Anthea's mind, a scene played out. Philip, what is this stone slab? Have you gone insane? How could you do something like this? How could you be so inhumane? Watch your words, came a cold reply, supposedly from Emperor Philip. I am the Emperor. If your misguided disrespect continues, I will not be able to forgive even you. Your Highness! Unhan's voice broke through. Are you all right? Anthea gasped, surprised. She said, Yes. I was just dizzy for a second. Unhan steadied her as she swayed. I suspect the dark magic is having an effect on you. We should head back now. I'm fine, she insisted. Let me just look around a bit longer, he replied. You can't. His Majesty gave strict orders to have you return immediately if you encountered any danger. Your safety comes first, Your Highness. Unhan's expression was unyielding. Let us return to the palace for now. You can come back next. Suddenly he sensed something and quickly lifted Anthea up. Your Highness! He cut in sharply. Pardon me for a moment. What? Unhan! Anthea gasped. From the shadows demons emerged. Unhan started running from demon, and they followed. Unhan, please set me down! She cried out, squirming in his grasp. It'll be difficult for both of us to get away like this. Hold on tight, he responded firmly. We're heading into the palace. It's going to get quite dusty. With that, they dashed forward. The air thickened with age-old dust as they slipped through narrow passages. How can they even fit through these tight spaces? He muttered, bewildered. Suddenly, they skidded to a halt. Oh no, he breathed. It's a dead end. Your Highness, just a moment, Unhan said quickly. After releasing her down, she said, Okay. Then he brings out his sword and faced the demon. He said, I'll make way. Head back to where we first came from. But the demons lunged for attack but instead went past them. She hesitated, glancing back. I guess they weren't after us. We can't rest easy yet, Unhan warned. The demons banged into the wall, and it started cracking. A patter echoed as loose stones shifted. A gap appeared. There's some sort of space inside, she whispered. The demons acted as for them to follow, she wonders. What the? Are they asking us to follow them? You can't go in there, Unhan warned. The demons' attacks have ceased. We must take this chance and return to the palace. No, her voice was resolute. I think it'd be best for us to go inside. If you think about it, they never once attacked us directly. From the start, it felt like they were leading us here. The demons nodded slightly, as if in confirmation. Are they saying I'm right? She wondered, then her locket glowed again. She said, Let's just follow them a bit longer. They moved forward. Her eyes widened. Look at this. There are stairs leading to a basement floor. It's dangerous, Unhan said immediately, reaching out. Stop. It might be a trap. We should turn back. She clenched her fists with steady determination. Unhan, I really want to break the Crown Prince's curse. I can face any danger if it means his curse can be broken. There's no way I can give up here just because there's a chance it might be dangerous. If I do, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Unhan's expression tightened. But, Your Highness, I'm sorry for being stubborn, she said softly. But please let me do as I wish this time. Please, she bowed, requesting him. Please. Unhan gets stunned in shock. No, please, don't do this, Your Highness, he murmured. Okay, Your Highness. He gave in. Now, please lift up your head. Thank you. She smiled, relief flooding her voice. Unhan sighed. But if even the slightest danger presents itself, I'm escorting you back to the palace immediately. Okay. I promise, she said. Let's go in, he replied. Okay. They descended into the unknown. The basement space was surprisingly vast but dark. I'm surprised to find such a large space hidden here, she said as their footsteps echoed. Thankfully we can see, thanks to the demon's light, Unhan said as the demons were emitting light from their mouths. Look over there, she said suddenly. Unhan, giant golden doors. Let me inspect it first, he said, moving ahead. He examined them closely. They seem to be locked. Someone has sealed them with magic, she asked. How can we break the seal? He replied. You can either find the password the conjurer set, or the conjurer must break it themselves. We won't be able to break magic this powerful by force from the outside, she asked. Is there any other way? He hesitated. I'm sorry, Your Highness. They stood in silence. We came all this way, she murmured. She thinks about Blake in her mind. Then a mysterious glow appeared around her. She touched the door, saying, I can't give up at this point. We might be able to find a clue nearby. Maybe something in the adornment. As she touched the door, it opened. Her voice caught. Oh, Unhan gets shocked. It can't be. Your Highness. The seal has been broken. How was it broken, all of a sudden? She asked, staring at the door in disbelief. Maybe the seal weakened over time? Unhan responded. No. It was strong enough to bring my strength to its knees. Unhan turned to her. You broke the seal, Your Highness, she asked, surprised. Me? But I didn't do anything. Let's go inside first, he complied. Yes, Your Highness. As they stepped through, their eyes widened. The room glittered with gold and jewels, shimmering in the glow of the light. It's quite amazing, she murmured. Your Highness, look over there. Unhan pointed. There are stone slabs. They're the same as the ones we saw in the room on the 3rd floor, Anthea filled in. And the text on these, it's clear. Her heart pounded. Did we finally find a clue to breaking Blake's curse? She stepped closer. Finally, she whispered. I'll try reading it. October 505. The 11th Queen gave birth to the 17th Prince. It says the 11th Queen gave birth to the 17th Prince, she repeated aloud. If that's just the Queen, imagine how many hidden mistresses and children there were. Countless, I bet. Unhan muttered. Sounds like the tyrant that brought the nation to ruins. She reads again, June 508. Prince Lakshul was recognized as the Crown Prince. So, Prince Lakshul was the heir to the throne? Unhan asked. The one who lit Thenlin Palace on fire? She replied. Yes. And the head of the Zelkan reconstruction movement. But it wasn't just the palace. He burned all the books and eradicated the Rum language. He contaminated Zelkan, the capital, making it uninhabitable. I'll read the next slab. July 508. The Crown Prince became engaged to Liant of Valencia, daughter of a Valencian count. Ha! Liant of Valencia! She blinked. She was the Mage of Light who helped Philip destroy the Zelkan Empire and establish the Astaric Empire. The instrumental figure in establishing Astaric was a queen in the Zelkan Empire? Something's off. Let's keep reading. August 508. The 8th princess passed away. September 508. The 7th queen started coughing violently before vomiting blood. In the end, her skin turned black. She was suffering from the same disease as the 8th princess. The emperor imprisoned the 7th queen. 508. The 8th prince passed away. 508. The 4th queen passed away. 508. The 11th princess passed away. The 7th queen's face became unsightly, her body covered in black spots, hiding the beauty of life. Unhan looked to her. What's the matter, Your Highness? Tansanol started spreading mid-508. She muttered. He asked. Pardon? But I thought Tansanol was an illness that broke out after the fall of the Zelkan Empire. That's what history says. But I'm sure they're talking about Tansanol here. Her voice grew firmer. She continued reading. Afterward, countless queens, princes, princesses, they kept dying. Even the New Year ball wasn't held. The spread of the disease only worsened. One stone slab is just filled with news of death, she added somberly. And amidst that sea of death, the year 510, the fall of the Zelkan Empire, was approaching. She read the next line. February 510. The Crown Prince passed. Lakshul died? She gasped. Unhan asked. Pardon? Before the fall of the Zelkan Empire? She replied, yes. Then who led the Zelkan reconstruction movement? Unhan asked sharply. Did someone impersonate the Crown Prince? She continued reading, April 510. The Emperor passed away, she thinks. The Crown Prince and the Emperor both died. The story of Philip and Liant of Valencia destroying the Zelkan Empire after it succumbed to the power of light and establishing the Astaric Empire amidst the people's acclamation was a lie. The empire had already fallen. May 510. Philip, of the late emperor's royal bloodline, appeared. As he blessed his subjects with the power he received from the goddess of light, the black spots disappeared and the fevers broke. When the plague vanished, all the people bowed down at his feet. June 510. Philip ascended the emperor's throne. It's completely different from what the Astaric history books say, she said, her voice hollow. He just filled the empty throne left behind when the royal family died from the plague. And even that was passed down to him as the emperor's son. The Zelkan Empire didn't collapse, it was simply renamed. All those stories about the reconstruction movement, they must have been lies, Unhan said thoughtfully. When a nation is founded, the founder always embellishes how they rose to power. But it's a bit strange that this one is a lie from start to finish. Right. Anthea looked ahead. This is the last stone slab. The last record before the palace went up in flames, October 513. The emperor bestowed upon Lionel Valencia, chosen by the goddess of light, the title of queen. She stiffened. Hold on. Philip married Lionel Valencia? The former fiancé of Crown Prince Lakshul? I can't believe this. Her voice trembled. Philip erected a large stone slab and made it seem like Lakshul was behind everything. But the Zelkin reconstruction movement never existed, and Lakshul, the alleged ringleader of all the tragedies, had already died. She stands up. All the historical records are lies. Maybe there could be other clues, she said, scanning the room. She looked again. Nothing. This is it. There's not a single clue about the curse, she thinks. I came all this way to free Blake from the curse. Her fists clenched. Then why? Why did those memories about the past appear? Why did the demons lead me here? Just then the necklace shattered. The light mana crystal, she gasped. It broke. The necklace father gave me. Your Highness, we should quickly return to the palace, Anhan urged. Please close your eyes, she replied. Okay. The next moment she opens her eyes, she was back. The emperor calls worried. Anthea, are you awake, father? Her voice was fragile. She teetered slightly. I'm sorry, he asked. What's the matter? Did something happen? She replied. The necklace you gave me. It broke. That's nothing to worry about, he said, gently hugging her. Are you hurt anywhere? She sobbed, saying. No. Tears welled in her eyes. But, I'm sorry. I couldn't find anything. I'm sorry. It's all right, he said gently. You don't need to apologize, Anthea cried. I was so stubborn about going all that way. He offered a comforting embrace and said, I'm sorry. I'm the one who put too much pressure on you. Don't cry. It's okay. He patted her. There, she said to herself. Let's stop crying now, Anthea. Dunstan and Blake are the ones truly in pain right now. Then a voice called out in a panic, burst opening the door. Your Majesty! A crash echoed through the room. What is it? The Emperor asked sharply. He said, His Highness has collapsed. Upon hearing that, Anthea's heart sank. When she went to Blake, he was groaning in pain. Your Highness! Anthea's voice broke. How has this fever not broken yet? How could he be unconscious for 3 days? Her heart clenched with guilt. It's my fault. It's all my fault. He was sick in the novel too, but never like this. Diana is the only one who can break Blake's curse. I knew that, and still, I wanted to stay by his side. I was selfish, she said aloud. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Your Highness. She grasped his hand, sitting beside the bed. I won't let my greed guide me anymore. Forgive me. She took a breath. I'll leave as soon as Blake wakes up. So please. But then a low voice called out, Don't leave. She looked up surprised. Blake was awake. His voice trembled. Don't leave, Anthea. She gripped his hand tightly and said, Your Highness, he said, you can't go. Don't leave. She replied. I won't. Where would I even go? He said. Promise me. As he said that, he lost consciousness again. She shouts, Your Highness. The next day, servants were talking to each other. One said, It's still too long even if it's the first time in 3 years. The other asked, It's been 4 days, and he's still unconscious. The first one shushed. Shh. Her Highness will hear you. Inside, Anthea sat beside Blake, her heart heavy. If only I were Diana. Blake wouldn't be suffering like this. Your Highness, I'm sorry, she whispered. Then the Emperor came. She quickly turned to him. Father! Her father's presence was beside her, firm yet comforting. He said, I'm sorry, Father. I was too late, she replied. It's not too late. This is just the beginning. After hearing that, he turned to her. She said, His Majesty will be all right. So don't think such dark thoughts. Stay by his side for a long, long time. And never let yourself be swayed by dark magic or anything like that. Again with that? He muttered. Then he grabs her hand and continued, I have 2 children to look after. Even if it's just to avoid being scolded by you, I plan to completely turn my back on that sort of sorcery. Anthea looked at him and nodded. Okay, I'll trust you. Elsewhere, in the quiet corridors of power, hushed voices stirred dangerous thoughts. Domaram, Richard said. Are you saying the Emperor visited the Crown Prince's palace? The person replied. Yes, sir. That is correct. Richard continued. And the Crown Prince has been on the brink of death for 4 days. He thinks in his mind. His condition has never been this bad. At this point, His Majesty must be thinking about another possible heir. Dunstan wouldn't accept the greedy Duke of Carseal, or the dumb Frank as Crown Prince. If another royal becomes Emperor, our family's authority will vanish for good, and if that happens, my chances of becoming emperor disappear with it. His thoughts turned dark. Then let's get rid of Thenston. Let's kill him, and make the Duke of Carseal the emperor. If the Duke of Carseal becomes emperor, he murmured to himself, clenching his fists, it'll be easier for me to become emperor in the end. Then he calls, Domaram, the person replied. Yes, sir, Richard began. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Don't spread the word directly, let it reach Thenston's ears subtly, as a rumor. There's a dark magician who practices the ancient arts. They deal in forbidden curses, even those said to be born of goddesses. This sorcerer could transfer such a curse, he thought. The emperor will undoubtedly be intrigued. While pretending to transfer Blake's curse onto himself, his life will end. Domaram complied. Yes, sir. Days passed. What? Richard growled. The emperor shows no response even after hearing the rumors? Domaram asked. Should I throw more bait? Richard let out a frustrated sigh. No. It's fine. Cancel that plan. He tapped on the table thinking. So, the emperor truly cares for Anthea. Once Anthea becomes the crown princess, her husband will become emperor. If I make her mine, everything falls into place. Thenston and Anthea, we become family. And I'll finally achieve my dream of becoming emperor. A grin tugged at his lips. Could there be a more perfect ending? But first, he muttered, I need to find a gift for Anthea. Something so precious, she couldn't possibly refuse. Back at the palace, a heavy stillness lingered. Today marks the 10th day, the royal physician said quietly. Your Majesty, I regret to inform you, if His Highness doesn't wake up today, his chances of returning are slim. Anthea stood by Blake's bedside, her hands trembling. It's my fault. I tampered with the original narrative, claiming it was for his sake, but all I've done is create a butterfly effect. And now Blake is suffering for it. She clasped his hands and prayed, Goddess of light, please, stop his pain. He didn't do anything wrong. Again a glowing light covers her. Unknowingly she continued, It's not like he wanted to be born a descendant of Philip. Please stop his suffering. Anthea, a gentle voice called. The emperor said, It's not your fault. Truly it's not. So please don't blame yourself. I won't, she replied, steadying her breath. She thinks, it must be hardest on Thenston. Let's not give him something else to worry about. The emperor said, If I had known you felt so pressured, I would never have let you go to Thenlern Palace. Blake's curse was born from the sins of the Zerathilian imperial family and my own incompetence. You are not at fault in any way, she replied. But if I had the power to break Blake's curse, he cut in. You have truly been a gift to both me and my son. Your existence is precious enough. Don't ever let yourself think otherwise. He paused, then added gravely. If this child must move on from this world, I intend to proclaim you crown princess, heir apparent. Pardon? Anthea looked up in shock. What do you mean? I never intended to have children, Thenston said. I wanted to end the goddess's curse with my generation, but I fell in love, and in my greed, I brought this upon my son, she quickly said. It's not your fault, father. No, he said firmly. It is my fault, and now, I want to see the end of this curse. I don't want to pass this pain down to anyone else. He looked to her solemnly. And I plan to bequeath the throne to you. She clenched her fists. Don't say that, Anthea said, her voice trembling. Tears were falling from her face. His Highness will overcome this, and his curse will be broken. Yes, of course. But just in case, the Emperor said. There's no need for just in case. But Anthea cried. Don't make such assumptions. Blake will wake up. He will overcome this. Her voice rose in desperation. He will most certainly overcome this. Ugh! A faint groan filled the air. Anthea's heart skipped. Anthea! Came a weak, familiar voice. Your Highness! She gasped, rushing. He opened his eyes slowly, a soft smile curling his lips. Anthea, I'm feeling a bit embarrassed. Oh! I'm sorry! Anthea exclaimed, flustered, as she hadn't realized how tightly she was holding him. Blake's hand grasped hers gently and said, Don't leave, Your Highness, she whispered, eyes brimming. Anthea, he asked softly, why are you crying? I'm just happy to see you, she said, trying to smile through the tears. How are you feeling? I'll go and call for the doctor. No, he said firmly, still holding her hand. Don't leave. Stay by my side. Her voice wavered. Your Highness. Then the Emperor interrupted by clearing his throat. Anthea gets aside, face flushed. The Emperor asked, Blake, are you feeling all right? He replied, yes. Then the Emperor checked his fever. She gently brushed his forehead. He really didn't feel hot anymore. Anthea was feeling happy. His eyes widened at the sight of son awake and father reuniting after 3 long years. She thought, father and son, reunited at last. Anthea quietly stepped back. They should have some time alone, she said. I'll go call the doctor. But as she moved to pull her hand away, Blake's grip tightened. He's not letting go. I'll go and get him, Benston offered softly and then quietly stepped out. The air was quiet, a little awkward. Then Blake hugged her and said, Anthea, I miss you. It feels like it's been forever since I've seen my wife's face. Me too, she replied. I've been waiting for you to look at me like this again. He held her hand tighter. Because you called for me, because you asked me to stay, I was able to find the strength, he beamed. Thank you, Anthea. She got overwhelmed by emotions. Tears came to her eyes. Then she sniffled, smiling, and said, Your Highness, thank you for waking up. Tears fell freely again. I'm so thankful. He looks at her and said, Anthea. After Blake woke up on the 10th day, many things began to change around the Imperial Palace. Benston began visiting the Crown Prince's palace regularly every 3 or 4 days, sometimes staying for dinner. One day at dinner, Father, you should try some of this too, Anthea offered, holding up a plate. It's a rolled omelette with mushrooms. Benston took a bite. Thanks. It's good. His Highness used to hate mushrooms, Anthea chimed in with a small laugh. But he'd eat them if I cooked them like this. Right, Your Highness? Yeah, Blake answered. They need to speak more directly to each other, Anthea thought. This isn't going to work if I stay in the middle like this. Father, she said brightly, isn't Our Highness the Crown Prince just the cutest? Blake made a face as he chewed. The Emperor replied, yes, cute. Your Highness, try lifting your head, she teased. Isn't His Majesty so cool? Yeah, Blake replied flatly. She pressed on. Take a closer look. Isn't he just so cool? Later Blake narrowed his eyes. Was the double so necessary? She asked. Pardon, Your Highness, she said seriously. Aren't you happy that Father's been visiting more often? Not really, he said honestly. It means less time with you. What? She blinked. That's why you weren't happy. He nodded. Thank goodness, she thought, a wave of relief washing over her. It's not because he resents Benston. Blake looked away with a slight pout. When we're with His Majesty, you only pay attention to him. You only compliment him, she asked. When did I do that? He replied. Even today you said he was cool, she said. I also said you were cute. He leaned forward and pulled her into an embrace. I don't want to be cute anymore, she teased. My husband is quite the jealous type. Yeah, he said smiling. I am the jealous type. Just look at me. A small smile lit his face. I only have eyes for you, Anthea. And it's Blake. You call everyone else by their names. Why do you still only refer to me as Your Highness? She replied. That's etiquette, he said gently. You're much more casual with His Majesty. Wife, do you honestly think of me as your husband? When are you going to be by my side, completely? Anthea bit her lip. I used honorifics when I spoke to Blake. Partly out of etiquette, but mostly, it was my way of keeping distance. Because if Blake's curse isn't broken, I'll have to leave. I always knew that. So I drew a line between us, with titles and formality, and tried my best not to cross it. It felt like a promise I made to myself. But Blake had already sensed it. He looked into her eyes, his voice barely above a whisper. Anthea. Call me Blake. But she said, Your Highness, you've done it before. He reminded her gently. You called me Blake when I was sick. That's how you woke me up. Go on, Anthea. Finally, she said his name, just once quietly, trembling on her lips. Blake. And with that, the final fortress she had built to prepare herself for her inevitable departure came crashing down. The line she swore never to cross had faded completely. She thought, I guess, I can't leave now, even if I wanted to. He had captured me. Back at the Imperial Palace, the mysteries of the past weighed heavily on Anthea's mind. Looking at the stone slab, she thinks, Philip took Lionel Valencia as his queen and betrayed the goddess of light. Enraged, she cursed his descendants. But then, the power to break that curse was entrusted to the Valencia family? The very bloodline he had joined after betraying the goddess? Something didn't add up. There's a hidden truth somewhere. She frowned at the ancient lithograph and leafed through the old Zelkan history books she had reread multiple times. What was the original sentence? What really happened after Philip moved the capital? Then after a knock, Unhan appeared. He said, Here you are, Your Highness. Unhan, I was just looking at the lithograph, she replied, and reviewing the history books. Not a single one mentions the Tansanal that spread through the imperial family, or Philip's actual whereabouts. Remarkable, isn't it? How he managed to fool the entire world. He's quite incredible in many ways. He glanced at the stack of books. Did you read all these? She replied. Yes, he said. You're truly incredible, Your Highness. I only reviewed what I'd already read, she said modestly. He shook his head. No. Even back at Thenlin Palace, you were brave and wise. You figured out that the stone slab in the center was erected by Philip himself. Even at your young age, you're truly amazing. She laughed awkwardly. Haha, I guess I'm a bit wise beyond my years. I hear that a lot, but she said inwardly. But it's because I'm not actually that young. She paused, looking at him with warm eyes. Besides that, your outfit looks nice. This? Unhan looked a little shy. His Majesty gave it to me. It feels a bit awkward, she replied. What do you mean? You look so much cooler. Do I? He blushed faintly. That's a relief, Anthea asked. Unhan, can I ask you a question? He replied. Whatever you wish, Your Highness, she said. I heard you've closed the chapter of your life as His Majesty's shadow, and accepted knighthood. What made you decide to rejoin society? I know you'd refused, even when His Majesty offered before. Unhan's face turned solemn. I decided after watching you, Your Highness, after watching you give it your all for His Highness, I started to feel ashamed of myself. I said I was devoted to His Majesty, but, in truth, I was just leaning on him. He straightened his back. From now on, I'll protect His Majesty confidently by his side. And more than that, I plan to be a dependable pillar of support for both you and His Highness. Anthea smiled softly. You're plenty dependable already, he laughed. Really? Suddenly he flinched, noticing something. He quickly pulls her towards himself, saying, Your Highness, it's dangerous. A white light appeared at her place, swirling. Anthea asked in shock. What is that? Unhan said. I feel the energy of a dragon. Chang must have sent someone to eliminate me. You must get away, Your Highness. The light glowed more intensely, and then a person's footstep appeared. A sudden voice echoed. I finally found you. A child stepped out of the light. What the? A small child. Anthea thought in disbelief. Brother Unhan, the boy said. Bacon? Unhan's eyes widened. What are you doing here? Are you here to take me back? Unhan asked, pointing his sword. If not, are you here to kill me? Of course not, the boy shouted, eyes wide. I came to escort you. I was chosen by the White Dragon. Unhan asked. What did you say? The boy kneels and said. I, White Dragon Mobican, have chosen you, Mounhan, to be my master. Please take the Emperor's throne in Chang. Unhan's voice was cold. I decline. I won't fall for your tricks. It's not a trick. I came alone, Bacon insisted. Do you know how desperately I've searched for you? He plopped to the ground, saying, I'll explain everything. Just please, don't turn me away. I don't want to hear it. Unhan turned and said flatly, Return immediately. Anthea stepped forward. Unhan, maybe you should just hear him out. I don't know the details, but he doesn't seem dangerous. That kid is pleading so earnestly. No, Your Highness, Unhan said firmly. You cannot trust a man from Chang. Bacon's expression darkened. Brother, you didn't choose that brat over me, did you? He made a ball of light in his hand, saying, I'm the only one who can serve you. I can't accept another light in my place. Anthea paled, seeing him in rage. She blinked, wondering, why am I suddenly being dragged into this crap storm? She said, Hold on. A sudden, blinding light erupted. Anthea shielded her eyes, startled. Bacon! Unhan's voice rang out, sharp with alarm. How dare you show such insolence to the Crown Princess? And then with the sound of bang, everything settles down. Anthea opens her eyes. Wait, what happened? In front of her, Bacon was lying on the ground. He's just going to be unconscious for a bit. Unhan reassured quickly, turning to Anthea. Are you all right, My Highness? Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine, she said, brushing off the concern. But that person, he replied. He'll wake up soon. Don't worry about him. Unhan gently lifted Bacon's and said, I'll be going home for just a moment. A few days later, Blake called out. Anthea! She turned with a smile. As he embraced her, she said, Your Highness, I'm back. He squeezed her tightly and said, I missed you, she replied. It hasn't even been an hour since I left. I waited for an hour, he said with a playful pout. And, he leaned close, eyes mischievous. Aren't you forgetting something? Wife. Blake, she murmured, smiling. His grin widened, and, I'm here, she added, chuckling. He clasped her hand and said, Let's go. As they walked, she noted with fond amusement, his ears are red. So cute. Crown Prince, Crown Princess. Unhan approached with a bow. It's been a while. I don't think it's been long enough for you to say such things, Blake replied dryly. Unhan replied calmly. That's true, I have something to tell Her Highness, Unhan said seriously. Anthea realized. He wants to talk about Bacon, she replied. Okay. Let's go to the sitting room. Blake turned to Anthea. Make sure to hurry back, she replied. I will. I'll be back soon. Inside the sitting room, Unhan said. I wanted to apologize for what happened that day. You were almost put in danger because of me. No, it's fine. Nothing even happened, Anthea said gently. Besides that, are you all right, Unhan? Yes. But something in his expression told her otherwise. Do you mind if I ask you a question? She asked carefully. You don't need to answer if it's too difficult. Not at all, he replied. I can tell you. He paused, gathering his thoughts. As you know, I'm the Imperial Prince of Chang. If the Aztec Empire was founded with the power of the Goddess of Light, Chang was established through the power of the dragon. A select few in the royal bloodline were chosen by the dragon. They were called the Draconians. My mother was a shaman in the Imperial Palace. She came from the lowest class, but caught the eye of the Emperor and had me. She was even granted her own small palace tucked into a corner of the Imperial grounds. I had a happy childhood. I got along well with Bacon. But everything changed when I was chosen by the dragon. It was seen as a bad omen. A black dragon. An ominous sign, foretelling the nation's collapse. The Emperor was furious. He ordered our execution, me and my mother's. She passed away in the end. And I, the seed of misfortune, escaped. His fists clenched. How could he kill the woman who bore his child for the sake of the throne? I could neither understand it, nor forgive it. So that's what happened, Anthea said softly. Unhan continued. And I heard Bacon was chosen by the White Dragon not long after I left. The White Dragon? She echoed. Yes. The White Dragon is the holiest of all dragons. When you're chosen by it, you become a high priest, revered by all. You're the only draconian granted the authority to choose the Emperor. That same kid snuck out to come and find me. I'm sure it's pure chaos over there right now. For his sake, we should send him back. Suddenly, a familiar voice screamed. They get startled. Anthea quickly turns wondering. Is that Blake? Startled, Unhan jumped from his place. This punk. I apologize, Your Highness, Unhan said quickly. It seems Bacon came looking for me, Anthea said. Hurry, he replied. Yes, Your Highness. Meanwhile, Bacon was sitting atop Blake, while he was lying on the ground. Blake shouts, Who are you? But instead he said, Ho! What an extraordinary human! Is it dark energy? He said, pinching Blake's cheeks. Blake was in shock, surprised. Anthea shouts, Blake! Unhan said, Bacon, what in the world do you think you're doing? Anthea shouts in her mind in anger, What are you doing to my husband? Unhan pulls Bacon and Anthea went near Blake. Bacon said, I was following after you. I made a small mistake and ended up falling here. Anthea asked Blake, Blake, are you alright? He replied, Yeah, eh? Unhan shouts to Bacon, Apologize to His Highness immediately. Bacon replied, I'm a high priest of Chang. I do not bow down unless you're the Emperor of Chang. Unhan shouts, Bacon. Bacon said to Blake, Anyhow, you're with quite an extraordinary human. I was wondering why a strange power kept interfering every time I looked for you. It was because of him. Jumbled. Surprised, Anthea asked, What? What's jumbled? Anthea thinks, they said Bacon was the holiest being in Chang. Then, perhaps he's similar to the Western land's goddess of light? I looked for anything I could find on the curse of the goddess for the past 3 years, but I've never encountered the phrase, jumbled. I'm positive this boy knows something about Blake's curse. He asked, Do you want to know? Anthea replied, Yes, I do. Bacon said, Crown Princess of Asterix, how would you like to make a deal with me? Then Anthea and Bacon went to a room and Anthea said, Tell me the terms of this deal. Bacon said, I heard that my brother was residing here for the Crown Prince's treatment. I would also like to stay here with him. Anthea said, Okay. I'll have them prepare a room. Then he said, And please help me persuade him to come back to Chang. I'm sure you'll be able to change his mind. She replied, That's going to be difficult. Returning to Chang is Unhan's decision. A third party can't argue the pros and cons. He said, If you can help me, I can tell you what you're looking for. I'll decipher the lithograph for you. She asked nervously, Can you decipher them? Wait, how did you know I wanted to decipher the lithograph? He replied, What do you mean how? I know because I can see. He smiled and said, When you get chosen by the White Dragon you lose your vision, but you gain the ability to see something else. Anyhow, please help me persuade my brother. If he returns to Chang, I'll tell you what you want to know about the Crown Prince and decipher that lithograph for you as well. After some time while walking through hallways she thinks, I feel hopeless. Based on the original story, the collapse of Chang isn't too far off. 10 years later they collapse after they hit the peak of their civil war. I can't push someone into harm's way for Blake's sake. The only thing I can do right now is get that cat boy Bacon on our side. A few days later, she presents Bacon some momo and said, Bacon, try some of this. She said this is jasmine tea. She thinks the best way to seduce a kitten is to feed it. Bacon turns his face saying, give it to the Crown Prince. I won't eat that. I can't eat the food that you make. She felt hurt and asked, my goodness, do you hate me that much? He replied, not at all. That's not what I meant. Anyhow, I can't eat this. It's not because I dislike you, so please don't be offended. You will find out when the time comes. She said, okay. Meanwhile she thinks, what is this about? At evening, Blake gave a cravat to Bacon and he wore it. 10 Blake said, Bacon, that looks great on you. Bacon asked, does it? Then he asked curious, Blake, what is this? Amazing. Blake replied, a cravat. Meanwhile Anthea thinks, he had his guard up in front of the adults for some odd reason, but I guess he feels comfortable in front of Blake who's the same age as him. Then she said, Bacon, you're getting good at speaking the imperial language. He replied, I am of the white dragon caliber. I will not fall behind you. Blake asked, but Bacon, how old are you? He replied, that's meaningless for someone of my caliber. Unhan came and said while bowing, Crown Prince, Crown Princess, I'm here to present myself to you. Bacon dashed towards him shouting, Brother, brother, I studied the imperial language really hard today, and I even tried on asterisk clothes. They call this a cravat. Unhan said, be quiet. How could you be so rude when I'm greeting His and Her Highness? Bacon said, I'm sorry. Anthea said nervously, Unhan, there's no need for such harsh words. Blake said, that's too harsh. Do you know how eagerly Bacon waited for you all day? Bacon said to Blake, Blake, don't get mad. It was my mistake. Unhan asked Blake, Your Highness, how are you feeling? He replied, I'm fine. Unhan said, I'm glad. Then Unhan bowed and said, then, I shall take my leave. After that he left, closing the door in front of Bacon. At night, Blake said to Anthea while lying in bed, too mean. How could he do that? I never knew that punk was so heartless. Anthea said, I'm sure Unhan has his reasons. Blake said, whatever happened in the past wasn't Bacon's fault. Bacon loves him so much. Anthea asked, did that upset you? Meanwhile she thinks, I've never seen him angry over other people's problems out of empathy. He used to be nonchalant about everything, unlike other kids his age. Blake said while tears fell down from her eyes, how could he do that when Bacon waited for him all day? If you ever did that to me, I'd be so sad. I wouldn't be able to bear it. Anthea shouts, Blake, why are you crying suddenly? Blake said, I imagined you telling me to be quiet, and I got sad. He said, Anthea, you can never get sick of me. Okay, she said, there's no reason for me to be sick of you. Why is our bunny crying again? While sniffling, Blake said, I just got sad when I thought about you getting mad at me. I just can't stop being sad. She hugs him saying, I won't. Now come here and go to sleep. She pats him saying, our Blake is cool. Charming. Cute. The next morning, Blake makes a floral crown and said to Bacon who was standing next to him, Bacon, I'm about to make a floral crown. Do you want to help me? He replied, why are you making this yourself? Why don't you have a subordinate do it? Blake replied, I'm going to give it to my wife as a gift. It's meaningless if someone else makes it. He asked, do you give her gifts often? Blake replied, no. I didn't before. Because I was going to die soon anyway. Blake asked, Unhan told you, right? That I'm going to die before I become an adult? Bacon said, I see. Blake said, so I didn't want to leave traces of me behind for no reason. Because they would make Anthea sad. But last year, after I got sick suddenly and realized that I could die, I started to regret it. So I picked a rose from the greenhouse and gave it to Anthea. Flowers die quickly anyway. Just like me. But Anthea was so happy. She even used preservation magic on the rose and looked at it every day. I gave it to her, expecting her to toss it when it wilt. He continues, when I saw her reaction, I realized I should have given her one ages ago, and I once again felt regret. So after that, I decided to give her lots of gifts. At afternoon, Bacon asked Anthea, does Blake practice his swordsmanship like that every day? She replied, yes, he trains very hard. Bacon said, I'm sure his youth has something to do with his overflowing passion. Anthea said, I guess you're older than you look, he replied, not as much as you, I'm sure. Shocked she thinks, me? He said, I see aspects of human nature that humans can't see. Soul, flow, strength. Even after experiencing hardships, you remain pure and bright. You will be able to uphold that virtue, even in the future. You'll save many with your kind nature. But you won't be able to save yourself. Everyone will continue to call you foolish, but you will throw yourself into the flames out of happiness. I see you burning in a fire as white as snow, she asked, nervous. Does that mean I can break Blake's curse? He replied, Are you putting your dear husband first? You are foolish as expected, she said. I'm willing to do anything to break Blake's curse. Please tell me what you know. Please, I beg you, he asked. You'll do anything? Then, are you willing to die in his place? She replied, confident, yes. Take my eyes, my life, whatever you want. Just please break Blake's curse. Stop him from dying. Bacon said, Bring me to where the lithograph is. Then they went there and Anthea asked Bacon, Are you going to decipher this lithograph for me? Bacon replied, No. I'm simply going to restore the text hidden behind the lithograph. Deciphering it will be up to you, he said. Crown Princess, I need to utilize sorcery, so please step back for a moment. She said, Yes, okay. Then he touches the lithograph and a strong energy filled in air. A black light appears. Seeing it, she thinks, the black light is beginning to subside. The hidden text is starting to be restored. The text was, May 9th, the third princess passed after being cursed. Immediately after, the curse of the goddess moved on to the sixth prince. She thinks, if it was year 5 of the empire, it was during Philip's reign as emperor. Third princess? Sixth prince? I thought Philip only had 3 sons. Then she read the next phrase, May 7th, the mark of the curse on the sixth prince changed, the sixth prince passed. Immediately after, the curse of the goddess moved on to the 7th prince. She thinks, the mark of the curse changed? Does that mean the first curse the goddess placed changed? Suddenly she recalled the day she fell in the lake. She said to herself, sitting next to Lake, Anthea, what do you think you're doing? How could you run out immediately after seeing his face? She cried. Even if you were startled, you can't do this. Let's go back and apologize to the crown prince. I was only able to escape the count because of his highness. I should be thankful. Then she noticed some sparkles in Lake. Huh! Suddenly a black aura pulls her in Lake. She said in her mind while drowning, I can't breathe. Is this how I die? Then she heard a voice, successor to the light. Who will you pass on the power you possess? She said in her mind, Diana will be sad if I die. Diana. Suddenly she wakes up on her bed. Bacon asked, Are you awake? She replied, Yes. I just lost consciousness for a moment. She then said, I just learned an important fact. I think I actually possess the power of the light. It's me. I am the successor to the light in the Valencia family. Bacon asked, You just figured that out? Surprised, Anthea asked, Did you already know that? He replied, I knew it the moment I saw you. He asked, How could you not know when you glow so beautifully? He said, Your power is strong. Your husband's curse didn't spread all thanks to you. Your light created a barrier and is stopping the curse from spreading. The light that emanates from you is so bright that the new darkness isn't able to have any power. She said, So I was of help to Blake. Bacon said, There are numerous powers entangled and at war inside his body. If you have the desire to, you could untangle that skein and break the curse. Seeing her hand, she thinks, I am the successor to light. I can break Blake's curse. She clenched, thinking, I don't have to leave his side. Suddenly Bacon fell unconscious and she gets shocked. After that she puts him on bed and called Blake. She thinks, his condition continues to get worse. Maybe something went wrong when he used magic? Then the door opens with a loud sound and Unhan enters shouting, Bacon! He came close to him and asked, What in the world happened? He replied, Brother. Unhan shouts in rage. When the one chosen by the white dragon leaves their homeland and uses up all their power, they could lose their lives. You know this. Why did you do that? He shouts, You should have just come back and lived your life on your high horse as the high priest. Why would you do such a foolish thing? Bacon starts crying and said, Because breaking the crown prince's curse is something you also want. It's meaningless if I return without you. You are my everything. I miss you. He clenched his fist saying, I was surrounded by countless people after I became a high priest, but you're the only one who truly cared about me. I can't forget the people that despised me before I became the high priest. I don't want to go back to Chang. He continued, I'd rather disappear and stay with you than go back to that hell by myself. I don't want to be in Chang without you. I don't think I'll be able to endure it on my own. That's why I helped the crown princess. Because I don't want to go back. Unhan asked. Why are you telling me this now? Bacon said, I was afraid you wouldn't like it if I still acted like a child. Even so, I was happy that I got a chance to see you one last time. He collapsed saying, please, just forget about everything that happened in Chang, and be happy. Unhan shouts, no, Bacon, no. Anthea gets shocked. She asked, Bacon, what happened to him? Unhan, while holding him in his arms, said, he's still with us. He's still breathing, so he'll be able to live if he just gets back to Chang now. Your Highness, I shall now return to Chang. Anthea said, I understand. Please go on. Unhan returned to Chang, and he did not return for a while. Blake called, Anthea. She said, Blake? He said, Anthea, you look sad today. Is it because of Unhan by chance? She replied, no. He went back to his homeland with his brother. How could I be sad about that? Are you all right, Your Highness? It must be a bit lonely without Bacon around. Blake said, no. As you've said, he can now live together with the brother that he loves. We should be happy for them. And how could I be lonely? I have a wife. Anthea felt touched and thinks cute. Normally this cuteness is enough to knock me off my feet, but I somehow have some mixed feelings today. I found out that I was the successor to Light, and I know how to break the curse as the successor. She thinks curse is broken through intimate contact. The sensual male lead in the novel isn't ready yet. She asked him, Blake, when are you going to grow up? Suddenly he starts blushing. He asks, what? I just totally grew a lot. She said, Blake, I told you, right? That I found a way to break the curse. If I'm to break the curse, I need you to grow a little bigger. He said, but I really grew a lot. She said, you must be much bigger than chestnuts. He said, chestnuts. She said, no, cancel. Oh, I think you're at least a peach. He repeated, peach. She then thinks, oh, right, he doesn't like it when I treat him like a kid. She said, Blake, do you want to eat a peach? He said, no. I have fencing training. I'm going to grow big quickly, so just wait a little bit. While walking outside, Anthea asked him, should we eat something after your training? He replied, I'm okay with anything. Then she noticed Emperor and said, oh, father. She said, you're here? He pats her asking, are you off to somewhere? Blake said, we were on our way to the drill hall. Emperor asked, to practice fencing? He replied, yes. Then he said, I'll join you. Some time ago, Emperor was sitting in his room, he said to himself, starting from the complaint about visiting the Crown Prince's palace, to his grievances about Anthea, and even today's request to worship from afar. Arnold is having a blast. He thinks the Duke of Carseal is just raising issues within his influence still. But at this rate, it's just a matter of time before public opinion spreads. As long as Blake remains the cursed heir, their actions are justified. Suddenly he felt a similar energy in air, this energy. Then Unhan appears and Emperor said, Unhan. Unhan kneels and said, I, Unhan, greet you, your majesty, Emperor and the light of our empire. Emperor said, okay, you may stand. Then Unhan said, I apologize for leaving without warning. Emperor said, I heard about your situation from Anthea. How is your brother doing? Unhan replied, he's healthy thanks to your concern. Emperor said, I'm glad. That's a relief. Everyone was worried. Then Unhan continues, and Emperor filled his words saying, are you here today to hand in your resignation? He clenched his fist saying, yes, your majesty. He said, I would like to protect my brother. I'm all that he has. I had a family, but I had forgotten about them for too long. He bowed and said, that's why I'm planning to leave your side, your majesty. I apologize for not being able to protect you until the end. I will never forget the kindness you've shown me. Emperor, giving some documents to him, said, you've protected me all this time. That's more than enough. Lift your head and take this. It's a deed to a gold mine near your homeland. Unhan gasped and said, that's not necessary, your majesty. I'm already ashamed of leaving suddenly. I cannot accept something so valuable. Emperor said, take it. Didn't you say that you were going to protect your brother? You're going to need power to do so. Unhan said, but Emperor said, it's just severance pay. No need to feel burdened. He felt touched and replied, thank you, your majesty. Emperor grabs his shoulders saying, I'm sorry for working you so hard for all these years. Reach out if you ever need any help even after you get back. Unhan replied, no, your majesty. It wasn't hard at all. He said, I, Unhan, will repay this kindness someday. Emperor smiled and said, all right. It seems that we're gaining a dependable ally nation. Then Unhan teleports from there. After that, Emperor, seeing a document on his desk, thinks, Even that child has returned to his homeland without anyone to lean on or anything to his name, to protect his family. Blake and Anthea were so precious. That's why he was careful. However, he won't be able to save his children at this rate. How big was the wave of regret that hit him when Blake collapsed? Perhaps he vowed to never allow such a regretful situation to repeat. The Emperor picks that document and throws it in fire, thinking, what am I worried about? The most powerful emperor in the empire. Thenston La Lodi's Zerathilian. I will no longer show weakness. I will make sure that no one will be able to touch my family. Back to present, Emperor asked, to practice fencing? Blake replied, yes. Emperor said, I'll join you. Surprised, Blake asked, pardon? Anthea thinks, what's going on? Even when he was visiting the prince's palace, he would just leave after dinner. Blake said, no, I'm fine. Anthea grabs his shoulders, saying, Blake, don't be like that. Let's go. Blake hesitates. Then they starts walking. Pleased, Anthea thinks, father and son have finally made it outside. My word. Just seeing them is heartwarming. But Thenston's stride is too big. Emperor turns and said, you're slow. Blake tried to say, I apologue. But Emperor lifts him up. He gets shocked. Anthea thinks, wow, it is a lovely moment between father and son, but you wouldn't lift anyone up like that past the age of 6. Blake shouts, What are you doing? Let me down. He tries to kick him. Emperor said, it's dangerous. Stay still. Anthea thinks, those fists aren't going to inflict any damage. Blake gets enraged, saying, in front of my wife. Emperor asked her, Anthea, would you like me to carry you as well? Shocked, she shouts, what? No. I'm fine. Meanwhile she thinks, do you know how old I am? He picks her up too, she shouts, ugh. You should let me down. I'm not a child. Emperor said to me, you and Blake are both just babies. Anthea thinks, I'm really not a child. So unfair. She asked, but aren't we heavy? He replied, haha, what a silly thing to worry about. Blake squeezed him. He smiled and said to Blake, let's see your fencing skills. They reached at drill hall. Holding a wooden sword, Emperor asked Blake, so this is what you train with? He replied, we use real swords too, although we're taking a short break from it. Emperor throws the sword towards him, saying, here. He catches the sword. Then holding a sword by himself, he said, let's give it a go. Seeing them, Anthea thinks, I guess he really wants to spar. I heard that even the Imperial Commendator was no match for Thenston when it comes to swordsmanship. Blake grips the sword tightly and replied, okay. Emperor dropped him in first hit. Anthea thinks, I thought he'd go easy and gently give him some pointers. He's ruthlessly going all out. Then Emperor said, widen your stride. If you just rush in, you end up revealing a weakness. Blake stands up holding his sword and said, okay. I'll try again. Again he fell down. Emperor said, you dropped the sword because your grip is weak. You shouldn't be handling a real sword at this stage. You could end up putting your practice partner in danger. Blake nods, saying, I'll devote myself even more. Anthea thinks, he was embarrassed about training with a wooden sword moments earlier. The look in his eyes changed. She said to herself, perhaps it's better that Thenston isn't going easy on him. After some time, Blake starts trembling and sweating. Emperor stops, saying, that's enough. Blake shouts, wait. I can do more. Emperor said, let's do it tomorrow. Blake asked, you're coming tomorrow as well? He pats him, replying, that's right. He said, I'll come every day. Blake starts blushing. Emperor said, I see that you've been practicing a lot so far. Well done. Blake said, don't tease me. I'm not good. Emperor said, I didn't even know how to properly hold a sword at your age. You've done well. Edmund taught you well. I shall reward him. Blake beamed with joy and asked, really? You're going to reward Edmund? Emperor smiled and said, I am. At Crown Prince's palace. At dining table, Blake said, I find it difficult to move my legs while swinging a sword. Perhaps I just don't have any talent when it comes to swordsmanship. Emperor replied, you need to gain experience. It's not a matter of talent or thought. You need to practice for your body to learn. Pleased, Anthea thinks, maybe it's because they found a topic they're both interested in. The conversation is flowing quite nicely. This is good. Blake said to her, Anthea, try some of this. It's really good. She replied, thank you, Blake. Emperor asked her, do you call him by his name now? I guess you truly view him as a husband now. She said, no, that's not it. Blake said, I was her husband from the start. Then, as promised, Thenston stopped by the prince's palace every day and mentored Blake with his swordsmanship. A few peaceful weeks passed just like that before the Festival of Light commenced. The Festival of Light commemorated the day the Goddess of Light shared her power with Philip and lasted for a full 15 days. In the original work, Blake participates in the festival through Richard's scheme. His mask comes off in the plaza and his true identity is revealed before he gets hit by rocks and scorn from the people. Blake ends up with a deep emotional wound as a result, and starts spending a miserable childhood fueled by despair and loneliness ignited by this incident. That is what happened. However, as long as Anthea is around, such a thing will never happen. While on bed, Anthea asked Blake, "Blake, do you want to go to the festival by any chance?" He replied, "No, I don't want to. I like being alone with my wife the best." She replied, "Me too." She holds his hand saying, "Once you're freed from this curse and a lot bigger, let's go to the festival together." He said, "Okay. Promise we'll go together." She replied, "Promise?" "Yes, I promise." And so she spent the majority of the festival period together with Blake. And the last, unavoidable event. The Imperial Ball began. An announcer said, "Announcing His Majesty, the Emperor and the light of our empire. Announcing Her Highness, the Crown Princess, and the blessing of our empire." Emperor and Anthea came. Richard stands there seeing her and thinks, "Anthea, she's once again glowing today." He smirks thinking, "Today is the perfect day for me to seduce you." Duke Bronn came and asked Anthea for dance, saying, "Your Highness, will you give me the honor of your first dance?" She replied, "My apologies, but I don't feel very well today." He said, "But just once." Two ladies standing near asked Bronn, "Duke Bronn, don't you know the Crown Princess does not dance?" Others said, "That's right." "How rude." Anthea turns and moves away. She sighed thinking, "I was surprised to see Richard quiet for a change and now everyone else is acting up. I should hide in a corner and take a break." Suddenly Frank came and said, "Hold on, let's have a dance." Shocked, she thinks, what? She thinks seeing him, sunken eyes like a dead fish, the awful stench of alcohol and drugs. There's not many that could act so brash in front of me, the Crown Princess. It must be Frank, the Crown Prince's nephew and Richard's half-brother. The noble standing nearby felt anxious and nervous. She thinks, the leading candidate to be the heir to the throne at this point. Anthea said, "I politely decline." Frank shouts in anger. "What?" he yelled. "You dare refuse my request? Is your wretched noble family the one to blame for your insolence? You fool! I will be the next emperor. Believing that you'll be the Crown Princess must be making you pompous. But if I become emperor, you will become mine in the end." A lady came and holds Frank's arm, saying, "Frank, please don't do this." He hits her, shouting, "How dare you lay your hands on me? You ugly girl, I kindly take you in and you dare forget your place." He barks like a dog. "Do you think anyone would give you the time of day if you weren't from the Marquis's family? Listen, I don't even need your family anymore. Just hand over your assets and get lost." Anthea said, "Duke Carciel, it seems that you're the one who needs an education. You seem quite intoxicated. You should leave for today," she said. "I'll have you pay for your rude behavior later." She clenched her hand in rage, shouting, "Who are you to make me pay?" She shouts, "What do you think you're doing? Let go this instant." He shouts, "I am destined to become the Emperor of Asterik. I will soon become the Emperor. That monster will eventually croak anyhow. You will become mine." Suddenly someone hits him. He fell down. He shouts, "Who is that? Which punk dare touch my body?" It was the Emperor, and he looks furious. Anthea said, "Father?" He pats her, asking, "Anthea, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" She smiled and said, "I'm okay." Frank starts trembling and said, "Your Majesty, that's not what I meant. It's a misunderstanding. It's just the Crown Princess seduced me first." Emperor again hits him. Then Emperor drew his sword and said while placing it on his neck, "Just try running that mouth again." Frank trembles and starts sweating. Frank's dad interrupts, shouting, "Your Majesty, please stop. Frank is your nephew. How can you draw a sword over a small mistake your young nephew made intoxicated? How can you be so brutal?" Emperor asked. "A trivial mistake," he replied. "Yes. A boy can make a mistake after a few drinks." Richard said, "Please stop, Your Majesty." Then his dad shouts, "Although his wording may have been severe, what he said isn't exactly wrong, is it? The whole empire knows that Frank is the most plausible heir to the throne with the Crown Prince sickly." Emperor said, "I see," he said. I'm relieved to see that you have come to see your senses. Even if you are the Emperor, Your Majesty, you must apologize for your earlier actions." Emperor said, "I understand very well now. This imbecile learned all of this from you." While shocked, Frank's dad asked, "Imbecile? Did you just say imbecile?" Emperor said furiously, "Imprison the Duke of Carciel and his oldest son. I shall have them pay for their acts of treason." The Duke gasped and asked, "Treason? Brother, what are you talking about?" The guards grabs him while he shouts, Brother, hold on. Let go of me. Brother. Anthea stands stunned thinking treason. Emperor hugs her and pats her saying, Anthea. That must have been very startling. I'm sorry. She felt touched and said, not at all. She thinks, so this is what fatherly love feels like. It's warm and reassuring. One good thing came out as a result of Frank throwing a fit. Anthea went back to Manor and said to Blake, I'm back. He hugs her saying, Anthea. She thinks, I got to see my bunny husband again quicker. He asked her, why did you come back so early? She replied, I left early because I wanted to go see the fireworks with you. Did I do well? Blake replied, really? Yeah, sounds great. Let's hurry up and go. Then they went on top floor and seeing outside Blake said, here. It's the top floor, so we even get a good view of the plaza. I've always watched it from here. She looks outside and said, wow. Blake said, someday? We'll be able to watch them from out there? She holds his hand saying, of course. She said, we stand in front to watch in the plaza? Then the fireworks starts. He nods and said, okay. They said seeing the fireworks, wow, pretty. Anthea said, it's beautiful. Suddenly Blake gives a kiss on her cheek. Surprised she said, a kiss? She asked. Blake? He said, you? She asked, what? He said, I love you, Anthea. Hearing this her heart starts beating fast. She said, me too? I'm really happy that I met you. The Blake kissed her. He hugs her saying, I'm happy too. Anthea. She thinks, I'm happy that I came to this world. I got to meet Blake. That's more than enough. After some time she tells, we once again fell asleep while holding hands that day. I had a dream. I was walking through a dense forest with Blake. Black hair that glitters in the moonlight, dignified nose, a refined yet chiseled jawline, and warm, kind eyes that looked back at me. Completely freed from his curse, Blake had grown up to be an impressive man. He said while touching her face, look at me. Anthea blushed. Then she wakes up with tears in her eyes, and Blake said, why are these tears? He asked, Anthea, are you crying? She replied, no, I'm not crying. She asked him, did I wake you up? She suddenly noticed something, Blake. She holds his face and spins it. Confused, he asked, huh? Blake's marks were gone and she said, Blake, your curse has been broken. Shocked, Blake asked, what? Touching his face, he said, gone? She said, yes, they're gone. There's nothing there. The curse has disappeared. Hold on. I'll bring over a mirror. She was about to stand when Blake hugs her. Blake. He starts crying and said, Anthea, my curse has been broken. She embraced him saying, that's right. It's broken. He said, Anthea, I can live. She also starts crying thinking, look at him cry like a child. How difficult it must have been to act aloof at such a young age. He said, I can live with you, Anthea. Permanently, now I can. That's right. We'll always be together. We'll never be apart. Then a sudden knock on door interrupts Emperor. He said, come in. Colin came and said, Your Majesty, I have an urgent message to deliver. Emperor asked, what is it? He gets shocked when Colin said, the markings of His Highness, the Crown Prince, have disappeared. Emperor went to Blake's room. He said, Blake, it really has been broken. The curse has been broken. Blake said while Emperor holds his face. Broke. Anthea broke it. Right, so Your Majesty. Can you let go of? Emperor said, it's done. Done? He asked, how about the pain? Are you okay? He said, I'm okay, Your Majesty. I can't breathe. Emperor leave him saying, I'm sorry. Seeing them, Anthea felt touched. She thinks, seeing that reminds you that the Emperor is undoubtedly a father. It's nice. Then Emperor turns towards her saying, Anthea. He holds her hand saying, you freed Blake from the curse. Thank you so much. She giggled and said, not at all. I didn't do much. Then Blake holds her hand saying, His Majesty is right. You freed me from the curse, Anthea. Thank you, my wife. She thinks Blake's hand is warm. It feels like that warmth is letting me know that all of this is not a dream. Emperor said, thank you, Anthea. Blake said, I'm the one that's really thankful. She thinks, I prayed for this happiness to last forever silently. Meanwhile, at the place where Emperor kept the Duke, Richard gave a bag of coins to the guard. The guard said, you have exactly 10 minutes. Please be as quiet as possible. Richard said, I shall. Seeing him, Duke shouts, Richard. Duke stands and shouts on him, this is all your fault. You should have stopped Frank from drinking. Richard sighed and said, my apologies. I never realized he was so incapable of discernment. Richard thinks the commotion that ensued at the royal banquet was a part of my plans. Frank was already addicted to gambling, alcohol and drugs. That day, I was given the duty of making sure he remained calm and that he arrived at the royal banquet on time. However, I intentionally let him loose before bringing him over there that day, Fully intoxicated, I was planning for Frank to throw a fit and dig his own grave so that I could slowly save Anthea and win her favor. Everything was going to plan. Even him flinging the daughter of Marquis Weston was perfect. I was about to make my move and take care of things, when an extraordinary variable presented itself. Not to mention, the dumb Arnold Carciel also joined. He thinks, ugh, it was an unbelievably horrific mistake. But he still can't pull himself together. He said to Duke, "Sir, this is no time for you to be worrying about your brother. You are currently being charged with inciting an act of treason. Do you not understand what that means? The Emperor has declared war on us. We must come up with a plan." Meanwhile, he thinks, the Emperor will soon begin to dig up Duke of Carciel's crimes. Arnold Carciel was once involved in an attempted assassination of Thenston. When the nobility fell in shock after Blake was cursed, the Duke of Carciel ran with it, and attempted to kill Thenston so that he could be emperor. However, Thenston quickly took care of the situation, and Carciel's plans went to pieces. Duke shouts, "There will be no evidence anyhow." "Who cares? You took care of it, didn't you?" Richard replied, "I did get rid of it, but we still have an important witness, don't we? The one that was sent to the eastern prison where felons are punished." Frank. Shocked, Duke asked, "What? Are you saying that Frank will betray us?" Richard said, "He might already have. We must draw that line now. Let Frank take the fall for everything and get yourself released, sir. If you don't, that might be the end of your family." Hearing this, Duke slaps Richard. He shouts, "You ungrateful bastard! If Frank really is in serious danger, you should risk your life to save him. Have you forgotten why I took in such a lowly thing like you? It was so that you could serve Frank." Richard clenched his fist. Duke shouts, "Get Frank and me released by the end of today. If you don't, you will be disowned by this family. If you don't want to end up like your mother, you will save my Frank immediately." Richard left thinking, maybe I should just kill all of them? Trod, maybe I'll kill all of them and become the Duke of Carciel? But if the Carciel family falls like this, what good would being a duke do me? What must I do to protect both the power and status? At Prince's Manor, Blake asked, "Anthea, why are you staring at me like that?" Still staring, she said, "It's nothing new, but it's just that my husband is so cute." He felt touched and starts blushing. Anthea asked, "What is it? Do you not like that?" He replied, "No. I was just a little embarrassed." She said, "We see each other every day. What do you need to be embarrassed by?" Meanwhile, she thinks, "How cute." Blake said, "That's why I'm embarrassed every day." She thinks, "My husband. You say that you're embarrassed, but you sure don't act like it." He hugs her while she thinks, "Recently, I've had some rational doubts. I suspect that my husband might have quite a devious personality." Blake said, embarrassing. She thinks, "Nah. Look at how sweet he is. How could he be devious?" 10 days later, they held a ball to celebrate the Crown Prince's curse being broken. A servant said, "Your Highness, Viscountess Perian is here." Blake said, "Let her in." Then the Viscountess came and said while bowing, "I present myself to His and Her Highness, the light of our empire." Anthea, noticing a girl next to her, thinks, "Huh? Who's that girl next to her?" Viscountess introduced her daughter, saying, "Oh, this is my daughter, Sharon. Sharon, introduce yourself to His Highness, the Crown Prince." When Sharon heard that the curse of His Highness, the Crown Prince, was broken, Sharon insisted on coming along to congratulate him, so I brought her here. Anthea thinks, "So is that the situation?" She thinks, "I've had Viscountess Perian make me countless dresses, but she had never once brought her daughter along with her." Viscountess said, "My Sharon is 1 year younger than His Highness." "Your Highness, I'm sure you've never seen a girl younger than you." "Her Highness is a bit older, isn't she?" Anthea thinks, "Is she mocking me by pointing out that I'm older than Blake?" Viscountess said to her daughter, "Now, Sharon, you must congratulate His Highness." Sharon said, "Okay." She grabs Blake's hand. While holding his hand, she said, "Congratulations, Your Highness. I was scared because everyone told me you were a monster, but you're so handsome in real life." I guess Sharon was scared for no reason. Anthea, enraged, said, "Look here, Lady Sharon." Meanwhile, she thinks, even if she's young and lacks etiquette, how can she call someone a monster to their face? Blake slaps her hand, saying, "Let go." He asked, "Who gave you permission to touch my body?" Sharon starts crying and her mother felt nervous. She said, "I apologize, Your Highness. This sweet child was just too naive and made a slip of the tongue." Sharon said, "Well, it's just that Sharon liked His Highness, because she liked him." Blake said in a cold tone, "Are you professing your love to a married man? I see that your parents failed to educate you properly. I don't want to even look at your face anymore. Get lost." Then the Viscountess and her daughter left dashing. Anthea thinks, I've never seen Blake get angry like that. She asked him, Blake, are you mad? He replied, they were dismissive of my wife. I never want to see them ever again. She grabs his hand saying, thank you for getting angry on my behalf. Blake said, I'm so angry. Anthea thinks, even when people called him a monster before, he didn't get this angry. She hugs him saying, you can't act like this already. There's going to be a line of girls with crushes on you now. Blake said, I don't want that. You're the only one for me. Anthea said, really? I'm sure there are a lot of girls prettier than me. Blake said, you're the prettiest. Anthea said, you can't take that back later. He replied, I won't. You're the only one for me. Suddenly she heard a voice in her mind, save me. Save me. I'm scared. She gets shocked. She turns and Blake asked, Anthea, what's the matter? Anthea asked, did you hear something just now? He asked, just now? No, she asked, really? She thinks, what was that? Was I just hearing things? Blake asked, are you okay, Anthea? She squeezed his hand saying, I guess I just imagined it. I'm okay. She hugs him saying, I'll look into finding another dressmaker. He said, okay. Meanwhile, Richard sitting in his room thinks, okay. If I kill Dunstan and take advantage of the chaos that ensues to get rid of Frank, there's a good chance I'll be next in line for the imperial throne. Dunstan has quite a major weakness. He can't help but be swayed if I tell him there's a way to break Blake's curse. Spreading a false rumor is the only way to lure him out. Richard calls Domaram. He came and said, yes, my lord. Richard said, I need you to spread a rumor in the streets. Say that someone capable of wielding dark magic that can break the curse of the goddess has appeared. Make sure it reaches the emperor's ear. Domaram asked, spread it throughout the whole empire. What if the source of the rumor is exposed? Richard said, it doesn't matter if it is. I can just kill the emperor before that happens. Suddenly a servant of him came shouting, young master, we have a big problem. Richard asked, what is it? Richard gets shocked when the servant said, they say that the crown prince's curse has been broken. He asked, what? Servant tells, I've received word from John. He says that the palace is celebrating right now because the crown prince's curse has been broken. He saw some knights outside from his window and thinks, those are the imperial knights of the second order. My word, Frank that moron. It hasn't even been a day, and he sang like a canary. He thinks, no, even if he's the emperor, he won't be able to investigate the duke solely based on Frank's words. He clenched his fist thinking, I need to hide the remaining evidence at the duke's estate. Let's get out there and buy some time first. Richard went outside where he bowed and asked Colin, what brings you all the way here? You must all be so busy. Colin looked at him with cold expressions. He said to knights, arrest Richard Carseal. They grab him. He gets shocked and asked, what do you think you're doing? Colin steps closer saying, Sir Richard, this morning, we received a report that stated you paid off the chief guard for the sake of a meeting with an imprisoned traitor. He gets shocked and thinks, my word. I did think the security at Duke of Carseal's prison seemed too relaxed. He knew I'd pay off a guard and set a trap. Dunstan, this is the end for the Carseal family. It didn't even take Frank Carseal a day in prison to confess all the evil deeds his family committed. After Blake was born, they had a dark magician come in to cast black magic. They had placed a curse to accelerate Dunstan's death. All the spies they planted in the palace were exposed. When the possibility of the Carseal family being restored to its former glory disappeared, those who had stood by their side to benefit even made reports on their evil deeds. While having tea, Anthea thinks, even while the Carseal family is being dragged through the mud, Richard's track record remains clean. If Father's plan didn't give them a glimpse of false hope and encourage them to pay off a guard, it would have been difficult to catch them at all. Emperor was having tea sitting next to her. She asked, Father, was Domaram caught? He replied, not yet, I'm afraid. Anthea said, if we catch that dark magician, we should be able to expose everything that Richard Carseal has done up until now. She thinks, when Blake was very sick, they say a rumor quietly went around. There was allegedly dark magic that could transfer the curse to another person. Considering how the rumor originated and spread, it was clear that Richard was the source. He wanted to use dark magic to murder Dunstan as he did in the original work. She clenched her fist thinking, I can't believe he wanted to assassinate the Emperor. I cannot forgive him. Emperor said, do not worry. The Imperial Knights are in pursuit of them. We should be able to catch them soon. She replied, okay. I won't worry. I believe in you, Father. He pats her, and smiled. Presenting a box, he said, Anthea, I have something for you. Holding the box, Anthea asked, what is this? He replied, A jewel that recognizes the successor of light, the tear of light. She picks it saying, wow, so this is. The jewel starts glowing. Emperor said, I see it recognizes the successor of light. She said, I guess so. I guess I really am the successor. Suddenly she heard the voice again in her mind. Save me. Liontel. I'm right here. Save me. Please save me. It's so hot. She gets shocked. Emperor asked, Anthea, she said, oh. Yes? He asked, what's the matter? She replied, no, it's nothing. She continued glaring at Jewel. She thinks, it just continues to glow. That was a vision that was just visible to me. 1,000 years ago, Fenland Palace and the Golden Room. The first emperor, Philip, and Liontel Valencia. And a woman screaming for help. The tear of light, perhaps. All of this is connected somehow? She thinks, what's going on? Why do I feel uneasy? The curse of the goddess has been broken. But it feels like I missed something important. Then Colin came shouting. Your Majesty, Emperor asked, what is it? Anthea gets shocked when Colin tells, the door of darkness has opened. Colin continues, the door of darkness is growing. You must hurry, Your Majesty. Emperor said to Anthea, I'll have to step out for a moment. She replied, okay. Be careful. Father. She hugs him and he said, I won't be long. She said, I'll be waiting for you. He said, okay. The Valley of Chaos contained a door of darkness that connected to Devildom. They say, on the day the door completely opens, the world will end. The Asterisk Emperor felt a sense of responsibility to close the door of darkness. The power of light was needed to seal the door of darkness. The Asterisk Emperor used the power of light the cursed successor possessed to seal the door of darkness. Anthea thinks, as a result, the more light power the Emperor used, the more pain the cursed successor suffered. But Blake was freed from his curse, and he was no longer the cursed successor. Then, what happens now? To the door of darkness. She shakes her head thinking, no, nothing will happen. It'll be okay. After some time while sitting in their room, Blake asked her, Anthea, are you worried? She replied, I'm okay. Blake said, don't worry. I'm sure His Majesty will once again have no problems handling it and return safely. He's tough. She said, yes, I think that too. He grabs her hand saying, Anthea, he asked, it's been a while, but how about practicing some dancing? Her heart raced and she replied, sure. As they started dancing, you're doing great, Anthea, Blake said with quiet encouragement. Really? She smiled, though a bit uncertain. Aren't my steps a bit awkward? He replied. No. You're doing really well, but she said, it's because you're leading me well, Blake. I'm just worried I might make a mistake if I dance with someone else. He stopped immediately and asked, expression sullen. You dance with other boys too? She replied. After I dance my first dance with you, I'll have a dance with Father. And then, I should dance with other people as well. That's customary at a ball. Right. His shoulders slumped slightly. That's how it is. He's so cute when he pouts like that, she thought. She teased. You're not being jealous, are you? I am. He burst out. I don't want you to dance with anyone else. I just wish you could dance with me forever. Her heart raced, she quickly smiled. But you have to dance with the other ladies too. I don't want to, he muttered. I'm not going to dance if it isn't with you, she said. Blake, you're the crown prince of the empire. You shouldn't act like that. But I still don't want to, he admitted. Everyone used to hate me. Why is it wrong for me to not want to dance with them now? His gaze turned serious. He hugged her and said, all I need is you, Anthea. I just want to stay here, with you. I don't want to go anywhere else. He rubbed his head against hers. I don't want to leave the place that brought us together. Feeling touched, she said. Blake. Anthea watched him closely, her heart aching. I thought he'd be happy about breaking the curse, about being a respected crown prince, and moving to a new castle. But I see now his emotional wounds haven't healed yet. Blake, she said gently, moving to another castle doesn't mean Amoria Castle is disappearing. We can come back often. We'll leave this place, as our own little world, he asked. Our own, yes, she nodded. Let's not allow anyone else to enter it. Let's make this our secret castle. His face lit up. Okay, let's do that, Anthea. And then, he smiled genuinely, brightly. Now, he finally smiles again, she thought. I want to help him keep smiling like this. Later the same nightmare repeated. Fire everywhere and someone calling. Liontel! Anthea bolted upright, breath ragged. It was another dream. She stared ahead, disoriented. She exhaled deeply and sighed. She thought, ever since I came to this world, it's completely deviated from the original work. If it had followed the original narrative, Blake would have been gravely ill before the door of darkness opened. Dunstan would have fallen for Richard's scheme and lost his life. Richard Carseal would have become emperor, but none of that happened. A tragedy like the one in the original will not happen. But why am I so nervous? Why do events from 1,000 years ago keep unfolding before my eyes? Why does that woman in the pillar of fire keep calling out for Lionel Valencia? Suddenly Blake groaned in pain. Ow! Anthea gasped, turning to him. The curse marks appeared on him again. She shouts, Blake, how did this happen? The markings on his body glowed faintly, ominously. She looked at them. The markings. There are new markings spreading. She realized after looking at them. These are ancient markings. Her hands trembled as she stared. Save me! Lionel! Please save me! I'm still alive! Blake was panting, breathing heavily. She recognized the words immediately. This is the text she'd seen it before. The writing on the lithograph by the pond. This is what it meant. The mark of the curse on the sixth prince. It's changed. This isn't a curse. She read the text. Philip betrayed me. You're all I have left now. This is a message. Anthea breathed. A message from the goddess. The goddess didn't curse Philip's descendants. She was just using their bodies to send messages, asking for help. Save me! Please save me! Lionel! The cries rang louder in her mind, clearer now. She slumped thinking, the figure behind the screaming. I know who it is. It was the goddess of light. She is still locked away in darkness, and she's been asking me for help as a descendant of Lionel Valencia. I must save the goddess of light. That's the only way this vicious, 1,000-year-old curse can be broken for good. Then her necklace glowed brightly. She looked at it and realized the tear of light. It's trying to take me to where the goddess is. Then Blake murmured, squeezing her hand. No, Anthea, Blake whispered. Don't go, Blake, Anthea said, her voice trembling. I'm on my way to break the curse. I'll make sure to break it this time. Blake grasped her hand tightly. Don't go. You can't go. She smiled softly. Don't worry. I'll be back as soon as I break the curse. She slips free her hand from him. Blake trembles. No, Anthea. Then with glowing light she gets teleported. After reaching there she opens her eyes. She looks around and said aloud, Is this the Valley of Chaos, Anthea? A familiar voice called out. It was the Emperor. She turned to him. Father! He stepped forward and asked, What are you doing here? She hesitated. Oh, well. Then the High Priest stepped forward. Well, Your Majesty, you must close the door of darkness first, she asked quickly. Were you in the middle of closing the door of darkness? She thinks. Is the goddess locked up in there? The Emperor said. Yes. It will be closed soon. Just be a little patient. No, you can't close it. Anthea stepped forward. That door isn't the gateway to Devildom. The High Priest narrowed his eyes. Your Highness, what do you mean? If the door of darkness is not closed, Devildom will be released and the whole world will be enshrouded in darkness. I realize you may lack the years, but surely you must understand that much. The Emperor glared at the priest. High Priest, are you being dismissive of my esteemed daughter? The priest flinched upon hearing that. The Emperor softened. Anthea, go on, she began. I deciphered the characters of the curse that appeared on Blake's body, and discovered a message that read, Help me. That door is not connected to Devildom. The goddess of light is locked up in there. We must save her. She's trapped on the other side of the door of darkness. The Emperor filled in. That's the only way for the curse to completely disappear, she replied. That's correct, the Emperor said, nodding. I understand. I shall save the goddess. You should first leave this place. No, Anthea said firmly. The goddess is looking for me. Only the successor to Light of Valencia can break the curse. So I shall do it myself. That's too dangerous, he warned. Even if you manage to save the goddess, we don't know what will happen. It's okay, she replied. I can do it. I promise to break Blake's curse. Anthea, her father murmured, clearly torn. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Marco! Your Majesty! Your Highness! Please find cover! The demons appeared rushing towards them. One of them caught Anthea and dragged her inside the gate. The Emperor tried to eat her but couldn't. He shouted, Ananthea! A violent surge of energy pulsed through the valley. Inside she wonders, What is this? I can't see anything. I can barely make out the markers. Is it trying to tell me to go that way? Let's try following them for now, she muttered. The ground was muddy, and it made walking difficult. She was growing parched, and each breath felt heavier than the last. She started feeling thirsty, and her breathing became heavy. With each and every step the next became difficult. How much farther? She asked no one, but again she followed them determined. No. I need to hang in there a little longer. I must free Blake from the curse. Her legs buckled. I don't think I can walk anymore, she groaned, collapsing to her knees. I have no strength left in my legs. Suddenly she heard a swoosh. Her eyes widened. A lake, she whispered. When did this appear? Am I seeing an illusion? She touched the water to check if it's real. A voice echoed through the stillness. Lionel, you must have been waiting for so long. Anthea turned toward the sound. Goddess, you really came! A radiant figure appeared, bathed in light. Yes, because I promised you, Lionel, the goddess of light replied. Anthea stared, breathless. It's the goddess of light, then asked, did you come all the way here to see me? And then, as her vision blurred slightly, she realized the face that remained invisible, hidden just out of reach, was the one she carried within her. The Lion of Valencia standing before the goddess was her. This is a 1,000-year-old memory from a previous lifetime. Yes, Lionel, the goddess asked gently. Is practicing light magic going well? Yes, goddess, Lionel replied. Would you like to see? But the goddess sighed, her voice teasing. When are you going to stop calling me goddess? We're friends, aren't we? The girl said. But you're a goddess. My name is Serpenia, she said with a warm smile. And are you going to be so formal when you talk to your friend? Okay, Serpenia, Lionel replied, a little shy but happy. Ha, she laughed. Then Serpenia hugged her and said, we're finally real friends now, Lionel replied. That's not true. We were friends ever since we met. Ha! Suddenly, a rustle in the bushes snapped them to attention. Ha! Who goes there? Then a boy with white hair and red eyes appeared. Lionel calls. Philip, he replied. I came to look for you because you disappeared suddenly. The Count is worried. Let's hurry back. Philip was Richard. Now, Anthea finally understood why she felt so uneasy the first time she met Richard. Memories about him that she had tried to forget came flooding back, one after another. No, Lionel said, her eyes firm. I'm going to play with my friend today. Friend? Philip looked surprised. Then the goddess stepped. Hello, he said. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Philip. Back then, she had no idea that Philip had approached her on purpose, already knowing she was meeting the goddess of light. Not long after that, Serpenia and Philip fell in love. A few years passed, and they became adults. Sir, your hair is so soft, Lionel murmured one day, brushing through her friend's white locks. It feels like white silk, Serpenia said. Lion, you're so pretty as well, Lionel asked. You think? She then added. I'm sure Lakshul would like you too. Lionel blushed, face red. She said. Why are you bringing up Lakshul all of a sudden? I could see it in your eyes, she said gently. You like each other, Lionel, while flustered, said. And no, that's not it. I just like him by myself. Lionel had liked the imperial prince, Lakshul. Just to be near him, she had even applied to be a magician in the palace. It's just a crush, she told. He only thinks of me as a friend. I see, Serpenia said. Crushes are hard, Lionel asked. Are you making fun of me right now? Why would someone who's madly in love act like this? The goddess said. Yeah, I wonder why. Serpenia had already figured out the truth about Philip. Imperial Prince Lakshul was Zelkin's best swordsman. When magical beasts threatened the northern outskirts, the Emperor had sent Lakshul to suppress them. He had wiped out the beasts with the 7th Night Order. There were talks of him becoming the next emperor. People were agreed that he should have been the emperor long ago. One day, upon hearing the news of him becoming the emperor, Lionel's heart sank. Lakshul, now we're truly going to be far apart. She thought to herself, I should let go of my feelings as soon as possible. Then Lakshul approached her and calls. Lionel, she turned. Lakshul, what are you doing here? He replied. I came because I needed to tell you something. That you're going to become the emperor soon? She asked, forcing a smile. Congratulations. I'm sure you're going to be really busy. You didn't need to come in person. Then he grabbed her hand and said, Lionel, look at me. She looked up, breath caught in her throat. He asked, Will you marry me? Her heart stopped. He continued, I fell for you the moment we met. I'm sorry for pretending to be just friends, and for hiding my feelings. She asked him, You like me? He replied, Yeah, I love you. She was speechless. Her heartfelt wish come true. Lakshul. Then Anthea realized she loved him. She had truly loved Lakshul, and 1,000 years later, she felt for Blake when she met him again. She had wanted that happiness to last forever. But it didn't. Not long after, memories of how she had sent Lakshul away, Memories she had desperately tried to bury began to rise to the surface one by one. As everyone expected, Lakshul was appointed crown prince, and she became engaged to him. Congratulations, Liontel, Serpenia said warmly. Thanks, sir, she replied, still overwhelmed. Apparently, Lakshul has liked me for a long time. The goddess showed a blank expression as if she already knew. What's with that response? She asked, noticing her neutral tone. Aren't you surprised? I already knew, she said with a teasing smile. You can be surprisingly dense sometimes, Liontel. She stared at her in disbelief. What? I was the only one that didn't know. Yeah. Her tone was firm, amused. Liontel blushed, thinking. Then again, I was still completely clueless until he actually kissed me. Then the goddess said, Liontel, I have something to tell you too. I'm going to become human. Startled, Liontel asked. What? I've decided to marry Philip and I've decided to transfer all the power I have to him before I become human. Liontel asked, surprised. Is that what Philip wants? Serpenia clenched her fist. No. It's what I want, sir. Liontel hesitated. If you transfer all your power, you won't be able to undo it later. Maybe you should think about it some more. I'm sorry, Liontel. She suddenly grabs her hand and said, I should have shared some of my power with you too, Liontel replied. Huh? Not at all. You already blessed me. Thanks to you, I get to keep using mana. I can read every text and language in the world. I'm already more than grateful for that, Serpenia said. I was just worried about you. Then she pulls out a necklace and handed it to Liontel. Here. Let me give you a present, Liontel repeated. A present? The goddess said. It represents our friendship. I'm giving this to you so you won't forget me even after you get married. Wherever we may be, this necklace contains the power that will bring you to me. She embraced her. Thank you, sir. I won't forget you. But the goddess' face was looking worried. Later, she visited Philip's land. Philip, she greeted him. I heard the news. Congratulations on your wedding. Yeah, he said quietly. I heard you're getting engaged too? Yeah, she replied, blushing. Philip's face turned bitter. Then he said, You'll finally be the crown princess. Upon hearing that, Liontel thinks, what is this? He almost made it sound like I chose Lakshul just because I wanted to be crown princess. You knew about it too, she added, hoping to clarify. I've liked the crown prince for a long time. He's a really good, kind person. We've been friends for a long time. You'll come to the wedding with Sarah, right? She asked. But he doesn't reply. Does he still dislike Lakshul? She wondered. He always acted like that whenever Lakshul came up. I'll attend your wedding, she muttered. When are you going to get married? Philip said flatly. That's none of your concern. What? She blinked, stunned. Philip, don't you think you're being a bit too harsh on a friend who came to congratulate you? He replied. I'm not required to be nice to you as well. Well, that's true, she muttered, biting back a sigh. She thought, feeling annoyed, right? He was always a little bit rude. He treats Sarah well. Let's just hold back. Then she remembers, but even so, Sarah always looks a bit nervous around him. Even yesterday. Philip, she said quietly, I heard from Sarah that she's going to become human. She said she's going to transfer all her powers to you before that happens. Philip turned and coldly asked, And, she said, can't you try to stop her? If she loses all her powers at once, it'll be too much for her body to bear. She should set aside some of her power, even just a little, just in case. He questioned her. Scared? She asked. What? He said rudely. Are you scared that I'll become stronger than Lakshul? She asked him. What? Where did that even come from all of a sudden? I'll come, he said as he turned away. If there is a wedding, she felt bewildered. What the? After Philip left like that, the goddess came to see her that night. Serpenia questioned her. What did you say to Philip? Liontel asked. Sarah, what's wrong? Do you not want me to be happy? She shouted, tears in her eyes. I considered you a friend, Liontel asked. What? What are you talking about? But the goddess doesn't listen and said, I'm so disappointed in you. She turns and left without listening anything. That day, Serpenia disappeared without a trace for the last time, with Philip. Liontel kept hoping they would return for the wedding, that they could clear up the misunderstanding, but they never came back. And she was never able to have her wedding, because the imperial family was struck with a terrible plague. It was a terrifying disease, one that turned one's skin black and made them vomit blood before it finally killed them. Lakshul and Liontel searched desperately for a cure, but nothing worked. They pinned our hopes on Serpenia, the goddess of light, and Philip, who had inherited her divine powers, thinking they might help them. But even after the imperial palace was consumed by the plague, there was no word from them. One day, Lionel, take a break, Lakshul said. I'm fine, she replied. I'm a magician of the light, after all. You haven't slept at all lately, you should rest too. I'm fine. I'm the crown prince, after all, he answered, forcing a smile. That's even more reason for you to rest, she insisted. Everyone, even the emperor, has fled. You're handling everything alone. What if something happens to you? He hugged her tightly and said. Don't worry, Lionel. I'm fine. But the very next day, a black mark appeared on Lakshul's body. His condition deteriorated rapidly, his skin darkened, his fever spiked, and soon he fell unconscious. One day, while she was sleeping at his bedside, he whispered to her faintly, Lionel, thank you for everything. I should have professed my love for you sooner. I should have told you that I loved you more often. If there is such a thing as a next life, and we cross paths again, I'll make sure to tell you every single day. I'm sorry, Lionel. Lakshul died. Lionel had stayed up for days taking care of him, but she wasn't there for his final breath. She prayed over and over again until her tears dried and her voice was gone, but Lakshul never opened his eyes again. No proper funeral was held for the crown prince. After his death, the plague spread across the capital like wildfire. Countless people died. Even the emperor, who had fled the palace, succumbed to the illness. One by one, the royal family perished. Without a successor, the empire spiraled into chaos. Then Philip returned. Using the divine power of light, he cured the plague that had devastated the empire. The people, nobles and commoners alike, cheered and praised him. With overwhelming support, he ascended the throne and established the Zelkan Empire. Everything unfolded with eerie precision, as if sliced clean with a blade. It was as if Lakshul had never even existed. Lionel didn't attend Philip's coronation, but he showed up the next day. It's been a while, Lionel, he said with a smile. I thought I'd see you at the coronation yesterday, but you weren't there, she replied. Greetings to His Majesty, the Emperor. Oh, thanks. There's no need for honorifics, he said casually. We have a special bond, after all. She felt rage inside, a special bond. We each searched everywhere for them for over 6 months. And now he just shows up like this. No. Maybe they didn't know what was going on, and maybe no one could have stopped the disaster. I heard Lakshul died, Philip said. When we left, we went west, all the way to the Valley of Chaos. We had no idea what was happening in Khan. If we did, we would have come back sooner. I see, she murmured. Do you resent me? He asked. Because I couldn't save Lakshul when I had the power to? No. I just resent myself, she admitted. She thought, blaming herself. Why didn't I stop him when he said he was going to be crown prince? Then I wouldn't have been alone at the palace in the end. Why did I stay by his side the whole night before and miss his final breath? She said aloud. Why didn't I have the power to save him? I just resent myself. Then Serpenia hugged her and said, It's not your fault, Lion. Ser ran into her arms, trembling. I'm sorry, Lion. I'm so sorry, she sobbed. I didn't know what happened to Lakshul. It's my fault. It's all my fault. You must hate me. I'm truly sorry. Lionel thought she truly didn't know. I don't hate you, she said softly. I'm happy that you're back. She sniffled. Lion. I'm sorry, Lionel said. Don't cry, okay? But she grits her teeth. After the goddess and Philip returned, the plague was eradicated and the capital slowly began to recover. But peace didn't last. The Zelkan Empire was renamed the Asteric Empire. The Altera Palace became Thenlan Palace. Philip was deliberately erasing traces of something, rebuilding from scratch. He erected stone slabs and statues to celebrate his achievements. An unbelievable amount of resources were spent, and the people suffered under heavy taxes and forced labor. And there was even going to be an imperial ball. Lionel thought to herself, I can't stand by and watch anymore. Philip! She stormed into the office. How long are you going to keep holding this ball? He looked up calmly. I was wondering what could make you burst in here like that. Even if it's you, don't you think you're crossing a line by speaking to your emperor this way? When are you going to make the royal announcement? She demanded. How much longer are you going to leave Sarah alone in the royal villa? I hear you haven't even shown your face there recently. This again? He muttered. What? She snapped. Are you being serious right now? Sarah sacrificed everything for you. Right, he said coldly. She sacrificed everything. And now she has nothing. No power of the light, no assets. She's not even a noble. He looked her in the eye. You think a woman like that can become the empress? She stared at him, fury rising in her chest. She snapped. You have lost your mind. Why did Ser lose her powers? Why did she become a mere human woman? Lionel's voice shook with fury. Philip shouts back. It's all because of you. Philip's expression remained cold, unmoved. Who cares about the past? I'm talking about the reality now. She's not fit to be empress. What? Not fit? Lionel spat. Did you forget how you even got here? You became emperor because Ser used her powers to end the plague. It was thanks to her that you were able to ascend the throne, and now you're just going to throw her away. Philip's eyes narrowed. Watch your tongue, he warned. I became emperor by my own merits, and I've already chosen someone else to be the next empress. He pulled her close and said, It's you, Lionel. What? You're lying, she whispered in disbelief. I was the one who liked you first, Philip continued. Even before that punk, Lakshul. I wanted you. Everything I did was for you. What about Ser? Lionel demanded, backing away, horrified. He admitted, I needed power to become emperor. That's why I played along. But the truth is I love you. You're the one I truly want, Lionel. Shut up, she yelled. Let go of me. She yanked her arm free, disgust twisting her features. Love? Don't kid yourself. You use Ser for my sake? Are you kidding me? What does Lakshul have that I don't? He snapped. I'm emperor now. I have the power of light. Isn't that enough? Lakshul isn't dirty like you, she hissed. He shouldn't even be compared to trash like you. Don't you dare speak his name, she stormed out, her footsteps ringing sharply through the corridor. I can't believe I ever thought of that trash as a friend. While rushing back she thinks, I must get Ser out of here now. Lionel found Ser looking disheveled, sitting alone. Ser, you need to get up, she said urgently. Come with me to my house. You're not safe here. Ser looked up slowly, her eyes dull. What's wrong, Lion? Lionel squeezed her hand and said, Listen to me. Philip isn't the good person you think he is. That bastard. I know, Serpenia said quietly. Philip likes you. I knew that the moment we met. Lionel was in disbelief. And you still stayed by his side? Why would you do that? Serpenia clenched her fists. Because I liked him. I thought, if I kept liking him, showed him kindness, maybe he'd eventually return my feelings. I'm sorry. I've sinned. Tears welled up in Ser's eyes. That's why I can't leave this place. I'm being punished. Sinned? Lionel asked. What do you mean? Then the goddess coughed blood. Lionel asked, Ser? What's wrong with you? How long have you been sick? She replied. This is my sin. Philip took the powers I gave him and used them to spread the disease. Powers meant to heal the world were twisted, used to destroy it. Countless people died because of me. Lakshul died because of me. I gave Philip my powers, and everything that happened is my fault. I'm sorry, Lionel. I'm so sorry. Ser's body trembled as she sobbed. Lionel clenched her fists, her heart pounding. That's why she cried so much that day. She knew the truth all along and hid it. Bitterness churned inside Lionel. She couldn't forgive Ser. Not yet, but she'd already lost too many people. She didn't want to lose her last remaining friend, too. Ser, she said, her voice low. Take back the blessing you gave me. Tears were dripping from her face, Serpenia said. No. I can't do that. Take it, Lionel insisted. Use that power to retrieve what you gave Philip. Return to your original self. You'll recover if you shed this human form. Ser's lips parted. Lionel. Before she could speak further, a voice called out behind them. Philip came and said, Lionel, I've been looking for you. She turned, rage igniting her gaze. Why were you looking for me? With a cold gesture, Philip ordered, Escort Lionel Valencia to the Empress Palace. Yes, Your Majesty, came the guard's reply. The Empress Palace? Lionel's voice rang out, incredulous. What are you talking about right now? She resisted as the guards closed in. Why would I go there? Go on, Philip ordered curtly. Yes, Your Majesty, one of the guards replied, grabbing her arm. Let go of me! Let go! She shouted, struggling as they dragged her away. Philip locked her in the Empress Palace, a place that, from the outside, gleamed with gold, jewels, and luxury. The walls, the pillars, even the furniture sparkled like a treasure trove. It was a palace admired and envied by all, but to Lionel, it was nothing more than a glittering prison. A year passed. As promised, Philip never forced himself on her. But during that time, he married 3 other women, welcoming them as empresses and fathering children with each. One day, Philip visited her. Lionel asked him, Philip, how much longer do you plan to keep me locked up here? Until you become mine, he replied simply. She jumped to her feet, rage igniting. You killed Lakshul. You sacrificed innocent people just to become emperor. And now you expect me to forgive you? That's exactly why you should choose me, Philip said. You know too much, Liontel. But I let you live. Shouldn't you at least be grateful for that? I can't follow your insane logic, she said through gritted teeth. Upon hearing that, he stomped forward, saying, Your tone has become quite vulgar. I'm sure you'd be vulgar too if you had been locked in a bedroom for a full year, she snapped. Philip said, pulling her close. A little fire isn't bad. Think about it, Liontel. Think carefully while you're here about which choice benefits you most. I'm the emperor now. Get lost, she shouted, shoving him. Leave. Right now. He laughed softly as he backed away. I wonder how long you'll last. I'll be back later. When he was gone, she clenched her trembling hands, trying to calm the fury boiling inside her. That insane bastard. I'm so angry, I can't stop shaking. After a few moments, someone knocked at the window. It was the Serpenia. As she came inside, Liontel asked, Where were you locked up? How did you get here? I was at the royal villa all this time, Sir said softly. I'm sorry I came so late. I tried to reach you, but the palace security was too tight. No, Liontel said, eyes welling up. I'm just grateful you're here. But are you all right? Serpenia gave a small, sad smile. Once again, you're the only one who worries about me. Why did I forget that? Sir, Liontel whispered. Lion, Serpenia said quietly. Philip has officially announced that you'll become his empress. Liontel's breath caught. What? I've made a decision, Serpenia said firmly. I'm going to do as you said. I'll take back the power of light from Philip. Can you return the blessing you gave me? Liontel replied. Finally, yes. Of course. I'll return it to you. She squeezed her hand and said, Close your eyes. After Serpenia received it, she slowly opens her eyes and said, Thank you. I'll come back after I retrieve my powers, Sir said, voice gentle. I will save you. Okay, I'll be waiting, Liontel replied. Then she left through the window. When Liontel returned the blessing of light to Serpenia, she truly believed that the nightmare was finally ending, that salvation had begun. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that it was only the beginning of a far greater tragedy. The palace was engulfed in flames not long after Serpenia left. Fire! Someone shouted. Evacuate everyone! Liontel was banging on the door. The doors rattled violently as smoke filled the halls. Is anyone out there? Liontel called out, coughing. I can't breathe. But as the smoke thickened, so did a strange sense of peace. Maybe this isn't such a terrible ending, she thought. Rather than being forced to marry Philip, maybe it's better to die and be reunited with Lakshul. Her body swayed, dizzy from the heat and smoke. The voice broke through the haze. Liontel! Philip extends his hand to her and said, It's too dangerous. Let's go. Her voice trembled. Was it you? Did you start the fire? Let's go, he said again, snatching her hand. She snapped. It was you. You did this again. How could you? What about Sarah? Where is she right now? Philip replied. Exactly. Why? Why did you have to be so foolish? Things could have worked out for everyone. He lifts her up, but she continued protesting. Let me down! Liontel screamed. Put me down this instant! Crackling flames echoed in the palace. Let me down! She shouted again, writhing in resistance. But he doesn't stop. He left inside a safe place and said, It's dangerous outside. Just stay here for a bit. No! Wait, hold on! She shouted. Answer me! Where is Sarah? But he left without responding and locked the door. Liontel rushed to the door. Open this now! Ah! She gasped. Locked up again. Her knees buckled beneath her. Shoulders slumped. She glanced around at the dark, silent room. This place. It was the room of annals where the Empire stored lithographic slates, endless records of deaths and imperial decrees. She stepped closer, and Lakshul's name was a part of it. February 510. The Crown Prince passed away. It read. She plopped, fingers brushing against the surface of the tablet, and then her breath caught. Lakshul, she whispered. I miss you. Her hand brushed another slab suddenly. A beam of light erupted from it. The power of light. She stared in disbelief. Has Sarah regained her powers? Did she send me a portion of it? The light beamed again, stronger this time. Then a voice called out. Lion, save me! Save me! Sarah's voice! She gasped, eyes wide. There's no time to waste. I must find her now. I can escape with this power, Sarah. She clenched her fists, the light swirling around her like a storm. When she went outside, the palace had turned dark. Bodies were lying everywhere, of the nobles, guard, and civilians. She wondered in disbelief, how did it come to this? Then she noticed another slab of lithograph nearby, bigger than all the previous. It reads, "We bid adieu to Lakshul, the great emperor of Rum." What a deplorable sight to see Philip dare to take the emperor's throne. I, Lakshul, vow to right the wrong and wipe out the sullied Altera Palace with fire. I vow to punish Philip and his wicked followers. Foolish subjects, submit to Rum. If you refuse, the land of Khan will be enshrouded in darkness and suffer eternal pain. What is this? Liontel murmured. Did Lakshul start the fire? And place the curse? Her fists clenched. No. This reeks of Philip. He's trying to shift the blame onto Lakshul, twist the truth, and use him as a scapegoat. I told you to stay put, came a voice behind her. Philip stepped forward, eyes gleaming. Yet you crawled out. Liontel stood up defiantly. Philip, what is this slab? Have you completely lost your mind? How could you do such a thing? Do you still call yourself human after all this? Watch your tongue, he growled. I am the emperor of this land. If you continue to show such insolence, you will not be exempt from my wrath. Right, she said, voice sharp with scorn. You're the emperor. Then take responsibility for what you've done. Don't drag Lakshul's name through the mud. You think people will believe this? Everyone already knows Lakshul is no longer with us, Philip sneered. Humans are fools, easily misled. His tone darkened as he stepped closer. The crown prince was actually alive. To reclaim the throne he lost, he set Thenlin Palace on fire and massacred the people of the capital. That's the story they'll believe. Once the rumors spread, it will be truth. A massacre. Liontel's voice trembled. You actually killed all those people in the capital? Philip's eyes gleamed cruelly. It's because of you. She stared at him, stunned. Because of me? Yeah. He spat. It's all because of you. You gave your power to that brat. She was going to die soon anyway, but you ruined everything, he shouted. Liontel's jaw clenched. There's no point in talking to you, her voice hardened. Where is Sarah? Just answer me, he said. She's dead, her breath caught. What? She just wouldn't die, Philip muttered. Because she was some goddess or whatever. I stabbed her. I lit her on fire. Nothing worked, so I had to resort to making a sacrifice. Liontel gasped in horror. She asked. You made a sacrifice. Philip threw his arms wide, barking. Yeah, I sacrificed the people of Khan to kill that brat. And I won. In the end I won. Now this power, this glorious power, belongs only to me. So, Liontel, accept reality. Lakshul will be remembered as the greatest sinner to ever live. And I will go down in history as the great emperor who saved his people. No, Liontel said, her voice cold and low. Her eyes burned with fury. She activated her power of light and said, That won't happen. Light burst from her hand in a brilliant beam. Philip recoiled using his powers. He smirked, countering it. What did you just do? With such measly powers? Philip scoffed. But Liontel disappeared from there. It was only a distraction. Meanwhile, Liontel rushed to the room of annals. We need to leave. Now, she dashed, breath sharp in her throat. She was huffing after reaching there. She thought desperately. Her heart pounded with urgency. This is the best I can do with the power I have left. She stopped before a slab and raised her hand. I'll protect it. The one that tells Lakshul's story, his true story. A step echoed behind her. Then another. What's this, Liontel? Philip said smoothly, approaching. I was wondering where you ran off to. Did you actually enjoy being locked up? She retorted. That's enough nonsense from you. Philip used his power, saying. So smart. Just like always. I was going to take care of it even if you hadn't whined, she said sharply, stepping in front of the slab. No. That's not going to work. She used her powers on the slab. He used his power in shouts. Move! But his powers bounced back from the slab and strikes near him. Liontel said. I used the power I would have spent on you to cast protection magic on this slate. No one can destroy it without my permission. This magic can only be broken by me. Her voice hardened. The records, the ones that tell of how you used the plague to take the throne, and the truth that Lakshul had already passed away will never disappear. Philip huffed in anger. Look at you! Desperately trying to save the honor of a dead man. Do you like that Lakshul punk that much? Liontel met his gaze coldly. Your complete lack of remorse, even now, and the fact that all you can think about is your position? It just proves how far beneath Lakshul you truly are. It doesn't matter what you do. You can't hide the truth. He studied her, gritting. You're testing me right now, seeing how far I'm willing to go, she asked. What are you talking about? Philip's voice dropped, solemn and full of dread. He puts his hand on the ground and said, "From now on, no one will be able to step onto this land." He burned the land of Khan black. He made it a place of death, that no one could approach. Therefore Khan was abandoned and the capital was moved. And then the lies began. After Lakshal's atrocities, the enraged goddess of light placed a curse on the Rum family. Philip spread another plague, calling it the goddess curse. He got rid of those who revolted against him. He seized the new capital for himself, and Liontel was confined to the western tower of the palace. One day, "Liontel," a voice jeered, "I saw the seal was damaged. Did you try to run again?" Philip's voice grew venomous. "I guess you don't care if your cute nieces and nephews catch tansanol and die?" "No!" she cried. "Please don't do that." "Then don't act out," he said cruelly. "Or you can willingly become mine. Just kill me instead," she screamed. "That's what you're best at anyway. Just kill me too." "You know I can't kill you," he said with sickening calm. "I love you," she yanked his hand and said. "You, crazy, let go of me." "Liontel," he whispered mockingly, "the Empress's throne is still empty. If you want to get out of here, stop wasting your energy and just become my wife." "Let go of me!" she yelled, struggling in his grasp. "You already have plenty of wives." She spat. "I already told you," he said. "You're the only one I love. The others are just tools, pawns to secure my place," she said in anger. "I'd rather die than marry you." He turned. "I enjoy that nasty side of you too." Then his expression turned cold. "The day you die, the Valencia family will cease to exist. Think carefully." Saying that, he left the room. She fell with a painful gasp, and so she lived, day after day, in that tower, because she could not die. Beyond the palace walls, the world believed a different story. "The Emperor cured orphans with tansanol today," one girl said with pride while brushing her hair. "He even looks after kids who can't afford herbs. I'm proud to call him our emperor." But for Liontel, the truth never stopped burning inside her. She thinks, "Let's not say anything. As soon as this girl learns the truth, Philip will kill her." Later, Philip came stomping and grabbed her. She asked in shock. "What?" he demanded. "How do you do it? How do you do it? You must know. You are in cahoots with that brat? Trying to screw me over? What in the world are you talking about?" Liontel asked, stunned. "Let go of me first," Liontel shouted, struggling against Philip's grasp. She slapped his hand and asked, "You're not talking about Sarah, are you?" "Sarah's alive?" he growled. "She's dead. That brat died." He gritted his teeth. His expression twisted. Looking at him, she said, "You've gone insane." But the truth was clear. Philip had already lost his sanity long ago. 8 imperial princes and princesses had died in succession. One after another, his own children had fallen victim to what was now called the goddess curse. First from a week to days, then from a day to just hours. The rate of death among the imperial children had only grown faster. But could Ser really have done it? Even if it were for revenge, could Ser truly kill innocent children? "Ser," Lionel whispered, heart aching. "Did you really do that? Are you alive? Where are you? Please, answer me." Suddenly, someone rushed toward her, burst opening the door. The woman said, "Lady Valencia, please help me. Please save my John." Lionel replied, "If it's due to the curse, there's probably nothing I can do for him." "This has nothing to do with the curse," the woman cried. "Please, please stop His Majesty from killing my John." "What do you mean?" Lionel asked. "Philip is about to harm his own son. They say before the first imperial prince died, strange black writing appeared on his body." The woman explained. "The emperor was caught off guard and hid him quickly. But they say the writing expressed the goddess' resentment, and that's why he killed him. To cover up his own sins." While following the woman, Lionel thought bitterly. To hide his misdeeds, Philip killed his children with his bare hands. Horrifying. The curse wasn't getting stronger. Philip's hesitation was only growing shorter. "I can't just stand by and watch anymore." As she was walking, the necklace that Serpenia gave her started glowing. Then the voice called out, "Lion, save me! I'm scared, please save me!" Ser's voice. Lionel's eyes widened. She said aloud, looking at the locket, "Ser, where are you? I'll come to you." "Ser," a second voice, a child's voice, echoed through the chaos. Lionel thinks, "I must save the 6th prince first." Lionel dashed into the room and screamed, "Stop it! What do you think you're doing?" Philip was using his powers on his child, who was lying on the floor with cursed marks. He turned slowly. "Lionel, I believe I told you to stay in that tower." She rushed to the child's side and demanded, What are you doing to this poor child? The child was trembling with fear. He didn't answer. Then her eyes fell on the markings covering the prince's skin. The cursed writing. It reads, I am the goddess of light. After Philip tricked me and stole my power, he locked me in the Valley of Chaos. He committed countless crimes. He killed innocents using the power of light. He released a wicked illness upon the empire, and framed Emperor Lakshul. Lionel realized the writing. It wasn't a curse. It was a call for help from the goddess of light. Lionel's eyes narrowed. Philip, where did you lock up Sir? She clenched her fists. Sir! Sir! He shouted. Shut up! He barked. Just stop going on about that brat already. He pushed her away in an outburst. Ugh! Pain tore through her as he lashed out. She plopped to the ground. He snarled. Stop getting in the way! Just stay there! She felt dizzy, unable to move. Philip said, stepping toward the prince. This time, I'll make sure to get rid of it for good. He used his power on his son. The child screamed and after a few moments passed away. Lionel crawled, reaching towards him. No, no. He's dead. Then Philip turned to her. That's right. There's no other choice. Where is it now? Who's next? Philip's eyes darted wildly at his children. They trembled in fear. He stepped closer, saying, As soon as you kill it, it moves on to the next punk. Who is it? He found the next child with the curse mark and said, It's you. He lifts the child up and said, Let's see here. He inspected the writing feverishly. Good. Only the sentences I planted appear. He started laughing and shouted, It's done. It's done now. It's a perfect victory for me. Then Lionel looks towards him lying on the ground. A quiet thought seeped into her. Will I be at peace if I just let things stay the way they are now? No. Lionel's heart thudded, her fingers curling against the cold floor. If I give up now, this terrible history will be buried forever. I need to survive, somehow. Philip moved her to the southern royal villa. After enduring both the physical blows from his assault and the onslaught of cursed mana, Lionel's body completely gave out. She was left in ruins. She wasn't able to move much. Once she fell on the ground. Lionel! Philip called out. I told you to call for me if you wanted to leave. I'm sorry, I must have been out of my mind back then. Lionel thought bitterly. Sorry? After that day, the message from Sir disappeared. The only thing left behind was the cursed text Philip had etched into the world, a message twisting the truth. The rumors about Emperor Philip betraying the goddess are lies. The goddess of light always wanted the Aztec Empire to flourish. She unleashed the cursed text to expose the tyrannical seed that would lead the empire to ruins. Philip had gone so far as to stigmatize his own innocent child, branding them with a curse just to save himself once more with lies. And he did it all without a shred of remorse. I'll cure you, Philip swore. I will cure you, no matter what. Upon hearing that, she thought, No, you cursed all of Khan because you were afraid of the truth. You poured every last drop of your power into hiding the message Sir left behind. You may have had the strength once, but now, there's no way you can cure me. He softened. Lionel, let me know if there's anything you want, she replied faintly. Then, find me a boulder. A boulder? He asked, puzzled. She said, It might make me feel like I'm up in the mountains. There's no way I could go there now. I told you that I'd cure you, he said. We can go up the mountain together, she replied. How could I in this state? You know that too. Please, he gave in. Okay. She had sent Sir's necklace, along with a letter, to the Count. Now all that left for her was to take care of the rest. She decided to use the last of her power to ensure that what she left behind could never be erased. She went to the boulder, and used last of her power preserve the truth. Again when Philip visited her he calls for her. Lionel, what are you doing here? It's cold outside, she replied. I was waiting for you, he asked shocked. Me, yeah, she replied, then asked. Do you love me? Yes, he said without pause. I love you. You're the only one I love. Lionel, she continued. Then, erect this slab in front of the imperial palace. She had made a slab out of the boulder using her power. He flinched looking at it. This is, she said. I heard you didn't construct a room of annals at the new palace, so I thought I'd make a historical record myself. This was written on the slab, November year 5. The cursed text inscribed on the sixth prince changed. The sixth prince passed away. Following his death, the curse of the goddess moved on to the seventh prince. Lionel, his voice snapped. Sigh. What do you think you're doing? She asked. Why? Did I make a mistake? The format and content are both correct, aren't they? He barked. Are you kidding me right now? She scorned. You're so afraid that even those words fill you with dread? Then you should have never done all that. Philip went up to the slab and tried to use his power on it, saying, "Let's go inside. It's cold. You can't destroy it," she told him. "I poured the last of my powers into it. You remain incredibly troublesome for me," he muttered. "If I can't destroy it," he said at last, "then I just need to keep it out of reach. I just need to kill all that approach this slab. History will be buried at the bottom of the lake forever." He throws it inside the lake using his power. "You remain exactly the same, even to the end," she said quietly. "You're really a black magician now. You've completely forgotten how to heal people." Saying that, she coughed blood and fell to the ground. "Liontel! No, Liontel! Just hang on!" he cried. "I will find a way to save you. I will," she calls for her. "Philip," he cried, tears in his eyes. "Yes, Liontel? I'm listening. Talk to me," she scorned. "I loathe you." Saying that, she passed away. Philip cried and screamed, and so she died. After a few reincarnations, she miraculously returned once more as Anthea. Anthea again opens her eyes inside the door of darkness. A sharp shock ran through her. "Ah, that was my previous life?" The darkness sloshed around her, thick and suffocating. Then she stands up and remembers, "I was passing through the door of darkness. I just need to go a little bit further, toward that one visible light flickering in the distance." Step after step, she trudged forward. Looking ahead, she thinks, "But why is that light red?" Suddenly she heard a scream. She realized, that's Ser's voice. As she went in, whoosh! Heat surged toward her. The entire hall was engulfed in fire. There Serpenia was trapped in a sphere. "Ser!" Anthea shouted. Serpenia screamed, "It's hot! Save me! Save me, Liontel!" Ser's voice cried back, desperate and pained. Anthea quickly stepped forward, saying, "I'm coming! I'm coming right now, Ser!" But the closer she got, the hotter it became. Out! The fire roared. Swoosh! It was too hot. She staggered. She step by step gets closer. And there she was. Serpenia see her, voice trembled. "Liontel!" Anthea reached to the sphere and said, "Yes, it's me. I'll get you out of there in no time." She used her power of light on the sphere. After a fierce collision, the sphere broke. Then, it was gone. The light, the heat, everything faded. She let out a sigh. "Liontel!" Ser cried, pouncing toward her. "What took you so long? It took you too long. Do you know how long I've been calling out for you? You said that you'd always be by my side," she replied. I'm sorry, Ser. Do you know how much I've been suffering? I hate you," she sobbed. Anthea thinks, 1,000 years of pain. Because of the light power I had handed over to her, she had been trapped in that torment for all that time. "Alone in this hell," she said. "I'm sorry, Ser. I'm really sorry." But Serpenia shook her head. "No, don't be. It's not your fault, Liontel." She turned issue cold. "It's Philip's fault. I'm going to kill him," she hissed, stepping forward. "Wait, Ser," Anthea called. "Philip is dead. 1,000 years have passed already." "I know." Her eyes burned with fury. "Philip gave birth to an offspring, and that offspring had an offspring, and that offspring had an offspring, and then he was reincarnated." She clenched her fists in rage. "I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill all of them. All of Philip's children and the country he established. All of it." Hearing that, Anthea said, "No, you can't, Ser. Don't do that. You can't kill innocent people in the name of revenge," Serpenia argued. "Innocent? How are they innocent? They locked me up. For the past 1,000 years, they locked me up and cheered endlessly. Philip, his descendants, and his subjects are all the same," Anthea replied. "Ser, I can't even imagine how painful it must have been for you. But those people didn't know. They were tricked by Philip's words." "Liontel," her voice turned to rage. "Why are you taking those humans' side? You're my friend. You should be getting revenge with me," Anthea said. "Ser, if you do something like that, you'll end up regretting it." Serpenia paused for a second, then asked, "Is it because of the Imperial Prince?" she asked coldly. Anthea gets surprised. "You know about Blake? Of course. That child has my powers." She trembled, bitter. "So happy. I was in so much pain, but you and that child were happy every day." "Yes, that's right." Her voice grew distant. "Now that I think about it, you also changed when that child appeared," Anthea began. "What are you?" "I shall kill the Imperial Prince first," Serpenia declared. The air around her turned cold. "Then you'll probably return to me once more?" "You can't," Anthea called out. "Don't touch Blake. He's the one I love. Please, sir. Love? She stepped up to her, incredulous. You believe in such things even after seeing me? That rotten emotion is important enough for you to betray your friend? Anthea replied. I'm not betraying you. I just want to protect someone that's precious to me. Serpenia bites her lip in anger and trembles. She said, If the Imperial Prince is that precious, why don't you offer up your life in his place? Anthea, without missing a second, replied, Okay, I will. But promise you won't touch Blake. Upon hearing that, Serpenia let out a bitter laugh. You've gone insane. Fine, then let's do that. Saying that, she used her power. A surge of energy engulfs Anthea and she groaned. Ugh! Pain tore through her. She gasped, thinking, it hurts. Is this how I die? But then she opens her eyes and it was bright. A soft chirping filled her ears. Chirp. Kyra. Her mind raced. Where is this place? I didn't die. I'm alive. I don't exactly know where I am. But the man in front of her when she opens her eyes was Blake. She instinctively knew that. He was Blake. You're awake. The voice reached her, calm and familiar. Before her stood a towering adult man with a defined jawline, so beautiful, but so different from the aloof Blake she was used to. She wonders what happened. Your Highness. Someone addressed him as steps approached. We should get going now. We've been delayed for too long. Edmund. Anthea's heart lurched. What's going on? She tried to speak, but no words came. As she raised her hand, she saw it was scarred, and her blonde hair, it was gone. She realized this is Sarah's body. She wonders what in the world is happening. Do not rush me, Blake said coldly. Edmund replied. Your Highness, you've been residing at the Valley of Chaos for well over 3 months now. The first Foundation Day celebration is coming up. Surely the Crown Prince should be there to honor them with his presence. Anthea thinks, this must be year 1000 of the Empire. That would make Blake 18, and me 20. 7 years must have passed since I entered the door of darkness. His Majesty will be there, Blake said. I don't need to be there as well. There's something more important I must find, Your Highness. Edmund hesitated. Perhaps it's time you let her go now. I'm sure that's what Her Highness would want as well. Blake puts his sword to his neck. Edmund, there are things that even you can't say. Blake's voice turned cold. Suddenly Anthea pushed Blake, shaking her head. I know you're angry, but you still shouldn't do this. Blake looks at her for a second. Edmund snatched her hand, saying, Such impertinence. How dare you lay your hands on me? I apologize, Your Highness. I'll be sure to have a stern word with her. Edmund bowed low. Anthea thinks in her mind, even when servants disrespected him, Blake used to let it slide. But now, he was drawing a sword on Edmund of all people. Had his temperament changed in these 7 years? Then Blake pulls her close, grabbing her arm. Your Highness, Edmund pleaded. That maiden just doesn't know better, he replied. I'm aware. I just wish to converse with her. You may leave us. Yes, Your Highness, Edmund said, retreating. I shall take my leave. Anthea's heart raced. I was so shocked. Then Blake turns to her. Who are you? His gaze pierced through her. You recognized me, and Edmund as well. She tried to speak. I'm Anthea. But she couldn't speak. He asked, Are you unable to speak? She nods, so he said, Then, write your name. He handed her his hand. Her heart pounded. His tender, pudgy hands of childhood are gone, only slender, sturdy hands remained. She was about to write, but nothing came to her mind. Wait, I can't think of any letters. Not the language of the Empire, not the ancient language, not the language of Chan, not even Korean letters. Do you not know how to write either? Blake asked gently. She retracted her hand, thinking, I didn't just lose the skills granted by the goddess blessing. I lost all the skills I acquired myself. I can't even write. It's all right, he said, his voice warm. You probably don't remember because you just woke up. It'll be okay. He patted her shoulder softly. Oh, this kindness. It reminds me so much of Blake when he was younger. How I miss that voice. She was about to cry, but she held it in with all my might. Then they went to the camp. Inside the tent they were drinking tea. Blake asked, Do you feel more relaxed now? She nodded. He smiled at Mare. Stay here. I'll grab you a blanket. Again she nods back. After he walked away, she looks at her reflection on tea. White hair as bright as light, blue eyes. On one side of her face, burn wounds stretched across her skin. This is definitely Sarah's body. She wonders, how did my soul end up in Sarah's body? The power of light, along with the mana that Anthea once held, it was all gone. She wonders, what do I do now? Suddenly a sparkle called, Liontel. A butterfly-like fairy appeared. Anthea thinks, a fairy? But no. As it moved, something familiar tugged at Anthea's memory. She realized, shocked, could it be a Marco? Oh, how did you know? I didn't think you would. The little figure beamed. I'm so pretty now. How did you recognize me? Anthea said inwardly. I just guessed, based on how you flew. You're so observant, Lionel. The tiny being swayed happily. I'm the goddess Fragment of Light. My name is Shell. I was restored to my original state because the goddess was freed. Thank you. She twirled in the air, glowing with joy. How cute, Anthea thought. But before she could respond, she grew more serious. Oh, right. I'm here today to deliver a message from Serpenia. A voice called with a flash. Anthea. That voice, it was Ser's voice. It sent a chill through Anthea. How does it feel to be abandoned? The voice echoed cruelly. You were so devoted to him, yet the crown prince you loved so much didn't even recognize you. She wanted to shout, why would you do something like this? You took my voice, my language skills, everything. You must be disappointed with the crown prince. Ser's voice taunted. He didn't recognize you just because you had a different face and lost the ability to speak or write. This is how superficial that love you believe in is. Now that your face is deformed, and you've lost the power of the light, there's no reason for him to like you. He'll probably abandon you the moment he realizes you're the real Anthea. I'm sure he'll move on to the next beautiful woman. In the end, he'll forget you ever existed. She wanted to refute her, to deny it, but no words came. Her throat felt tight. She thinks in her mind, once he finds out I'm Anthea, will Blake actually be happy? A terrible fear gripped her heart. What if he's not? I'm afraid. Lionel. Ser's voice softened. I'll give you one last chance as your friend. A chance? Anthea echoed silently. That's right. The chance for you to regain all that you lost. A strange dagger appeared before her. What is this? Stab Blake in the heart with this sword, Ser instructed. Hearing that, Anthea throws the sword away. The thought horrified her. Ser continued. Once that sword is drenched in the blood of the crown prince, everything will return to its rightful place. Your beautiful body, your voice, your language skills, the power of the light, everything. While trembling, Anthea reached to the sword. Serpenia added, that's it? Kill him? You just need to kill him. Kill the crown prince and return to only being my friend. Anthea throws the sword away and said, no need. You can take it. What? Serpenia hissed. You really want to live in that body for the rest of your life? Yes. She thought firmly. Why are you being so stubborn? Ser's voice grew frantic, angry. Anthea started coughing and blood spilled on her hands. Serpenia continued. That body will last you 100 days at most. Just do as I say so you don't regret it later. 100 days. Then Anthea remembers. You'll save many with your kind nature, but you won't be able to save yourself. Everyone will keep calling you foolish, but you'll throw yourself into the flames out of happiness. She hardened her resolve. This must be the moment of choice Bacon mentioned. Back then and even now, I wouldn't regret my decision. I'm not afraid of anything if it's for Blake, she said to Serpenia. I told you I don't need it. Take back the sword, Serpenia asked. Are you saying you'll die in his place? Are you an idiot? He already forgot about you. Even if he finds out it's you, he'll certainly abandon you. Yet you're still willing to give up your life for a punk like that? Yeah. Her resolve didn't waver. So go back. You will regret this, Ser whispered darkly. As the flash disappeared, Anthea thinks, I've made my choice. There's no going back now. I don't regret my decision, and I never will. The next day, as she opens her eyes, Blake asked, You're up already? We'll be returning to the palace now. It might get a little noisy with all the preparations. Just hang in there. She quickly jumps from her bed and sits. Then Blake sat beside her and asked, Do you remember how to write yet? What's your name? I'll try to figure it out from the shape your mouth makes. But she doesn't do anything, no. I won't be alive for much longer. I can't become another burden to Blake after he's already suffered for 7 years. Do you not want to tell me? Blake asked gently. It doesn't seem like you've lost your memories. You remembered me. Her heart pounded so loudly, she couldn't bring herself to look him in the eyes. Her cheeks burned red with a blush. It doesn't seem like you're going to tell me, Blake said softly. I guess I have to give you a name then. That's what you want, right? She gave a small nod, he said. Then I shall call you Rose. Hearing that, she thinks Rose. The first flower Blake ever gave me was a red rose. Why did he choose that name? Did he recognize me by chance? She slinked back slightly. No, he doesn't seem to notice anything. Then again, Rose is a common enough name. Rose, I have to return to the palace. Blake continued gently, his eyes kind. And I want you to come with me. You'll come with me, won't you? His smile was so luminous, so warm, no one could possibly say no to that smile. She faltered, but again thinks, hold on. He's just going to bring a nameless, unidentified woman to the palace? Just then, a voice called out, Your Highness, the High Priest has arrived. Okay, Blake answered. He turned back to her. Just wait here for a little bit, Rose. Then Edmund asked, Your Highness, are you planning to bring that maiden back to the palace? Blake replied. I am, Edmund continued. Forgive me, Your Highness, but how about escorting the maiden back to her home? Taking an unidentified woman back to the palace will be. Hearing that, Anthea thinks, Edmund is worried, and for good reason. But just the thought of being apart from Blake is scary. He grabbed her hand and said, I shall return to the palace with Rose. Do not make me repeat myself, Edmund complied. As you command, Your Highness. Blake turned to her once more. Rose, I'll be right back. After that she went out of the tent. The warm sunlight bathed the world around her. She thinks maybe it's because 7 years have passed, but it feels so precious. Nearby the knights were chatting among themselves. One said, Phew, we're finally leaving. I thought we might be stuck ringing in the new year in the Valley of Chaos again. I know, right? I can't tell if I'm a royal knight or just a guard for the Valley of Chaos anymore. Another joked. Another said he has spent years looking for a dead person. Suddenly, there was a startled cry. Ugh! What's that woman doing here? As Anthea was passing by, he cried, horrified. One of others asked, What's going on? The first questioned. She's the woman we found yesterday. She's not coming with us, is she? One remarked. A monster like that? That came as a shock for Anthea. She thinks in her mind, right now I am hideous, she realized bitterly. My whole body is covered in burn wounds. I wasn't aware of it when I was with Blake, but I'm clearly not okay to everyone else. One of the knights questioned. How? We don't even have a carriage. She'll have to ride behind someone. He'll probably make one of us do it, right? The other replied. I can't. I have too much stuff as it is. Hearing that, she thinks, I know they're the bad guys, but I can't help myself from feeling guilty. No need, Blake said firmly. Rose shall join me. Your Highness, welcome back. The knights bowed low. Blake continued. Furthermore, Paul and Matthew, you two will no longer be a part of the royal knighthood, starting today. One asked. Pardon? Why would we not be? Blake replied coldly. Surely, you're not asking me because you don't know. Then he turns to her, grabbing her hand. Let's go, Rose. Following him, Anthea thought, stripping them of their titles. Did Blake always have this side to him? He seems a bit unfamiliar at times. But when he looks at me, when he holds my hand, I still feel a warmth that hadn't changed at all. After they gets ready to leave. Here. Let me help you up first. He lifted her up onto the horse. He said, It's fine if you don't know how to ride very well. You just need to sit there. She nodded, thinking. You've really grown up a lot, Blake. He gets on horse and said, Don't be scared. Josh is sweet. Hold the reins tightly. Moving too much is dangerous. He smiled at her. And Rose, don't let the negativity get to you. They dwell on appearances because they remain ugly on the inside. Upon hearing that, she thinks, he's talking about what happened before. He has grown so tall, and so much has changed. But his warm heart, it hasn't changed one bit.